Yeah, this is solid. It definitely makes a lot of sense. It's like a crazy tempo deck. If you're like, what the hell is this thing? And you see the Darius, you know it's going to be aggressive, but then you see Legion Rearguard on turn 1, and you're like, oh shit, I didn't know it was going to be that aggressive. It's already too late. Because I got annihilated by a Darius Leona. That was like, oh, okay, yeah, they're just going to stun me, and then, hit me with some damage, and then Darius is there as a finisher. Okay, cool. And I thought it was going to be more mid-rangey, but no, they played like rear guard, and I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm dead. I was not expecting it to be that aggressive. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're sneaking in one more before the seasonal tournament, and the players are here to finally test those last-minute lineup tweaks and maybe some new stuff as we head closer to the next expansion.
That's right. Now Fight Night is here pretty much every single week, bar some kind of, major disaster in the world or a meteor or something happening, because we used to always take breaks with the seasonals and, kind of inconsistent times. But now, if you tune in on Friday, there's a pretty high chance we'll have a Fight Night tournament running. So make sure to make it a tradition every Friday, Fight Night.
And also, in order to keep up with this new tradition, make sure you're following the new GiantSlayerTV channel. We're migrated to a new Twitch channel now, where all of Giant Slayer's fantastic productions for the Riot games are going to be consolidated into one place for your viewing pleasure. So make sure you don't get left behind, left in the lurch. But we've got a great tournament set up for today, Panda, and we're going to jump into that right now. As I remind everybody about the format, it's a double elimination bracket with our 8 invited players. All matches will be best of 3. Players will bring 3 decks with no duplicate region combinations and no champion overlap, and then the players will get to ban one of their opponent's decks and then have to win that best of 3 with their remaining 2 decks. The top 2 players from the end of the tournament will be invited back for the next one, and as always, we've got our $200 prize pool split amongst the top 4.
Let's check out other competitors for this tournament today. It's going to be from the seasonal, going to be the 2 Swedish players, actually, Salty Simon and Aaron. Aaron, of course, from Masters Europe with Sweden in that second edition. A very, very good Lee Sin player in the past. Everyone else is not playing the seasonal, but still, very high caliber players. Thomas, of course, coming off of back-to-back wins, bringing aggro yet again, as he knows that I hope he does. So he brought Spiders once again, and Pirates. We have Pepsi Cola coming back. We have Sonic Holic bringing a little bit of spice today, a little bit of old school spice. And then we have not 1, but 2 aces up our sleeve. 1 from Russia, who participated in the very first Masters Europe with that Russian team, and 1 from North Macedonia. I believe he has also played a Fight Night in the past, so not quite a debut, but still quite funny to have 2 aces in the tournament today. Yeah, weirdly enough though, no Spanish players in the seasonal top cut for tomorrow, and also France finally overtakes Germany, something that is a bit odd. I think we've never seen it happen where France has 7 players and Germany has only 6. But let's focus on the tournament today, the fight night we have going on, and I'm very happy to tell you, Scarzig, the lineups are spicy, despite us, being right before a season. You might think it's going to be just the typical meta lineups. No, that is not the case. There is quite a little bit of spice compared to last week at the very least, and a lot of very cool decks that I'm excited to see today. 2 of those in this first matchup between Salty Simon and Ace, and that will be a Zed Lucian, aka Bang Bros, so called by some. I'm not sure where that comes from, and also a Darius Akshan Silver deck that Rico Rex made popular that Salty Simon is bringing. And of course, the ace he'll be playing will be the player from North Macedonia. You guys can think of it as a snail avatar. I'm not sure how you guys want to do it, but 21 years of age. North Macedonia, a country that obviously we don't see represented very often at Fight Night, but it is going to be, I think it's the second time Ace is here, because I do remember the snail especially in the past.
Yeah, it's actually
the
really
snail's
iconic.
Not new. And I don't think there's 2 players running around with snail avatars in the EMEA region here for Runeterra. So it will be Ace, and he will be bringing, like I mentioned, the Zed Lucian deck that our producer Ice-T has been playing a lot. Had a crazy win rate on ladder. I think it was 70 or 80+% win rate. So very excited to see. I haven't seen it in action. I haven't played it, and I'm curious. We've seen Zed Lucian, this mix in the past. It was maybe this tier 3 or kind of tier 2ish deck that some people played to great success, but I haven't really seen it in action in a long time. So we'll see how it fares today for Ace.
Yeah, I think a lot of these newer decks, especially like you said, when you bring out this spice, it's not just about finding something new to see how it feels in the metagame, but it's about throwing your opponent off balance, right? These players have been playing consistently the same or similar lineups. Either, I'm going to use this strong lineup of decks, or I'm going to try to counter it. And once you throw a completely new deck into that equation, your opponent has to evaluate their matchups. They have to evaluate their mulligans. And if they are not as, flexible in their ability to adapt to that matchup, they could find themselves in hot water for sure.
And we're going to see now the Silver Auction Darius list that Salty Simon has brought. This is a list that, if I'm not mistaken, Rico Rex, couldn't be any other way, was the one to innovate, was the one to add Darius to the already kind of popular Shurima Auction Silver package, adding in a much more aggressive slant, of course, with Rearguard, with Saboteur, with the Rune Reckoner, making use of the Overwhelm on many of these units, and Rune Runner making it back despite the 3 health into the deck.
The list, I was looking at it initially and I said to myself, man, this really wants to be a reputation deck, but you just can't really fit anything else into it, right? Like maybe Whispered Words, but as we know for Rico Rex, he runs very little card draw in his decks historically, and he's just very good at drawing a curve and killing you with it. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing this deck just pop off. I think the combat is going to be very explosive. I love the inclusion of triple Whirling Death. Since Draven has been out of the metagame for so long, players have really cooled off on being able to experience this card and play around it. But once you see it in your opponent's open deck list and you potentially are under threat and under that pressure, it's quite a nasty card in these Overwhelm lists for sure.
Looking at the decks here will be Scouts, Zed Lucian, and Fizz Lulu for Ace, Ari Cannon, Fizz Lulu, and the Auction Server Darius list for Salty Simon. As we're seeing here, banned for Salty Simon, or for Ace rather, will be the Yordle and Arms Fizz Lulu deck. And we're still waiting on the ban here for Ace on Salty Simon's lineup. And if you have to guess, Scarzig, what do you think might be the best option for Ace to ban here?
I think you might want to ban the Silver Darius, actually. It has a lot of, again, with that one of Bloody Business, with the Whirling Death, trying to go into combat, playing decks like Scouts and Lucian Zed that want to just attack constantly, could get very, very punished in combat, but actually also bans the Lulu Fizz Panda. Players suddenly have seem to be a newfound respect for this archetype.
And of course, with these kind of, let's say, unusual decks compared to what we expect going into tomorrow, for example, in the seasonal, it is going to be a little bit harder to get the right band, to expect this lineup and think, you know, how do I adapt to this lineup where it doesn't have Arcane, doesn't have the usual stuff that I expect to see from Ace's side. But right away, we're gonna start off with Zed Lucian for Ace up against giantlsaytertv. So the battle of the spice starts here.
This is going to be a slugfest. Both of these decks don't really want to defend. It's all about hitting as hard as you can and forcing your opponent to be the one to block first. Reckless Rufarian can't even block, so you are going to get massively punished by a Zed if that is Ace's turn 3 play. Salty Simon is a bit favored here, attacking on odd turns here, so the Zed on 3 won't be as devastating, but there's no way to answer a Lucian Senna, right? This is just all about raw aggression.
Attacking on odd turns and attacking with an odd hand. Doesn't really have the low mana curve you would hope. Doesn't have the Saboteur, doesn't have the rear guard. So gonna get a bit punished for a deck that is trying to, of course, race his opponent. This is gonna be an aggressive, very aggressive slime on giantlsayter. Not gonna be the more usual combo mid-range type deck. It's gonna have...
no, we see the Senna in hand. Once you get both of these cards in play, just being able to attack and defend yourself becomes such a horrible mind game, because now you can play Senna, you can just chump block this Legion rear guard, and then your Lucian levels up. Salty Simon has to take the attack. He doesn't want to. Look at this hesitation.
Yeah, this is why I don't exactly miss Lucian decks being in the meta, because it always was the case where Senna would come down, you would think, you know, which one do I kill? What's the right answer here? Is there a right answer? Always makes things a little bit awkward.
Yeah, and then Reckless Rufarian can't even block. So here, take 7.
Not a good start at all for Salty Simon here. Down to 10 HP already. Gets a Treasure Seeker, but a little bit late. Can't play the Ephemeral here as a blocker because it was an open attack from Ace.
We have some blocker now. Lucian has his twin sister, Senna's twin sister coming down. 2 wives. I think that there was I think that before the Bang Bros sort of line for this deck, it was called like wife aggro.
I don't keep up with all the names, Scarzig. I can't confirm or deny, because some players out there are a little too...
Very rarely do Runeterra decks get names. It's usually just champion combination archetype. Oh yes, they're playing champion combination archetype by, a classic list.
You know, it is quite funny that I just randomly ended up tweeting something about the initial, Bandle City, Pink City deck, and just named it Pink City, but not really hoping that the name would stick, but it did stick. And then there's sub-tweets about the name. I'm like, well, this is not my fault. I just tweeted a random name. Don't give me a responsibility. So I'm never naming a deck again. Just the archetype name, and that's it.
Everybody was just mad because they're like, it's Bandle Pirates. People love pirates. But I was the one who also helped you proliferate the Pink City name.
We'll see now how Simon's going to be able to get back into this one. Rununner just come down on curve here. And seeing Ace's full name now, Bombastico7. Yeah, I've played him playing Zed Lucian many times in the past on ladder. I have the clear memory in my mind playing him while he was playing Lucian. So I think he's definitely a big fan of Lucian overall.
Yeah, a lot of players were kind of hoping for in this new expansion to get more Lucian support, maybe some sort of additional Demacia, Shadow Isle synergies. Players really enjoyed Lucian in the Lucian Azir decks and the brief Lucian Hecarim lifetime when Grand Plaza was very strong. And so this is a champion that, players really do enjoy using in these aggressive Demacia strategies.
The second protector comes down. There's going to be a chance for Whirling Death here with quite a bit of mana up for Salty Simon. Still has enough now with a 3 mana up. Of course, the Rune Reckoner spell is going to be a 0 mana play, but there is going to be a double protected attack here on both Zed with the barrier and the Fleet Flare Tracker, plus the backup of both Sharp Sight and Twin Discipline. So a possible lethal is definitely going to maybe happen here if Simon's not careful.
Yeah, we've already got 9 unblocked damage, even if you block down with everything. You've got a Whirling Death, the right target, and you've got to use the right target. The nerf to Rune Runner mattering immensely here. Only 3 HP, can't safely block into these shadows or the Brightsteel Protectors, is going to go down. And with the board being traded away, the Ruined Reckoner's Midnight Raid effect won't have any targets.
Oh no, no mana left. Twin Disciplines for 3 health, Sharp Sight for 2 more. Whirling Death will not kill here, and Senna will have the double attack onto the Nexus.
So that is going to be lethal indeed. Ace Bombastic hit a nasty, nasty curve. Salty Simon did mulligan, but didn't get a 1 or a 2 drop. Just immediately started his curve on 3 with something that couldn't block. Again, the exact scenario you want with these aggressive decks. Your opponent anticipates the aggression, mulligans as best as they can, but then still cannot keep up.
I think it was not so much Ace's curve, it was more Simon's just terrible starting hand with a 3-drop that can't block being his first unit played. We called it, right at the beginning, it was looking awkward, looking a bit odd, and that was the case there right away. Zed Lucian gets a win, pampering that win rate just a little bit more thanks to that. A bit of an awkward hand from Simon, and now he has to try and find the way to get the reverse sweep here, winning his next 2 games to be able to advance to semifinals.
The Sivir Darius list has the potential to be also incredibly explosive. So once we head into these next games, I think that if you do need to reverse sweep your opponent, the very tempo oriented lineup that Salty Simon has brought is certainly the lineup to do it.
We'll see now. Simon is a player that in the last few fight nights hasn't been doing that hot. He has, like you mentioned, has been trying different strategies. We saw him, playing mid-range decks, playing control decks, has been trying all kinds of different things, being convinced on one thing and then changing his mind very quickly after when the results just aren't quite there. So we'll see if he's able to get the reverse sweep or maybe even just a loser's bracket run as this tournament continues on past his first round. That being said, I do think today's going to be a very fast day of fight night because there are very fast lineups. 2 players bringing full aggro, Thomas and the other Ace from Russia are bringing Spiders, Pirates, and Ari Kennen, and just a lot of fast decks like we're seeing here with Zed Lucian, with this Darius deck, with Scouts, of course, as well.
And now trying to take a game off the Scouts when once again not starting his curve until round 3 with the Reckless Trifarian. This looks like a repeat. We've got a lot of great overwhelm damage, but you've got to set the stage, Panda, with some more early drops.
And this is, somehow not very surprising to see Simon just end up whiffing on two games in a row. He's one of the players that it seems to be that just has this very, these runs of bad luck in terms of draws, in terms of how their decks function. I'm not sure if it's a consequence of the decks themselves in terms of them being built in a way where you can whiff and you can have these very bad starts, or if it's just, the bad luck. But unfortunate to see it happening to Simon once again. A full board of attackers here on the side of Ace, and Misfortune coming down.
Mirai Warden hitting some nasty 1-drops as well. And as a small note, Ace's deck here for Scouts does have the one of double up in it, which we do see in the hand. So after this aggression does go through, Reckless Trifarian unable to block versus this Scout swing, setting up beautifully for Golden Aegis or the...
If it's not lethal, it's close enough. There's no Whirling Death. There's no... you can play. I think you need the blocker here. Despite this not being obviously the play you want to make with Shape Stone, you absolutely do need the blocker here. Because you're, like you said, the Trifarian can't block, and this is almost a full board with a Misfortune ready to level up. Even then, the blocker's not going to do anything other than stop the 2 damage from the tracker.
Yeah, because then you have to use the Absolver again. You've got to keep this body alive just to get 1 trade. 2 buffs down. Salty Simon at this point is just laughing. Like, we've seen him get really upset before in his reactions. He's I don't want to call him an emotional player, but he's certainly a very lively player when it comes to his responses.
Scarzig, I don't think you have to tiptoe around it. His name is Salty Simon. I think he's pretty open about maybe being a very emotional player, maybe being for good or for bad, kind of being there's another surrender as we expected, because again, just a terrible start for his deck, for Simon in this tournament. But maybe he has a chance to make it up through the loser bracket. I said it would be fast today, all the games, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. It's a 2-0. Ace advances to the semifinal. We are only 18 minutes in to this tournament today. So we're going to hope our producer has another match lined up for us. Otherwise, it's going to be a long wait until semifinals.
But, until then, we could talk about, just the fact that when you play card games, it's one of those things, like whenever you take a really bad loss, there's the time where you have to sit and analyze and say, is there something you could have done differently? This, that, and the other. But sometimes it's just bad luck. It's just bad RNG. And I really hope that Salty Simon has worked through whatever bad karma that he needs to in order to kind of have these non-games stop happening to him, because we know that he's a good player. We've seen him completely annihilate lineups and perform very well on the ladder. Even as the meta has shifted, he's adapted properly. He possesses all of those traits we're constantly praising for other players, but it's wild to see the same player consistently draw so poorly.
Before we get into this game, I do want to mention very quickly on the note of Salty Simon, I did an interview with him for the upcoming seasonal tomorrow, and he did literally say in the interview that his plan was to play in Fight Night today, get 2-0'd for terrible bad luck, and then save up all that luck for the seasonal tomorrow. So maybe,
wow,
if that's a script, he's actually following it to a T. Literally, you cannot have, more unlucky start to this Fight Night tournament today. So we'll see how the rest of the tournament looks for him, and if that maybe is something promising for tomorrow. But we're going to see now Pepsi-Cola up against Thomas. Thomas, of course, as we mentioned, is going to be on the triple aggro lineup: Spiders, Pirates, and the Ari Kennen. And I'm not surprised, I think he wanted to talk to his grandfather, a very wise old man, and he said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He's won 2 Fight Nights with his lineup. Why change anything at all? Just bring the same decks again.
Ooh, Thomas taking the bait, going first, playing the Wayfinder, but Pepsi-Cola sets up the pick a card into the Twisted Fate, goes for blue card, trying to level up this champion, doesn't care about wiping the board.
This is, of course, Nami, not Fizz, Nami TF, a deck that we haven't seen in Fight Night, actually. Even it was popular on ladder, did have a very good win rate, a lot of players caught on with it, kind of a mix of evolution of TF Fizz and Nami decks in the past, but we haven't seen it on Fight Night.
Yeah, I think this is a bit more of an NA tech that's kind of made its way over finally. It's one of those less. It's interesting, right? Because TF Fizz was a deck that was around for a very long time before it started appearing in tournaments, because it was such an unconventional idea at the time that a lot of players needed to figure out whether or not it was an actual good deck, or if it just had that surprise factor and just was such an off-kilter deck, it was catching people by surprise. And then after that realization happened and players said, oh no, this actually is a really good deck, it immediately caught fire. And I think that players are now starting to respect this Nami TF quite heavily.
And the memories just came flooding back in, seeing TF on the board and just 6 cards being drawn as the round starts.
There's a rummage in hand.
Comes together again. There's a chance for the possibility of the burst level up. I'm not sure exactly where the counter is. We did just jump into the game halfway through, but I think it is going to be obviously
6 out of 9.
Yeah,
so we've got rummage, and then we just need to draw one more card, which Zonite Urchin can do here. Flash of Brilliance at burst speed, attunes, levels up your Nami. Zonite Urchin into rummage, Panda. We've already got the dynamic duo here.
And this is kind of the whole reason this deck exists to some extent. Most of the times when a new deck is created, it hinges off of some broken combo or some combination of cards that's giving you, let's say, an unfair or a very strong advantage and reason to build the deck that way. And the inclusion of the Flash of Brilliance with the Nami and with kind of the spell mana being banked back is one of the key reasons why this deck came into play.
And now that Twisted Fate is about to level up, Thomas needs to cash in this homecoming probably, just to keep this from happening. And here's the question, right, Panda? If you're playing Ari Kennen from this position, you might be overconfident and say, I'm playing the strongest deck in the game. Surely this list can take down a level 2 TF.
Burst speed, my friend. That is the one thing that maybe is going to give Pepsi-Cola an out, but I think he is one away. I'm not sure if there's anything he can draw with Rummage that would give him the extra draw this turn at burst speed. If there isn't, there are going to be ways to answer here.
Yeah, you would need to Rummage and then draw into stress testing and then Poro Cannon the stress testing.
Well, he has the Poros out already, so it would not be possible. They are not. You can't revert Poros back into their
But so now crisis averted. That was a lot of resources gone into at least filling the hand. Like the Twisted Fate's not going to level up yet, but with the homecoming spent, that maybe just opens up an angle for you down the road to just get your wide elusive swing that you're looking for.
Does have a leveled up Nami that is kind of the part of the scary part of this deck. Aside from leveling TF and drawing a lot and etc., you know, the win condition of actually putting stats on the board is going to be the Nami, accompanied by, you know, the usual suspects, the Burblefish and the Poros as well.
And so let's see here. We still have TF in hand. Like, the fact that it was Homecoming was just to reset the level up progress, but now you get access to another blue card, another red card, etc., to keep the pressure down on your opponent. Pepsi-Cola about to discount this Burblefish as well, has still plenty of draw with the Rummage, Time Trick, and Zonai Urchin. Both sides, as we saw, we jumped into the game early, they just all passed, right? Nothing really happened until round 4, and this is exactly where TF Nami is really starting to find a niche for itself against these sorts of slower, value-oriented lists that don't put on a lot of pressure early, and you just massively punish them for, you know, again, just kicking back and thinking you aren't going to threaten them because you suddenly get this insurmountable board. Nami being leveled up means that in response to anything that Thomas does, Pepsi-Cola is just going to continuously buff the board.
And TF, of course, is going to be a very good meta call in terms of red card as well for having an out against could be a flooded board of, you know, cannons and dancing drops, etc. But it's going to be also the case where you're mostly attacking with elusives and your opponent has a lot of elusive blockers, so it creates this weird you know, matchup where I'm not entirely sure how, outside of just Nami buffing elusives to the moon and back, how you're going to end up getting the win here if TF doesn't level up if you're Pepsi. But again, I'm not very familiar on this deck. I haven't played it much. We haven't seen it at any fight nights, so I'm learning as we go along why this Nami TF deck has become so popular in the past few months.
Yeah, even though your opponent can block your elusive units, you know, Ari Kennen is known for having a surprising amount of Born control with leveled up Kennen and the Marks of the Storm. It's not removing your board, right? Everything is just so continuously massively buffed by Nami that it becomes more of like a Demacia deck, right? You're swinging in, forcing your opponent to trade away their entire board just to stay alive, and then they eventually can't keep up with you anymore, is generally the idea. And a really important thing to note as well, Panda, is the Flash of Brilliance that was cast earlier did generate a Shock Blast, which is one of the best pulls I think you can get.
Good to know. That is definitely, yeah, seems like it's going to be a good kind of an alternate strategy to have in hand where you don't usually have it in your normal deck. Maybe we saw Get Excited played earlier. That's kind of one of your options for direct damage on units already spent. So definitely going to be a surprise pull that Pepsi can count on going forward.
And so now Mark of the Storm number 2 comes through on the Nami, getting rid of a blocker, also trying to chip away at this champion before she snowballs the board too hard. Pepsi-Cola being very patient here. Has the Time Trick and the Rummage's Burst Speed spells to trigger some buffs if need be, but I think he might be wanting to save this card draw to make another attempt at leveling this Twisted Fate. Just going to pass.
Yeah, playing things very slowly here. Has 8 mana that he would burn, but he's just expecting an attack possibly, or more developments coming out from his opponent here from Thomas. Just playing it very slow. Like you're saying, maybe he's just going to be focusing on the TF here. That being said, he doesn't have that much spell synergy regardless in hand, only the Time Trick and the Rummage, so you can't really milk Nami for all that she's worth now that she has leveled up.
All right, and with a pick a card off the top, we could see another run happening. Shock Blast shuffled back into the deck. And when you shuffle a card back with pick a card, it doesn't reveal it to your opponent in the history. But with the amount of card draw that you're going to have overall, I think that the chances of getting Shock Blast down the road when you're really going to need it is pretty high.
Our good friend Fleet Admiral Shelley coming into the hand, a card that I haven't seen for a few months. Can't say I missed it after the explosive few weeks that it had on Runeterra once Nami became as popular as she was when she first launched.
And that's just, again, the threat level of this deck, right? Where you have to answer the TF, you have to answer the Nami, but then, okay, can you answer Admiral Shelley? I think that there are some further corrupted versions of this deck that are trying to cram in Shellfolk and take us back into that era where it has like 4 or 5 different win conditions and there's no way you can deal with them all. But right now, tons of elusives across the board. Pepsi-Cola, again, playing it very slow, very defensively. It's really up to Thomas to pull the trigger. on this aggression. Really fantastic open attack, a couple buffs in hand, no go hard cycled as far as we're aware. So there is another one there.
An awkward hand for Thomas on that last turn. I think Pepsi expected more, and it's why he didn't play Zonai Urchin possibly as well, but ends up being a pass there. Moving to this next round without maybe all the card draw he would have liked to have without having to play Zonai last turn when he had the mana to do so.
So now we've got 4 out of 9, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards in total now with all the card draw that is in hand for Peps Cola. And we do have a chance for the time trick or the rummage to get that stress testing, to get that final card drop with the Poro Cannon.
Both players obviously taking their time. It's going to be a lot of... I think every deck that has so many different inputs in a single round, the sequencing, you know, what play to make when is going to cause for a lot of thought from both players. You have to really be able to manage every single turn in this matchup properly if you want to succeed.
And there is Ari's Charm being cashed in to put Vulnerable on the TF. Glorious Evolution.
I would play that out right now.
And there's Time Trick. Gets Iterative Improvement. You could get a fantastic combo enabler for the Burble Fishes that you have in hand at 0 mana. Picking up the second Nami would make it into Ebb and Flow. Give you even more spell procs here.
A reminder who those who might have missed that Thomas is 1-0 up in the series, so this could be a match point here if Thomas is able to win with his Ari Cannon. And Pepsi is fighting for his life here, trying to win this game 2 and force a game 3 in this series.
And there's the stress testing. When it's discarded, you draw one more card. The buffs scattered all around into the Zonai Urchin. I believe this is the final card, right, Panda? If we've been counting correctly, if I have.
I believe so. Yep, there we go. That is a level up on TF, something that I also haven't seen in a long time. A day of first today, watching TF Nami here. Or not first, but at least coming back to many things that we haven't seen in a while in Fight Night. And
everything old is new again.
We'll see now with a lot of Burble Fishes here, you have a lot of action still to make for this turn. And for the next turn as well, with the 1 mana spells being created from the Burble Fishes, you're going to have a lot of ways to make sure you get the 3 cards out from TF pretty much every turn from now on.
Mm-hmm. And so basically now with the TF leveled up, it forces Thomas to pull the trigger here, put that pressure down, force Peps Cola, right? You have to test the quality of the hand from this position and say, okay, how many burst speed spells do you have? How many fast speed spells do you still have in hand after all that stuff you just did to me? And we'll see how many red cards, if red card and gold card is going to be enough. You have to pull TF with the right target now. Anything you preemptively buff with Twin Disciplines is going to get gold carded. So you have to buff 2 things.
TF from the Vulnerable, of course, being pulled in here by the Ari. We do have some disciplines. We do have what looks like a full attack here. So a lot of thought is going to have to come in from Pepsi in terms of how to navigate this. But has the option to get all 3 cards out from TF if he chooses to do so. With Nami's Ebb, with Iterative Improvement, and with Pick a Card.
And so with the gold card coming through to stun the Ari, another pick a card. What are you going to shuffle back in here? You've got your elusive attackers already. You've got leveled up Nami in play. Twisted Fate's going to give you more card draw, potentially more spells to facilitate this win condition. I wouldn't... You could shuffle in the Shelly. There's a lot of good options here, to be honest.
I think you want to play Shelly next turn, though, because you're going to have a lot of elusive units. I would be fine with one of the Poros, or I guess Station Archivist is also fine. You do want to have kind of a full elusive attack, ideally, after TF tries to, you know, mow down most of the elusive blockers. Having a full elusive with Nami on the board still is going to be a way to get a whole lot of value.
And I really like the potential to just stop here at red card, right? You're cutting off those remaining 2 elusive attackers. You're forcing Thomas to play 1 more buff to potentially save one of those so Ari can swap with it. But, yep, just going to take what you've got here, not overextend into the gold card. Ari is down to 2 HP, so gold card will finish her off post-combat, potentially. No, with the level up.
And that will be TF being taken down as well, hoping for another one to just, recycle and get a new TF on the board.
And now that you've gotten that level up, you've gotten that cycle, just top decking that leveled up TF is still going to be something you're able to support quite easily. Another Mark of the Storm to finish off the Nami. And so next round, heading into 9 mana, we've got Admiral Shelley and Nami, 2 0-mana Burble Fishes, and we just need a couple spells to make it all come together.
Doesn't quite seem like Pepsi is really in control of this matchup. They leveled up Ahri, leveled up Kennen. Sign-in still in hand for Thomas as well. TF having died here, Nami can come down, but very little spell synergy outside of whatever the Burble Fishes create. So I'm not sure if it's too late for the elusives to really cause a problem, because at the end of the day, there are going to be elusive blockers. There are going to be Go Hards, for example, that can be played out this turn, as well as Mark of the Storm.
Yeah, now with Mark of the Storm and Go Hard controlling this board while Nami is not here to buff these up is absolutely massive. Death Ray, not really a card you want to see, unfortunately. From this point, you want to be drawing real cards, the important, powerful things out of your deck, and not just the Death Rays. Oh. There is the third TF, however.
TF comes down, Nami can come down after, and we do have a lot of very cheap spells there with the Shakedown, Death Ray, Stress Testing, and the Rummage to be able to proc TF all the times that are needed, as well as buffing up the elusives for with Nami on the board as well.
And Thomas responds with Sign-in Thousand Tailed. This is going to buff the board, make it a bit more resilient to the upcoming red and gold cards.
The first draw comes in. Going to be a Mystic Shot, so it gives him at least some counterplay to things like Homecoming, for example, by being able to just kill off the target that's being bounced by Thomas.
Oh, but just puts it on the stack first. This, in combination with red card, would finish off this 3-3. Maybe a bit too risky to go for that just yet.
I'm going to try and take on the Ahri instead, maybe, but there is going to be a Twin Disciplines. There is mana for it as well for Thomas, so he has a chance to give one of these units here a little bit extra survivability if he does need it. And I believe he will.
There is the option as well, where if you're able to buff this board up enough, you might just be able to attack and force Thomas to trade anything that's like left over after all of this.
I was going to say, Shakedown is fantastic here. You can attack the Ahri with the TF with a quick attack, ideally, and if there's a twin, you have the Mystic Shot backup if you need it.
But sets it up this way, so that the gold card actually kills the Ahri. She is going to get saved with Twin Disciplines. She will stay alive for next round to still facilitate a very wide combo. So now it's up to Peps Cola to narrow this board down.
Yeah, it was awkward to get the vulnerable on the units before the gold card resolving to see if you would need a failsafe to kill the Ahri. So a bit of an awkward way to do it there for Pepsi. I think you would have liked to have a guarantee on killing Ahri instead, but you were able to push through some damage with the elusives there, down to 12 HP now for Thomas. And this might be the chance at a final attack here from Thomas with Ahri. There is going to be both the Death Ray and the Mystic Shot, though.
We have Sign-in Thousand Tailed, drawing more resources, getting more combat tricks and responses. We see Tasty Feyfolk in Thomas's list. And the Shock Blast that was generated off of Flash of Brilliance shuffled back into the deck, coming drawn back into the hand, finally seeing use here. No deny on Thomas's side to stop this 6-mana spell.
We have now the guarantee of a red card killing the Ahri. We have also the backup of Mystic Shot and the Death Ray there. And we still have 8 mana to work with if we are Pepsi Cola. So I think the Ahri is not surviving this despite the Noble Fight in hand. I think it just won't be enough to stop everything that's coming at her.
Yeah, even with Sign-in, again, having such resilient stats, because of the scaling of Nami, the threat of Admiral Shelley, it's just not going to be enough to keep you alive. It's honestly interesting to see that Nami TF kind of activates on the same axes that Kennen Ahri does, right? Where it's this deck with a elusive wide combo threat, but also tons of resource generation so that you can never try to run them out of resources before you end them.
Great to have the Death Ray denied here. I think you don't want the 3-cost Death Ray put into your deck, so have it notified and then play the Misty Shot instead and have that go through. Not sure if on purpose or not, but overall I think a little, a little small thing that will be helping Pepsi in his next few draws.
Mm-hmm. And now the question, we could just Mystic Shot this Fey Folk like we talked about. The gold card will come through to stun this sign in, so you don't need to block that. You could go down to 8.
Going down to 7, playing out the Shelly, getting the gold card in here as well, killing or hitting the sign in for 2. No elusive blocker, which is what we've been talking about since a few rounds ago. This would be the name of the game for Pepsi. He's managed to whittle down the opponent's board, run him out of resources for the most part. There is still a sign in hand, but there might be a burst speed open attack and a kill from Pepsi.
This really comes down to, right, if we go back in time, Panda, to the early game, both players just were just playing until like round 4, didn't really do much, and as players become more familiar with this matchup, we'll have to see if R.A. Kennen wants to adopt a more beatdown stance. If you develop and force your opponent to like ping your dancing droplets, etc., maybe they don't float as much mana for Nami. It's very difficult to say, but now with Fleet Admiral Shelly hitting the board, this deck is going to really, I think, probably just end the game here, right? You're going to be buffing your board so much that even a Pack Your Bags isn't going to be able to bail you out.
Maybe a chance for maybe to lose a blocker if you play out the Wayfinder here. You do have, of course, you're going to expect fast speed answers from Thomas in terms of Concussive Palms, for example. So I think it is fine to develop here, to rummage and see what you get, to let the red card and the gold card do their thing. And then you're just going to get a lot more value from trying to develop here and not just directly open attacking.
And so with the Nami's Ebb going to be nopified, red card comes through. We've got one more gold card to stun the sign in. And as you said, Panda, Wayfinder gets you one elusive blocker, but it doesn't seem to be enough.
Yeah, there's a Mystic Shot here as well. There's a shakedown even to once again just have the elusive blockers be on TF, be on the Nami instead. And it should definitely be lethal here at this point. You have so many tools still working in your favor for Pepsi.
Yeah, and this, again, just came down to the lack of elusive blockers, right? You have the Burble Fish, you have the Daring Poro. I think if we actually like counted up all of the elusive units in both decks because of Poro Cannon and Iterative Improvement, the Nami TF just naturally comes out ahead in that equation, where if you can make the game go long like this and Thomas doesn't turbo a Pack Your Bags threat to wipe the board, you're just going to always have so much more unblockable damage.
And there's the Dancing Droplet taken over to the side by Nami. Kennen manhandled by TF as well, and all the elusives ready to attack the Nexus. The Shenimo comes out from Thomas, and Pepsi Cola is able to tie this series 1-1 and force a game 3.
Ari Kennen meeting its match. A lot of decks were trying to counter it, trying to aggro it down before its combo could go off. But now we have a new contender in the ring, Panda. Something that might just do the same similar thing, but just a little bit better.
And Pepsi isn't the only player to bring this TF Nami list to this tournament for today. It's also going to be Sonic Holic, I believe, that also brought it in his lineup. So we haven't seen it in all these weeks, but all of a sudden, two players, get together and say, all right, let's finally bring this deck to the tournament and see how it performs. Until now, a good start here for Pepsi. We're not entirely sure if he lost that first game 1, also playing the TF Nami, but now, as we all love Scarzig, it's going to be an Ari Kennen mirror to start things off here.
So this is going to be, honestly, it's going to play out similarly to what we saw in that last game. These are both decks that have very late game value-oriented styles. They can play aggressively if they absolutely need to, but the inevitability of Pack Your Bags and sign in and RE pressure is something that you can just very comfortably just sit back and chill with. I wonder if Peps is going to go for an early Pack Your Bag, because there's so many different ways to approach this mirror match.
The Go Hard comes out. Could have gone out on a Dancing Droplet, for example, but instead hitting the Ari here.
Ooh, Thomas doesn't take the Nopify either. Wants those Go Hards to go into the deck. Wants to mess with the Kinko Wayfinder odds, it seems.
The attack coming in here from the Kennen. Could be a discipline from Thomas, but of course there could be one in response from Pepsi, so it ends up not blocking. And now the Mark of the Storm does end up going onto the Ahri.
So with the Ahri opener, it's usually a very powerful start for the list, but Pepsi-Cola is already doing a great job of kind of setting up to kill this Ahri, or at least make it very awkward for Thomas to get maximum value out of the list.
As Pepsi's highlighting here, he does have two of the key cards that you really want to see in your hand for this matchup when it is going to be drawn out, and that's going to be the Wayfinder on turn 4, of course, just the tempo heavy play that all these decks need to have on turn 4, or else they start falling a little bit behind, but also double sign in hand already for Pepsi as well.
Not Punished gets the Wayfinder, pulls the Mourned as well. We've seen some versions of Ahri Kennen cut the Mourned, so that way Wayfinder always gets you Droplet and Kennen, but as the deck has evolved a little bit, I think a couple copies of the Mourned have sort of found their way back in, just to have that extra elusive threat and have that elusive blocker when it's really important.
You know, I jinxed it, Scarzig, by saying, you know, looking at lineups is going to be a very fast Fight Night tournament, and then right away, the first Ahri Kennen mirror of the day comes to us. We're ready for a bit of a slog here, as usual, as is expected. I think, you know, everyone knows what an Ahri Kennen mirror looks like in this day and age after the past month that we've had in Runeterra.
What is so interesting, too, about the mirror is the fact that even if one player is maybe misplaying, they're falling behind, but this isn't the sort of matchup where if your opponent does something inefficient that you immediately just snowball the game wildly in your favor. It puts you just on like a percentage trajectory to finish the game. Godwillow Seedling coming onto Kinko Wayfinder, getting even more of a wide board in play.
The triple fox in hand for Pepsi-Cola, the dreaded triple fox. Ultimate value if you're able to get there, if you're able to squeeze that value out over the next few rounds.
We call him Wayfinder. Pepsi-Cola trying to meet Thomas in the field, get another wide board to stop this upcoming swing. And now Thomas thinking, do I want to Nopify this? Is this worth a deny, Panda?
I don't think so. I think Deny is a useful tool, but you are very far behind currently on the board. Maybe
it's not
again
that much damage. Ahri's not going to level up, right? It's not that bad.
Pepsi's considering that, you know, he's playing for the long game. He can take some damage here, sure, but Sinan's coming down after this, and he might get a bit of a lead that way. The doggo does not like Ahri Kennen. I'm not surprised. Instinctual reaction.
But yeah, so Wayfinder taps down, a little bit of chip damage coming through, and this is where things get pretty precarious. If you take a little bit of damage like this, it means that an Ahri combo can, you know, really finish the game where normally you would be safe. It's just getting you closer and closer to pack your bags. Typically, Ahri Kennen mirrors are very methodical, and that's usually what it comes down to, is the pack your bags. So the fact that Pepsi-Cola actually does have those go hard shuffled in and is a little bit ahead on that win condition might, you know, flip the script entirely on this in the late game.
We're seeing a very late game heavy hand compared to a very tempo heavy hand, with the double Wayfinder still there available for Thomas as well. 9 mana to work with on this turn. We are on turn 6 now. And Pepsi found the Godwillow Seedling as well, so he can replay. He can do the classic Sir Donald of leveling the Ahri with the recalls on the sign-in instead.
Oh yeah, that's going to be so much card draw coming through for Pepsi-Cola here. And if we look at Thomas, we can see 3 out of 6 for the Ahri. And no Ahri for Pepsi-Cola yet. Not any drawn or played. No droplets. It's all just been Wayfinder stuff. And now Sign In taking over with the Godwillow Seedling.
Mark of the Storm, number 1, coming down onto the middle Kennen on Pepsi-Cola's board.
Yeah, that Kennen in particular is the one that must be marked.
He had a little bit of a smirk on his face, and Thomas did not like it.
Playing out just the real Sign-In Thousand-Tailed rather than using Godwillow Seedling, just have an extra body in play, right? Because Thomas's threats are all non-elusive, just having this big tanky body is good to go. Now you're destroying more cards, not under a lot of threat just yet.
He said the real Sign-In made me think of like some kind of fake discount sign-in somewhere in some deck in Runeterra. Just a fox mask on a cat or something.
Sign in. One tail. It's like the dollar store sign in.
There's like different levels of discount. 1 and 2 tails. Eventually, you get to the real thing, but gotta be careful with the knockoffs.
Oh, that's the nerf Riot's gonna go for, where it just has a 50% chance to be discount sided, and it just only does like draws 1 card.
Discard a card.
Oh no!
Negative tail sign-in. You've activated my trap card. Discard 2.
Oh, that's terrible. But anyway, second, Go Hard being put on the stack by Pepsi Cola. Nopify was already used earlier to deny the recall on a Kinko Wayfinder. So it looks like this will go through. We can recall the Kennen if you want to save this body, get a Lightning Rush in hand. A lot of consideration to be made just around this 1 card. What's in that God Willow, by the way, by Thomas? That's a Wayfinder about to hatch. So maybe you just let your board get narrowed down a little bit.
No mana to work with. Only 3 mana to work with for Pepsi, and still 8 mana for Thomas. So has a bit of a lot to say here on this turn, but doesn't really have the hand to really exploit that. Doesn't have the board space for Wayfinder. Has a very reactive hand with the Concussive Palm, for example. Can just play out the sign in here, I guess. That would be the best play for Thomas here.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Even if you miss out on the Wayfinder, it's really not that big a deal. We've seen in the past where players will have a sign-in Thousand Tailed that's about to hatch out of a God Willow seedling, and they'll still overwrite the seedling just because you don't need that much value. But in the mirror match, I think that you just have to go mad with power and play like 2 Pack Your Bags in order to secure victory.
Considering the Lightning Rush here from Thomas, 7 mana to work with, but again, has a Go Hard, has Lightning Rush. Maybe trying to bait out a Nopify in this case to get the Go Hard to go through.
Thomas is behind on the Pack Your Bags battle with no deny in hand. Could prove disastrous if you're gearing up for a big combo turn and then a Pack Your Bags comes through to wipe your board. Even if it doesn't fully kill your entire board, with Double Twin you can save key targets. It's still going to massively stunt the ability for you to combo your opponent down.
Lightning Rush coming down. The Nopify being considered here from Pepsi. The mana trade up of this combo here, not really the case because the mana might have been just burned anyway by Thomas, so not really the best way to look at it.
There is a little bit of extra value there too. If you Nopify the Lightning Rush, you keep that Kennen from going back into the deck, but just saving the mana. What's a better target to Nopify?
Possibly Go Hard, depending on what is hitting and if there's a Pack Your Bags threatened.
Yeah, if you save your Nopifies for Go Hard, you slow down that win condition. It was the classic way that Fiora Shen would try to take wins off of old school TF Elise Go Hard.
As you mentioned, the Wayfinder coming down, another Kennen coming down, another Mark of the Storm in hand for Thomas. An attack once again where he was initially the one to set the tempo of this matchup in the earlier rounds, attacking for the Nexus. 14 HP currently for Pepsi, and a very wide attack here with not many blockers on the side of Pepsi.
Yeah, getting that extra ephemeral attacker with the Wayfinder is actually fantastic. The way this deck kills you, right? It's the death of 1,000 cuts. So you're taking like 1 or 2 damage here and there from a droplet, from the Mourned, and you're like, okay, this isn't so bad. And then suddenly, look, you're down to 6 HP. Is Twin Disciplines lethal? Pack Your Bag suddenly becomes a massive threat, and you've got to block down.
And there's no actual defensive tool in hand here for Pepsi, despite all the draws, despite all the value from the sign-ins. There's no Concussive Palm, there's no Homecoming, there's no way to bounce back any units here, no Lightning Rushes. So we might have a bit of trouble with this YF attack, and with so many different buffs available for Thomas with both Twin Disciplines in hand.
Yeah, just a lot of damage being pushed through. We've seen the pressure when one side has a leveled up Ahri in play versus not. it really accelerates your game plan because you are able to cycle your droplets more effectively. You're playing cannons, getting marks of the storm, just eating your opponent's board. We have the threat of Twin Disciplines to kill the Sign-In. I complimented how much HP this unit had, but the fact that Twin Disciplines allows just your 1-drop to trade up into the 6-drop is actually really sus.
Is that a twin problem or a Sign-In having too little health? I think it's a twin problem.
Yeah, Sign-In is, I mean, very weak stats for a 6-drop, which is why when it first came out, it didn't immediately see tons of play in this archetype, but...
Considering the effect, I think it could have even less stats than that, and it would definitely be playable.
Yeah, this card could be like a 3-3 or a 3-2. I think after people have seen how strong it actually is, I really wonder how much they could nerf the stats and players would still consider it a decent card to play in this list.
I mean, the only thing that the survivability of the card itself in terms of spells and stuff like that, but in terms of combat damage, you don't rely on Sign-In at all for ending games. It's all going to be normally elusives, and Sign-In sometimes just doesn't do anything because sometimes they're just too many normal blockers but not enough elusive blockers, and Sign-In just gets chump blocked anyway. So the stats, I think, definitely don't matter too much at all. There's
so
the
here comes Ari.
Level up.
Gonna swap down the line. Oh, doesn't swap down the line.
Sign-In number 3 comes down. That is going to be another go hard here for Pepsi, who is closer and closer to the pack your bags and double cannons in hand. Wayfinder number, who knows, for Thomas comes down. Cannon does level up here as well.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, I was kind of like racking my brain, like, why didn't Ari swap down? Is because when the Mourned recalled, that was the final recall for Ari, not Ari's initial swap. Yeah. A lot of stuff resolving on the stack at any given time in these mirror matches. This is go hard number 3 for Pepsi-Cola, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so. I believe he has been going pretty hard with these spells.
Yeah, the Oracle's Eye showing us there that pack your bags will now be in the hand. Still no deny for Thomas. And now you see that this is go hard number 3, and you just have to keep 4 mana open. You have to have that threat level of deny.
There might be a little bit of bluffing going on here, maybe hoping for Thomas to go down under deny mana if Pepsi thinks he has it in hand. There isn't really a chance for for Thomas to develop further because the board is currently full here. So we'll see what Pepsi goes for exactly here. Has to keep the 5 mana up for the Packer Bags. Maybe waits to play Packer Bags when he has his own deny backup.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the play where you have pack plus deny. And I love that Thomas just goes for the Godwill Seedling on Ari. Puts a tanky ephemeral blocker in play to just stifle some of this upcoming damage. It's kind of like the way people will use Bright Steel Protector, right? To just say, well, now you have kind of a really bad trade, and this means that you don't want to attack at all.
Conspirator comes down onto the cannon. Can't replay the cannon now unless you aren't planning on playing Packer Bags on this turn.
There is the line where you just rip it. If your opponent doesn't have deny, you just take over the game immediately. And B, if they do have deny, then you just are working towards your next pack your bags, which is a little bit more guaranteed. And you're far enough behind where I think if they did have the deny, it's pretty punishing. But I think that Pepsi-Cola doesn't feel that he's in enough danger where you have to pack to keep from dying.
The attack coming in here from both the cannons. No Ari here, so not really as threatening as it was last turn. Gonna be just posturing. That's the word I was looking for from Thomas. Just goes through the motions, attacks here with the cannons. Has a chance for Mark of the Storm onto one of the Sign-Ins, and Twin Disciplines onto the second cannon to get favorable trades in this case. Again, the trade's not really very relevant in the case of Pepsi, considering he has a pack your bags to try and clear the entirety of the board.
And I think the block there, even though you're giving Thomas extra marks of the storm, the hand is so full that maybe it still doesn't like end up correct, where they're getting their maximum value. Godwillow on Sign-In, drawing more cards. We're getting to that critical mass, Panda, where the only thing left in your deck is going to be go hards, and then it's just pack into pack into pack.
Gonna pack your bags, gonna pack his his friends' bags. Everyone's bags are gonna get packed today.
Yeah, Pepsi-Cola is opening up a logistics company. And the packing is begun. The packening.
The packeting is happening. If you're asking yourself, what are these casters talking about? You have to remember this is an Ari Kennen mirror. So we do have to dip into all kinds of different, avenues of thought to be able to keep this going.
So just going to go for the lightning rush here just to test out what Thomas has available in hand. We see a homecoming here.
And with so much mana now available for both players, I think there isn't really, occasion where you just wait for your opponent to dip under deny mana at this point. Now you have just the chance to play pack into your own deny. You have both packs in hand now, so the second go hard can already start the next cycle.
But the attack here maybe tells us no pack your bags, right? Because you'd want to just clear the opponent's board and then swing to deal a bunch of damage.
I think you're hoping to just get some trades here and then force out some big developments from Thomas while giving him this chance not to develop and dip maybe under the 9 mana at this point finally. Or at least double the 9 mana.
Yeah, because what's interesting here is when you're trying to keep 4 mana open for deny, like you can't play a big spell like Homecoming and then also weave in a sign in. And so if Thomas's sign ends are kind of kept under threat where you can't develop them any longer, then maybe you just win the resource battle by taking away that powerful source of card draw.
Very nice Wayfinder there. No more one drops left in the deck. I think the play for Pepsi is just having his opponent go down under 8 mana, so there's no double deny shenanigans, and he knows guaranteed to be, if he's playing pack your bags when he's over 9 mana and he has his own deny, it goes through 100% of the time. But first one we'll go through here, just gonna get a small clear on 2 droplets, which are going to be important to clear these out. Obviously, droplets are kind of a finite resource in the deck for card draw.
And so now we've got Ari coming down, and then another Ari hatches out of this God Willow.
That's scary.
Into Sign-In, Thousand Tailed.
Finds an eye. For the next pack your bags, which might be coming. We have all 3 go hards in hand. It's going to be a big attack here, though.
Yep, we just got to block. No elusive blockers on Pepsi-Cola's side. Going to take 8 damage. A couple Twin Disciplines had already been used very early on in the game in order to get some up trades.
But also no buffs in hand any longer. No Twin Disciplines in this case.
Exactly. So just some chip damage coming through. Still out of the range of pack your bags. Pepsi-Cola, again, has hit critical mass, can just keep cycling go hards and over and over and over again, and sign in with the God Willow Seedling. There's going to be another sign in hatching out of this other God Willow. So this will be 4 cards being drawn as well.
Double mark coming down onto the Kennen on Pepsi-Cola's side. This is the 5th sign-in we've seen played through recall effects and God Willow effects, or 6 maybe. A lot of sign-ins, as we're seeing, I think, directly correlating in hand there with the amount of go hards that are also here.
Yep, so all the recalls happening, just cycling this Kennen, getting the Marks of the Storm down. Now that Pepsi-Cola's tapped out, Toms can really go wild here.
Ooh. Was that a timer?
Yeah.
Victory or loss? We're not entirely. So it was a win there for Pepsi in the end. I think we'll have to get confirmation on that. I didn't know we were playing with a timer.
Game number 3. That's new for Fight Night, is actually having the new timer.
Format. Yeah, definitely. Okay, I missed that one for sure. Players will have to keep track of it. We've seen players like Sari and Lobster, lose to it in the seasonal tournament. So it's going to be something that has to be, you have to keep track of it in Fight Night as well, especially with Ari Kennen mirrors. It's going to be, especially likely for players to just dip too far and end up getting a loss there. And
what's ironic is that Thomas brought an aggressive lineup. You know what I mean? And then when you're kind of roped into playing Ari Kennen into TF Nami and then an Ari Kennen mirror, then you're just running out of time. But you can really see that these mirror matches, and this is why players love decks of this nature so much, is the intricacy and the amount of decisions that you get to make over the course of the game. And I think that as things were winding down, even though it was a timer victory, Pepsi Cola was on a really strong trajectory to win.
Yeah.
Even though there's one deny in hand, the rest of the deck was just go hards.
Exactly. Yeah. Ends up being a timer win, but I think it would have been a win regardless in the next, round or two once that next pack your backs came through. You had the deny backup as well for your opponent's deny. So overall, I think you just have to go through the motions at that point, unless something crazy happened, which it could have. It is Argy does a lot of crazy things every so often, but in the end, they're going to be a win for Pepsi Cola. And Thomas, our two-time champion for the last 2 weeks, going to be knocked down the losers bracket. Maybe hoping to spice things up and just win it through the losers bracket this time around. It was too easy on the winner's side. He wants to get a bit more of a challenge, but we'll check out the bracket to see the rest of the results. We saw Ace with the Bang Bros deck earlier, defeating Salty Simon. We'll be facing off against Pepsi Cola in semifinal number 1, and then we will have Sonic Holic and Aaron 2398. Aaron, of course, the Lee Sin Virtuoso, the Swedish player. I don't think he's bringing Lee Sin today, but I might be wrong about that. And Sonic Holic, who is also bringing TF Nami, the Czech player that didn't do so hot last week. He dropped in the quarterfinals, but now in week 2, making the semifinals and hoping to make it far.
Yeah, so that is going to be an excellent bracket that we're going to sort out when we get back from this break. So stay tuned, everybody, and make sure you're watching from the proper channel, GiantSlayer TV. I will see you all when we get back from this short break. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just moving through the next stage of the upper bracket. We've got Aaron versus Sonic Holic.
And we're going to see more TF Nami. It's going to be, I mentioned 2 players, Sonic Colic and Pepsi both bringing. We saw Pepsi's, the tail end of that game versus Ari Kennen for Thomas, and Sonic Colic bringing the same archetype that we haven't seen at all until today in Fight Night. So we're going to check out the player card really quick first, just to see, for everyone to know exactly who is coming in here. Aaron, I think he's a player that, some viewers might not know because he had his first big showing in the last Masters Europe tournament where Salty Simon wasn't there. There were a lot of doubts around the Swedish team, and they ended up performing really, really well, with Aaron having really a breakup performance in that tournament. So I've definitely been following him since then. Another very young player, only 18. And as I mentioned before, he is a very good player on Lee Sin. He played it a lot through a lot of his laddering sessions, many different seasons, and didn't bring it today, but definitely someone to watch out for on that deck.
Yeah, Lee Sin is a deck that, does really well in tournaments, but sometimes gets very hard targeted once it becomes a bit too popular in tournaments. Going up against Sonic Colic, also a great young player who's just been putting up those numbers, very versatile in the decks that he chooses to bring, but like most European pro players, also loves to play those, value decks from time to time, those combo decks, and just really outplay the opponent.
We're going to see now the TF Nami deck we've been talking about. The deck that we're going to, try and spotlight it for a little bit longer. We only saw, bits and pieces of it when we were checking out the game for Pensacola. So I think it's going to be good to be able to go into the deck list and try and piece together why every single different card is included. As you mentioned, I think one of the key combos that really made the initial deck builder come up with this deck is going to be the Nami into Flash of Brilliance, because you're able to attune back that mana, and that counts towards Nami's level up.
And this list offsets the Nami nerf, so you're able to level her up more consistently. And then we have that great package of tons of elusive units with Poro Cannon and Wiggly Burblefish being duplicated by iterative improvement. So we have that good, that Fizz, Twisted Fate sort of style, and then just Nami's ability to buff not only elusive units, but buff Twisted Fate, so he's even more likely to level up after his nerf. So these are 2 nerfed champions that have kind of come together to offset each other's new weaknesses, and then just make use of some older win conditions in order to see through till the end. And again, the level of card draw and potential threat of this deck is just so high. If you're unfamiliar with the matchup or you underestimate it, it's just going to take over the board and kill you. My first interaction with this list was when I was playing Lurk on the ladder, and I said, oh, Nami TF, I think this deck is actually pretty slow. I kept a really greedy hand and got punished massively for it. They played Nami, got a wide board of buffed up elusives, and they'll deal 10 or 12 damage to you with buffed up Poros that you can't block.
And I said earlier that Sonic Colic had brought a spicy lineup, and you might think, this is the reason for that spice, but that is where you would be wrong, because there is another deck in his lineup. It is called Azir Irelia, coming back from the grave. Will it do well? I think we'll find out in just a bit. It did obviously receive certain nerfs that kind of, I think, were expected at the time, because it was the boogeyman like Ari Kennen is now. But it is still an archetype that many players do love to play, that does create a lot of fun opportunities for them, despite the rest of the player base maybe not agreeing. And Sonic Colic is one of those players and ends up bringing it in his lineup for this tournament today.
This is another list similar to TF Nami that has really held on in NA. Darkodius, one of the top players of the archetype, has been still playing it consistently to this day, and still thinks that the deck is quite strong. All of the various multitudinous nerfs that the deck did get has really opened up a lot of weaknesses that it didn't have before, and also means that not playing the deck optimally is very punished by your opponent's aggression, but still has the same double Deus nonsense that we're all used to losing to. If you get the right sequence of cards, you're going to be on an easy trajectory to victory. But if you don't get your power cards, as we've seen in previous games with Irelia Azir when it was at its most prominent, you are much more likely to fall too far behind. And you can even see that this weakness is kind of shored up by double Rite of Calling.
And, after the nerfs, after the deck being hit by quite a few different cards, the Sand Soldiers, the morale was very low. But then the Field Musicians came in, to boost up the morale. And we'll see if these cards being added to the deck is going to be enough to make this deck perform. Maybe not the level that it performed at before, because that level was a bit obscene on you know, many different parameters, but at least close enough to what it was, and definitely can maybe be competitive. We'll find out in this matchup here between Sonic and Aaron.
It's always a pleasure, honestly, even if it's a deck that you used to hate when it was popular. Once it's kind of gone away for a little bit and then it comes back, it's kind of just refreshing to see an older archetype, no matter how much you used to hate it. It's like if somebody brings Karma Ezreal to a tournament, you're like, oh yeah, I used to hate this deck, but now it's new and fresh again. And this is something that Riot, I think, has tried to cultivate, where they're like, the deck is strong, but as long as it goes away and then comes back and then goes away, then comes back, it's a little bit more tolerable. And, you know, probably one of the reasons that Lee Sin has remained unchanged for so long, because it is the kind of deck that goes away and comes back.
I think the better comparison would be Akshan Sivir even. Same level of oppressive, you know, same level of hate from the community, but then comes back in a more fair shell, and then all of a sudden, you know, there's a second, you know, a revival of the deck where people don't hate it so much, because now it's actually playing at a power level that it should be playing at, and not this obscene level that felt, you know, like there were just non-matches many times. But right away, fair. The lineups come through. Gonna be, looks like a ban on Scouts in this case from Sonic.
Yeah, Scouts very, very devastating towards all three of these decks, to be honest. Especially if Poppy Lulu is the thing that gets banned, then you're kind of taking away that Demacian angle to meet them on the board. Aurelia Azir is, you know, notably a list that doesn't like to block, and Scouts will just run you into the ground. It was not that bad of a matchup when, you know, it was at the height of its power, just because you were putting so much threat on the board. The Scouts were forced to trade their board away, but now I think the script on that matchup is certainly flipped.
And if you are noticing, looking at Aaron's lineup, that is Noxus in his Ari Kennen list. So it's a list that has just a little bit of spice added on top, has the 3x might, and has the Shunpo in the deck as well, the rally possibilities. You know, players knew that I was, after last week's lineups, they knew I was expecting something spicy, and they delivered here. This deck with Noxus, with Might on Ari Kennen, is actually a list and a variant of Ari Kennen that Tomb Simon, the player from Denmark, qualified into the seasonal top cut for tomorrow with this list in open round. So not necessarily a completely new thing, but talking to Tomb Simon in the interview I did with him, he did mention that he felt Ari Kennen was banned less in lineups where it should have been banned more, because he had the 3x might, and it does help in aggro matchups in terms of trying to race down your opponent.
That is funny, because I did see some top players trying to mind game the ban system. They knew that it was going to be a very, very heavily banned deck going into the seasonal open rounds, and they were trying to figure out ways to make the deck appear to be a little bit worse, to try to get through those bans.
You thought it was a joke. It wasn't a joke, Scarzig. Players were actually doing this, and Tomb Simon, you know, in a very serious face, he told me that this was part of his strategy and it worked for him. He was able to play Ari Kennen 5 times out of the 9 rounds in seasonal, which I think is a, you know, definitely above average compared to most other.
I think that's a record.
Yeah, most other Ari Kennen lineups that are playing maybe 2 or 3 times.
And you don't have to go full meme and play like Sunk Cost or anything. But Sonicaholic starts off with Treasure Seeker, has a Azir in hand, has a Deny for that Yordle and Arms. Already looks to be having a great start here in this game. Notably not trading away into the Poro Cannon, keeping this alive for blockers down the road.
Catching word that Aaron is the original list creator for this Noxus version. Might be true, might not be. I'm not able to keep up with every single instance of deck building innovation in, you know, the grand region that is EMEA, but it's definitely a possibility. I just know that Tomb Simon was the one to qualify with it. Maybe Aaron as well. It is possible. I think a lot of different players tried, like I said, these different variants of Ari Kennen to try and find different advantages, or different, you know, again, maybe just mental advantages going into the open rounds.
But speaking of advantage, we now have Azir hitting the board here on round 3 with the attack token. Does have Twin Disciplines back up. 5 HP, still very difficult for a lot of decks to deal with, especially these aggressive ones.
A little bit more More spice for Aaron. The Yordle arm, I believe, is playing Poppy instead of Fizzlulu. We're seeing with the region combination as well with the PNZ. It is Fizzlulu. Never mind. But there was a player playing Poppy in one of their lineups. It wasn't Aaron though. I think that would be too much spice for one lineup. But there is a player today that brought Poppy instead of the traditional Fizzlulu, and it was playing with Demacia instead.
I actually do like that, to be honest. The Fizz can give you some chip damage, is very strong with Yordles and arms, but then Poppy comes through just because I think that Yordle Captain has really demonstrated how powerful effects like that are for the deck, and then Poppy is just this extra threat that you want for the list. But now, going into Aaron's turn 4, we don't have any Boom Baboons cast, there's no Flame Chompers threatening to try to even this board out. Lulu comes through to maybe get some elusive damage.
Yeah, you usually expect a more explosive opening from Fizzlulu. Kind of the whole, the deck stems around this tempo, this very quick start. When you have the Flame Chomper, you get the Lulu buffing it, you control the board, and you're able to deal damage on the side by going very wide very quickly, and then that all feeds into Yordle and arms.
Ooh, lovely. Defiant Dance comes through, sends the Lulu back to the hand. Gonna summon 2 more tokens, getting a little bit more chip damage, furthering that Azir level up condition.
You were right. I am happy to see Azir Aurelia back. It is, in hindsight now, after all the months have passed and it's been nerfed, it is somewhat of a fun archetype to watch. It does play in a very different way to most other decks.
And then that chip damage still comes through with the Poros. Sonicolic still playing very conservatively. Babying this Treasure Seeker from turn 1, not trying to force down a trade into one of the Daring Poros, seems to be saving it just for a bigger block down the road.
Blossoming Blade coming down now at 5 mana, of course, was, if I'm not mistaken, originally 4 mana, was one of the nerfs that did end up happening to this deck, just slowing it down a little bit more compared to how fast it used to operate before.
Yeah, Blossoming Blade with lead and follow, one of the classic combinations of this deck, was just a bit too much to handle. But now with Blade Waltz also being nerfed to 2 mana, the deck really doesn't start to pop off and come together until the mid game here. No Emperor's Deus as well, also making it so Aaron isn't under too much pressure just yet.
But no real blockers to slowly chump away some of the health by blocking the 1 attack units. It's not really the case here with only the 2 Daring Portals. Now finally Yordle Captain comes down, trying to set up the kind of the engine going on for the next few turns, but already down 10 HP for Aaron. So this is already, you can't, there's going to be a point where you're going to have blockers, but you're not going to be able to maybe block wide enough, and chip damage will continue going through. So if you go down to a certain threshold, you sometimes don't come back.
Exactly. Aurelia Azir was one of those decks that would severely punish you for trying to take lines of this nature, right? Where you're taking a lot of damage, and then when it's really important that you stay alive, there's nothing you can do because of Aurelia and Blade Waltz allowing her to swap positions, and especially with like Twin Disciplines threatening to hit you for so much damage with any unblocked unit. Second Defiant Dance is excellent here to send the Yordle Captain back to the hand, get even more tokens down to keep this pressure up. Azir is about to level. We see a quick hover there, 10 out of 13.
The high APM hover, only for the most advanced of gamers. 8 mana to work with here for Sonic, so has a chance for Defiant Dance, no problem. Doesn't really have many other proactive plays to make on defense, really, in terms of the current hand he has here.
If we were to just come into this game fresh, I would say that Aaron is in a very scary position here with this wide board. The Flame Chompers still has mana open for potential Yordles and arms, but I don't believe the condition has been met, right? PNZ, Ionia, Bandle. And we need one more region for Yordles and arms. At least for it to give its maximum benefit. +2/+2 might be enough if you're crunching the numbers.
We'll see if Aaron wants to consider playing the Lulu here, knowing that there might be a Defiant Dance to bounce her right back to hand, possibly. I think he knows he has to be very careful. There's a stage of the game where if you make a bit of a slip up, then all of a sudden you lose control of the next few rounds and you could be dead, being already at 10 HP.
The Defiant Dance is tempting. but you're only on 8 mana, so you're still trying to keep mana open for deny. And even if the Defiant Dance happens, your opponent just takes a bunch of damage, resummons the Yordle Captain, and then just kind of goes about their business, right? So Waking Sands is the more defensive measure here. Either this trades into the Flame Chomper, you get to chip away at something else. Maybe it tempts Aaron to only attack with these Poros instead. You're only taking a little bit of damage rather than the maximum swing.
I think it might be the case. You have to be careful about, full swinging and maybe being at the mercy of burst speed Sand Soldiers coming out next turn. And with only having elusive blockers, for example, with not having like a full set of 5 or 6 units on the board already to stop that.
It's so wild to see a deck like Lulu that has really risen to prominence, with the Yordles and Arms package as a way to go wide, be very tempo oriented to punish Ari Kennen, to like have to figure out how to play an older matchup like this against Aurelia Azir, the previous boogeyman, the boogeyman from way in the past.
Boogeyman and Boogie Woman. Let's not forget about Aurelia's place in this deck. The boogie people.
the boogie peeps. And that is, of course, the attack that Sonicaholic was hoping for. Just a small measured attack with the Waking Sands, keeping the Yordle Captain from also swinging in. You want to keep that alive anyway because there is a 4-2 to block. And now Defiant Dance comes through. There is no rally in this list. So now you can just finally go all in, leveling up the Azir.
Of course, no need to reenact the voice line because we all know it, Scarzig. We haven't forgotten just yet. We need quite a few more years of this deck being in a lull to forget.
I know. We have the technology.
And there's Lulu now finally coming down. We'll see what this next attack might look like from Sonic with, of course, the buffs from Azir having leveled up here.
Really unfortunate that Azir is now leveled, but there is no Aurelia or Emperor's Deus to really turn up the gas on, pivoting from this position to something that's going to convert to a lethal. With Lulu now entering play, with these Daring Poros as well, there's going to be so much elusive damage coming through, and then could just be over-the-top burn to finish the game. Sonicaholic sets up the student, but a lot more needs to be done in order to buff him up, or we're maybe going to see a lead and follow on this Blossoming Blade at 2 HP. This could get disrupted by a Mystic Shot.
The Sand Soldier coming down, the buffs coming through, the Sparring Student growing even more so. We'll see if we're going to have a lead and follow here as well. Still 6 mana up for Aaron.
You could maybe go for lead and follow on the Dune Keeper as well. Get another Sand Soldier. Keep attacking, trying to go wide.
The very greedy line would be the Blossoming Blade, of course.
Because if your opponent does have Mystic Shot to disrupt the lead and follow, right? At the very least, you're still keeping a 4-2 up. So you have something that threatens the Lulu and the Yordle Captain consistently.
Yeah, maybe on the Doom Keeper instead. It looks like it is hovered and it is committed here by Sonicaholic. So Doom Keeper being bounced back, getting the chance to have even more of an attack on this turn and even more buffs for Sparring Student as well. Gonna require a blocker no matter what, and that, that obviously will probably just be the Boom Baboon.
Yeah, this is super important. And also with the Azir being leveled up, the chump blocks that you were getting earlier are now a little bit worse for you with that extra point of attack.
That being said, if there is one thing that Fizzlulu can do quite well is flood the board very quickly with cheap units. So it's going to have chump blockers for days in terms of Flame Chompers, in terms of, it's almost a good thing to clear out the board here a little bit. Always keeping, trying to use your HP as a resource. In the case of now, we're seeing here with Lulu blocking here. Trying to use 2 of that HP that she has to block one unit and then block again next turn possibly. And just always trying to use up every single point of HP you have on your board to block, here and there. There's a Dunekeeper being replayed. Sparring Student now 9 and 8 for a 1-drop. Part of the reason why this deck was so good was able to squeeze out unintentionally high value from Sparring Student as a 1-drop. The attacks coming through here going to be, again, chump blocks pretty much all throughout. Hoping to save the Yordle Captain here. You are going to be able to have some disciplines here. Can maybe use it on the Sand Soldier if you want to get extra aggressive. But it still won't quite be enough to end the game.
Yeah, now that you're trading away a lot of your board, going into the next turn, we've only got a few real blockers, again, with the Azir, the Sparring Student, and then the Blossoming Blade here. No over-the-top burn for this deck either. So you've got to keep this board advantage going.
And you're going to hope for no Blade Dance if you're Aaron coming into this next top deck, because that is the scariest thing. Once you survive the attack, you're like, okay, I'm fine. Unless they have Blade Dance and they're able to kind of re-proc all these attacks on my own attack token turn. That was one of the biggest sins this deck committed that really made it that unfair to play against. You survive the big onslaught, and then still there's a second round on your attack token turn. But not going to be the case here for Sonic Colic. Has a bit of an awkward hand. Doesn't really have a way to stop a big elusive attack if it does come through.
Yeah, we could see Yordles in Arms. There is Deny for Sonic Colic. Another Loping Telescope being played here. Looking for Crescent Strike, I imagine, trying to peel 2 more blockers and get this lethal swing that he needs. Aaron very close to closing this one out. Sonic Colic, so much pressure, I think, being set up with only one Azir, no Deus, no Aurelia. You can really see the power potential of this deck, even to this day.
And we'll see what Aaron does here. 4 cards left in hand. We don't know what they are, but he still has 8 mana to work with. One of them could be Yordles in Arms. Going to be Pokestick instead. Do you deny this? I don't think so. You're going to have a lot of blockers with the Arise in hand if you need them, and I think you want to save Deny for... I mean, you do have a lot of mana to work with, but...
Yeah, I felt that like Twin Disciplines was going to be used to grant HP to stop this Overwhelm unit. So if you Twin Disciplines right now, the Sparring Student, then...
This just makes more sense. You just
yeah.
summon the Sand Soldier here, and just it's essentially 8 Deny. So never mind what I was saying earlier. That was
okay,
absolutely no point for Deny. Just a burst speed.
Then we have another Arise, and then that also leaves mana open for Deny for Yordles in Arms. Aaron's going to let it rip.
Deny coming through. Only 1 mana to work with now if you're Aaron, so no more surprises left, despite his hand being a mystery. And another blocker available off of the second Arise. If obviously the attack comes through, then you're going to use that mana up to have 1 more blocker, depending on what is attacking in the end.
I love attacking with the Charger here. Very massive attack. Allows you to threaten any of the units that are in play. And if you swing through against the Sand Soldier... oh yeah, just going to pull it to the side. Fantastic. Flame Chompers does survive thanks to the buff from Yordle Captain. And now we're the script has been flipped from last turn, where Sonic Colic has to be the one trading away a lot of important units just to survive.
I was going to say the flip has been scripted. not quite as smooth. If you
that also works.
Down that route.
We're
going to see how much damage Sonic wants to take here. If he wants to use up his 3 spell mana, I think you do. I think there's no top deck that you're going to find next turn that's going to be able to use up all your mana effectively going to turn 9. So I think you're fine using, getting another blocker here, deciding if you want to keep, obviously, a Azir alive, maybe the Sparring Student as well. Going down to 1 is a little bit risky. I think you might want to trade away the Blossoming Blade. Unless you expect a recall effect.
Any Get Excited or Mystic Shots yet in this game. So going that low is way too dangerous. As long as you have a Azir in play, you have so many strong top decks from this position, right? An Aurelia to get a Flawless Duet when she's played would just be massive. Goes down to 4. Very nice hedge. Double Mystic could be a thing, or Mystic plus Get Excited. Mystic plus Pokey. You have Deny at the very least. Dunekeeper is the top deck. I don't think this is going to be enough, unfortunately, Panda.
Unless there's absolutely no unit plays for Aaron whatsoever, then you're able to go wide enough to have a Twin Discipline win possibly do it, but I don't see that happening. I don't see it, if there isn't a unit to play, there definitely is going to be a burn spell like Mystic Shot to either end the game for Aaron or Aloof Travelers can come in. Stop a deny.
It's the deny. You get field musicians. That's only, it's not going to proc this turn though, right? Yeah, because you're only going to summon one Sand Soldier.
Weirdly enough, the aloof might have given Sonic Holic an out, but not going to be the case with this draw.
Aloof sniping the deny does mean your burn is guaranteed. Ropes out. Doesn't even develop the field musicians. That is going to be lethal in the open attack here.
And Aurelia finally coming into hand after being really a one-man show for Azir's entire game. Not really finding the last bit of pressure you needed to win the game here. I think this might be it for Sonic. Doesn't really have a way to block effectively. Can definitely at least get health to one of these units to stop the overwhelm damage from coming through. And can just let the 2 damage coming from the Poro, but it would be very unlikely.
We do have Twin Disciplines to buff up HP to stop some of this overwhelm damage. But now with so many cards in hand for Aaron, the chances of just having that burn to finish off the game super high, and Aloof Travelers did snipe that deny.
No way to get any buffs on the board, but yeah, I think the Mystic Shot is almost a guarantee at this point from the way that Aaron has been playing this out with a few cards we haven't seen in a while, and it's going to be get excited instead. So definitely some amount of burn was there in hand. Nothing to deny here for Sonic, so that's going to be game over here. Game 1 goes to Aaron on this Fizz Lulu. Azirelia looked, pretty cute. Had a very explosive mid game, but wasn't quite able to win it out. I do think it wasn't quite the best representation of the deck because we were missing the Days, we were missing the Aurelia, we were missing a lot of the key pieces. And I think it's a big reason why he ran out of fuel when he did.
Yeah, the field musicians in the deck is supposed to kind of hit at that perfect time to keep drawing you cards, keep refueling, and letting you kind of link your early game into your late game combo potential. And Aurelia Azir, at the height of its power, was beginning to develop a bit of a scout's reputation where, oh, no Azir, no win, no Aurelia, no win, no Deus, no win, where you need at least 2 of the 3 for the deck to really function at maximum capacity.
And we'll see what the second deck will be. I think it was the ban on scouts, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be Ari Cannon versus Azir Aurelia. The old and the new.
The old and the new indeed. So this is going to be very interesting because the ability to generate a lot of chump blockers on Aaron's side with Kinko Wayfinder is nice, but the lack of elusive blocker on Sonic Holic's side means that Aaron is also going to be able to force through a lot of damage.
And this is a reminder, it's going to be a Noxus version of this deck. Of course, it's going to be the version with Blade Twirler because it synergizes so well with the rally effects and with Might as well. There's going to be 2 copies of Might in the deck and 1 copy of Shunpo. So still Allegiance going to be at its usual 37 cards for Ionia, but just a much more explosive and more anti-aggro approach to Ari Cannon with a chance to give Overwhelm to a Blade Twirler or 2.
The scaling attack of the Blade Twirler is also fantastic because, again, Aurelia Azir is a deck that does not want to block. They want their backline units like Aurelia and Azir to kind of stay alive until the right moment, and they want to force their opponent to block by, attacking with a lot of Sand Soldiers and things of that nature. But we've got double Deus and the Sparring Student. This is looking like a much cleaner game, Panda.
Still missing the champions though, still missing Azir and Aurelia in this case, and we are still going to have the usual tempo heavy play from Aaron's Ari Cannon as well, with Wayfinder coming out next turn, so you are going to have blockers very quickly.
And do you play the second Deus here, or do you go for Ribbon Dancer?
I think Deus is an engine that the earlier you get on the board, the more value you can squeeze out from it in a game. So I think it's, if you have a chance to and it makes good amount of sense, I think you want to get it down as early as possible. It does limit board space though, something that has to now be considered by Sonic Holic. He has 2 of the 6 spots on his bench, on his board, used up by these landmarks.
And so we're forcing the trade here against the Shadow Assassin, sneaking through a little bit of damage and dealing some much needed chip damage to the Fade Blade Twirler. If there is an open attack, Sonic Holic most likely does just take the damage. We've got a lead and follow for a potential block. Sonic Holic could just tap out, right? Play the Field Musicians and put him on a massive trajectory here in terms of refilling your spell mana and drawing cards. Yeah, I think that it's so tempting to play the field musicians here.
Double blade twirler on the side of Aaron. So this can also, I think, both sides of the board are showing, signs of this can get out of hand on both sides very quickly if you're not careful. But it does look like, as you mentioned, with the perfect curve here, field musicians into the blossoming blade next turn to pretty much guarantee that you meet the criteria of having summoned 3 other allies to refill that spell mana and draw 1.
So the Mourned will attack and recall itself, buffing these blade twirlers even further. Sonicaholic did save this this Treasure Seeker specifically to block this incoming damage.
Oracle Eye is not looking hot. There's certain things you want to see when you're looking at the Oracle Eye. 5 HP is not one of them. Would have to trade away, both sides of the board. I think you do want to trade away the Treasure Seeker. You do want to have some amount of board space to some extent. And you have to block, I think, at least the big blade twirler. It's a little bit too much damage otherwise.
Absolutely. 2/1 jump blocks the 3/2. Play the field musicians. Next round, you've got Blossoming Blade. You refill your spell mana. Draw a card. That still doesn't give you enough mana for lead and follow plus follows duet. However, with Double Deus though, you could play Ribbon Dancer instead of Blossoming Blade and still trigger. So, could be a lot more damage coming through next round. Oh my goodness! Goes down to 5. Wants to keep this 2/1 alive. Because Blade Twirler gets bigger, like, I guess you get better blocks down the road, but there's might in this deck, Panda. The overwhelm on this Blade Twirler is not a joke. There's only 1 copy of Homecoming in Sonicaholics list.
And it's looking to me like going to be like I think they mentioned it's going to be the Ribbon Dancer possibly instead into lead and follow into Ribbon Dancer again potentially, but you have to expect there's going to be, some amount of interaction, either through an Opify, either through a Homecoming. There's going to be certain ways to stop. I guess Homecoming wouldn't really do much of anything actually. Mostly an Opify.
So here is Defiant Dance being cast. Going to reset the attack on this Blade Twirler and remove 1 blocker for this big swing here. Also scaling up the Sparring Student quite nicely.
And there we see the synergy off of the field musicians, the card draw there, and the Double Deus putting in the work here, buffing the Sparring Student as well.
And then there's the attack. Still some damage being taken, but Aaron has such a massive life lead that you can start taking a lot of this chip damage, because now you're in the part of the game where you're like, okay, well, if I get Might or Shunpo, then I'm just going to kill you, right?
And the goal for Sonic on this turn is to create enough pressure where Aaron has to trade away units he doesn't want to normally trade away. In terms of his own game plan. So we'll see that's going to be the case here. Still 14 HP for Aaron, so still quite healthy.
Goes for Waking Sands, gets a 5/2. This is also a little bit too much damage than I think Aaron is willing to take. There's the attack here, forces some trades down, maybe opens up for a Ribbon Dancer to deal some additional damage once this all these trades go down.
Yeah, I would wide swing here. I think this is your game plan. You have to try and, even if you know this 1/4 is not getting blocked necessarily, that's still 1 more chip damage that you have to try and get through.
And so that's a wide board of 6. The last couple of games I've seen with Sonicaholics deck here, I'm like really advocating for maybe the one of Syncopation, the ancient forbidden technology of Aurelia Azir, to maybe find its way into this list.
And this is a scary moment for this deck when you still have this Ribbon Dancer that can still put in a lot of damage off the blade swinging in, but also the Double Deus still churning and work. And again, forcing the blocks that Aaron does not want to make and potentially giving away his own win condition. And the chance for Blossoming Blade next turn as well, if there isn't an open attack.
So the knife fight is just continuing, Panda, right? Both sides just trying to pressure their opponent. It's this offensive defense. As long as I can force my opponent to trade their board away, then they can't threaten me.
And I think unless a Might is drawn, I think Sonic might have this.
We've even got the Twin Disciplines to put HP on whatever blocker is necessary.
And this game, I think, showing a much better...
Second copy of the Morn maybe makes you want a Ribbon Dancer, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would definitely consider it.
Because then you get more Sand Soldiers that are attacking wide. You still have the Blossoming Blade to be your open attack next round, like your next play if your opponent doesn't open attack. How much damage is coming through on the Blade Dance? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. So Aaron would just go down to 4. No, he would just tank it. And this is with no champions, right? This is just double Deus and some Blade Dances doing work. Sonic showing us both aspects of the list. What the deck does with just champions and no Deus, and now Deus, no champions. And both games have been very, very close still. And if you can get both of these factors working together, you can see why that over synergy had to be nerfed so much.
As long as you're able to survive here for Aaron, you can just win with the elusives. Only 5 damage needed. There's going to be no ways to bounce back anything or stop the attack, really. You still have the chance for Wayfinder as well.
And now with the development of the Droplet, allowing for the Ribbon Dancer, the Sparring Student's now a 5/5. Aaron has to develop Kennen now to stun the Sparring Student. And there's the uptrade. So there's your big attack threat gone. No Might in hand to push through the lethal. You need this turn.
You can't play Blossoming Blade now either. Yeah, I think this is going to be game over for Sonic. I'm not sure if he could have blocked and attacked in different ways and played out. I think he definitely had an avenue to win this game with the amount of pressure. But this definitely wasn't the outcome he was hoping for here. And just the elusive is going to be enough here. No elusive blockers whatsoever. No way to just get into combat with his attack whatsoever. And only the skip block option available here for Sonic Holic. And the defeat here, 2-0 against Aaron. Aaron advancing now to the winners final. And Sonic Holic being dropped down the losers bracket. I will make an amend to what I said earlier before the last break. Sonic Holic did actually make it to the finals last week. One of the downsides of having so many fight nights in a row, it all gets muddled together in my poor, small brain. So I apologize to Sonic Holic. But now he is knocked down the losers bracket, and he has to try and make it back up to that grand finals like last week if he can.
I mean, the players have been selectively using the lower bracket fight night buff to kind of help their chances. So this is just going to be pretty exciting. And I think that was, again, as you mentioned, Panda, a great showcase of what Aurelia Azir is still capable of. And the list is, still very intricate at the highest levels of play. There are a lot of specific lines that you can take, and who knows, just breaking out an old list like that just for nostalgia purposes, once you shake off the rust as you move through the lower bracket, could result in some more explosive victories. But the winners finals is going to be Ace versus Aaron, and we're going to get to that. We're going to be getting to that after this break, so stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to sort out the winners finals between Ace and Aaron, two players that have been, doing very well so far in this bracket with some very aggressive and, classic decks, to be real.
I'm sure our producer, Ice-T, is very happy to see Zedlution making it into the winners finals already. A deck that, again, he was playing a lot on ladder, finding very good success with it. It's a deck and a combination of champions we've seen many times, many different metas that have kind of always been a fringe deck. It's never taken over as like a high tier 2, like a really, proven deck. It's always been on the fringe, like someone playing it. Yeah, okay, you're playing it, great, finding success with it. But no one really believed it. But maybe it's the change now. Maybe finally Ace is the one, the messiah, to bring in Zedlution, bring in Senna's double attack, and prove a point that this deck has a very explosive opening, and it's sometimes gonna be very hard to deal with.
Yeah, a lot of decks in the metagame right now just play very mediocre early game because they're so confident in their late game win conditions, and these are the sorts of decks we're starting to see exploit that just attack you turn 1, 2, 3 before you can really get properly set up against them, and the advent of Sign and Thousand Tailed for that archetype to give it much needed card draw. But the lists I really want to talk about is Scouts. This is something we haven't had a chance to really see yet on the stream. It keeps getting banned because, again, when you think of a deck that punishes you for not developing onto the board early, Scouts is one of the best at doing so. The one that is on the screen right now is Ace's version. No, pardon me, this is Aaron's version that goes a little bit higher up the curve with 2 Genevieve Elm Hearts and triple Golden Aegis here. But it looks very standard. We've seen a lot of different builds of this deck trying to do different things. I love the one of Hired Gun in this deck.
Yeah, Scouts is a deck that always, comes back and leaves the meta, and always is an answer to how the meta develops. Scouts is always there as a backup plan. And Ari Cannon is one of the decks that it does shut down because of its speed, kind of like the aggro-oriented lineups with Spiders and Pirates. Very similar game plan here of Ari Cannon trying to, play it out slow in the first few rounds. And this very, punishes it. You have Challenger as well to deal with the very pesky Dancing Droplets, the Cannons, the Aries even. And Misfortune, of course, the 1 damage ping effects is, can sometimes be a nightmare to deal with for Ari Cannon. So most of his deck's resurgence into the meta, as always, is an answer to what's currently being developed, an answer to, the boogeyman or the boogie woman of the current meta with Ari Cannon.
And then contrasting this with Ace's variant, it has the one of double up at the top end. We do know that Scouts cannot really burn you out as the way these aggro decks like to do, right? It's the classic formula that Panda has talked about immensely on the broadcasts before, where the aggressive decks need to take control of the board to get their early damage, and then once they kind of lose control of the board, they have some late game burn to finish the job. So this lets you just get those last few points of damage that you're going to need to close out the game.
So many times against Scouts, you always, you go down to 1 HP. You don't make that last block that gives you a bit of a board advantage because, oh, they don't have burn. But all of a sudden, now they do have burn. And even if it's a one-of copy, we talked about it in open deckless tournaments, you still have that one-of copy in the back of your mind. You're always thinking, what if they have it now? What if, I can't do this play? And it changes the sequencing. It changes kind of the way the game plan flows in the late game especially quite a bit. You have to have, always be very careful in terms of the unit health your units have if it can be pinged off by double up.
And we can see that instead of Hired Gun, this version is running Pool Shark, gives you a little bit of card draw later in the game. Playing this in the mid game is fine, hitting a 4-drop or a 6-drop. There's also a Grizzled Ranger in there, so a little bit more board presence. It seems to be a little bit more resource generation with the Pool Shark, and a little bit less late game, right? With no Genevieve and the extra Cythria, you're looking to proc that Penitent Squire just a little bit more by having that extra elite and taking over the board with challengers. It seems to be the case.
And despite there being, a few cards different here or there, the general game plan is going to obviously be the same. It's just kind of the tech choices instead being looked at. But we're looking now at Ace's Lucian Zed deck. Right away, is there anything that you find surprising about this deck, Scarzig, in terms of how it is made up? The cards outside of the obvious, Senna, Lucian, Zed, and the the usual spells from Ionia and Demacia.
The Navori Highwayman is a very odd card that we haven't really seen very often. I really dig the idea. People have tried to employ this a lot over time as sort of a pseudo house spider, but the stat lines it offers you just isn't as good. But I think in a deck like this that wants to be very aggressive, with so many other decks in the game right now that, again, punish you for not wanting to block and sacrifice your own units, like we saw with Aurelia Azir versus Ari Kennen, for example. Navori Highwayman gives you 2 chumps that you can just throw down so you can preserve the units that you really need to stay alive, and also feed 2 bodies into Lucian's level up, maybe.
And feed 2 bodies into Sinan's effect as well, with the the +1 stats as well onto the board. So a few synergies. I do agree, though, on paper it does look a bit sus, the one copy of Navori Highwayman. I would personally, if someone told me, no, build this deck from scratch and make the best deck you can, I probably wouldn't put it in my deck. So it might just be
what would you put in the third Relentless Pursuit then?
I would have to, sit down and have a nice think, Scarzig. I haven't played this deck at all on ladder. I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think it would be Navori Highwayman. It might just be Ace's kind of signature mark, kind of like a little cherry on top.
Navori Highwayman. I mean, it's who knows if your opponent plays something that just makes them go wider than you. They play that Kinko Wayfinder, or they play, for example, like we saw the Island Navigator in Scouts, and you just need 2 blockers. Maybe it's just a clutch play. These decks, because the games are so volatile and so short, it's really hard to evaluate the individual impact and value of a particular card. And when we look at Demacia and Ionia, it is those are 2 regions that have some very interesting tech choices. Things like Purify, that could be a nice one of as well if you're looking to get through certain things.
It might just be a way to have more blockers against Azir Aurelia coming back into the meta. You need to have those blockers for the Sand Soldier, Scarzig. So
yeah,
I think Ace is a month ahead of the game. We're going to see the resurgence of Azir Aurelia in the next few weeks, clearly, as we see Sonic Holic bring into today's tournament. But I think we are about ready to get into the match, or into the bans, rather. We won't get the bans this time.
Aurelia Azir is like this close, I think, to coming really hard back into the game, with the meta shifting a certain way that favors it a bit more. If Ionia or Shurima gets one more card that like synergizes with that archetype at all, it would, I think, really bring it back into force. And who knows if they undo the nerf to one of the previous cards that got nerfed, like Flawless Duet, or what was the 6-drop that was really ridiculous.
Let's not give any and let's not jinx it, Scarzig. No one doing any nerfs to Azir Aurelia. Let's not go there. Let it rest.
Yeah, it's got enough play, I think, collectively to satisfy the entire game's remaining lifespan.
Azir Aurelia is in a retirement home. They're having a very peaceful, end of life. Let's not shake things up, Scarzig. Let's not add all these different variables into their life.
Where Azir is like, I used to be the best deck in the meta, and it's like, okay, Grandpa, let's get you home.
They lived their life. They had a lot of fun, and they are now just letting things wind down slowly, letting time do its thing. So let's not revert any nerfs right now, all right?
I mean, that's Azir's whole shtick, is that, he was an ancient force of, like, power, and then he's resurrected and come back into the modern era to revive his empire.
And we are now also in the modern era with the Riot Lock format being adopted for Fight Night and the bans coming through. As we're seeing it here, going to be scouts for both players. We saw Aaron in the semifinal last series that we casted. Fizz Lulu and the Noxus version of Ari Kennen rounds out his lineup. And of course, we have also Fizz Lulu and the Zed Lucian instead. So pretty much identical lineups, other than the Ari Kennen and Lucian Zed.
Oh man, the Genjutsu has worked once more, Panda. Ari Kennen being unbanned. With these aggressive lists, like, you don't actually feel like you need to ban that deck, right? You're looking to just target it and beat it down.
Exactly. Not just that you don't want to ban it, you definitely don't want to ban it. It's the whole point of your lineup is to target it instead. So banning it would be a little bit counterproductive, for sure. But to start things off, it will be Scouts up against Zed Lucian. This is a deck that you would see like a year and a half ago in Platinum when you first started your ranked season. You queued up your first game with Scouts and someone was playing Zed Lucian. You're like, yep, this is Platinum, all right.
But we've got the odd attack token on the side here of Zed, so that's going to be massive for putting the pressure down versus scouts. Bright Steel Protector needs to be saved in order to offset that play, however.
Fleet Feather Tracker coming down on turn 1. No turn 1 play for Aaron in this case. This is obviously going to be not a good sign. Usually you want to play pretty much on curve for the most part with scouts, just to make sure when you get these big, board buffing effects, you're able to get the most value possible from that.
A little bit of early damage from Fleet Feather. Turn 2, we've got Mirai Warden. Having the double Mirai Warden is actually fantastic. So you get some chump blockers versus the Zed. It's going to buy you a lot of time to draw into the rest of your powerful cards that you're going to need. Misfortune being set up, also going to allow these units to trade up. We'll see if the Warden can get a fantastic one-drop pull here.
Oh,
crack shot Corsair, not
we're playing
too
Plunder.
shabby.
We're on Plunder now. Get Misfortune out. Where's Gangplank?
Mirai Warden in that deck was so strong.
A great pickup, and it will be the play you don't want to see on turn 2 when you are playing an aggressive deck, because all of a sudden the attack is completely stunted. So already the game plan for Aaron has been stopped, and seeing Zed come down on turn 3, even more so. We've talked about so many times about decks that live or die by having a certain attack token, and I think Zed Lucian is definitely one of those decks. I guess you do have Lucian on 2, so it does kind of you hedge your attacking on odds or evens, but Zed is really the powerhouse attacking on 3. It always has been. Just a very, very scary play here to have to face if you're Aaron.
And second Mirai Warden comes down. If you go for Bright Steel Protector, with Fleet Feather Tracker being added to the equation, it's just going to pull that barrier unit to the side. Even though Aaron didn't sneak in that early attack and that early damage, we know that in this matchup, it's going to come down to whichever side just loses control of the board, because scouts are just going to keep forcing you to block over and over, so you can't redevelop, and Zed does the same thing with its quick attack and doubling and going even wider. Yeah, it doesn't want to take the risk versus a sharp sight.
And we obviously see the hand here. We see there's nothing here, but the bluff does end up working here for Aaron, making sure. And again, Ace knows he has that Twin Disciples in hand. He knows he has kind of the backup plan, and he has a defense for when there is going to possibly be a combat trick being played out. But I'm not sure. I think I might have taken the risk. It is a huge advantage if that attack goes through.
I think that if the hand was a little bit better, you could take that risk. But because everything is all spells like this, Zed really needs to do some heavy lifting here as we head into the mid game, because there's just no other units that can keep up the pressure once he's gone.
Nabori Highwayman can come down.
That would be a nice play. Yeah. Penitent Squire not activating its effect, just coming down as a 2/2. Aaron tapping out.
Very scary here. You have a way to protect the Zed, yes, but there's an extremely wide board here. Even if you attack with Zed, there's going to be chump blockers.
And the Highwayman helping out to hold down the fort. Twin Discipline to protect Zed.
I mean, you're like you said, because your hand is so spell heavy, I think you're forced to play Twin here. Yep. To protect Zed here, but it doesn't feel great. I think all of a sudden the explosive advantage you had early on all of a sudden has dwindled, and you don't really see yourself in control of this game any longer, I think, if you are Ace.
And so now here's another fantastic attack. And with no protection for the Zed, I think you could swing with the Misfortune here. Get that threat off the table completely.
Gonna opt not to. I'm not surprised. You already have 2 procs on 2 attacks going in for Misfortune, so just 2 away from leveling up, and that's usually a death sentence for the opponent. Ranger Resolve comes through. You have the chance to play Quinn on curve now as well. You're not necessarily scared of this Zed attack with only 5 mana up and with 18 HP. It's not going to be lethal, so I think you can just take the hit or just chump block here and there, and you're still fine.
The hesitation there from Ace on that attack, I think, signaled to Aaron that there wasn't going to be a combat trick, and now the Bright Steel Protector makes absolutely sure that the Zed cannot go into combat. There is Ghost. I was wondering if there was going to be a Ghost, but again, Sharp Side allows you to block elusive. Ace playing perhaps a bit too cautiously here, not recognizing the danger that he is in. Here comes the wide swing. Full wide board, tons of mana for both sides to work with into a potential Golden Aegis, leveling up the Misfortune. How can Ace respond to this play?
And you can play out both the Quinn and the Golden Aegis on this turn. I don't think there's much of anything you can do here. If you are Ace, gonna have to chump block everything. Gonna have, again, with this Misfortune level up, it's gonna really be a death sentence for Ace in this case.
Yeah, and there it is. Scouts loves to do it to you. Misfortune on 3 with a scout attack, with a rally, levels her up. And you got to remember, Riot did revert her previous change. She's got Overwhelm. You can just swing in on this. Let's go. Do you attack now? You're going to throw the Quinn on the stack? Ace can't even respond to this. If you Golden Aegis, because of Misfortune's ability, Bullet Time, it's just going to pop the barrier and kill whatever you're trying to protect regardless. With Quinn and a Challenger coming into play, this is going to be all she wrote, Panda.
Yeah, this has to be, I think, the lethal here. If it isn't, there's just no units to play anyway for Ace. He has nothing to rally with once his attack goes through. So a very strong start for Scouts. I think initially there could have been, if that attack came through with Zed early on, if he wouldn't have played around the chance of a sharp sight so much, he would have taken more risk. Maybe he could have kind of snowballed that into a big tempo lead. But because of that lack of attack from Zed on turn 3, I think it's already the sentence. You're already saying, hey, I can't really win the game from here if I play this way. I think you had to take that risk if you were Ace.
Yeah, I can't. There's so many decks that always lose to this, and that's exactly how it goes with Scouts, right? If you don't level up the Misfortune, they just take over the game. Any other mid-range decks just crumple to this. The early developments of the just the wide board with the double Mirage Warden to hold back the Zed, perfectly bluffing the buff spells, was just to put it on the way to victory.
And now, once again, Aaron, one win up in the series and has to rely on Ari Kennen of all decks to get win number 2. It is the Noxus version. It is, a bit of a spicier version with 2 copies of Might and 1 copy of Shumpo, relying much more on the Overwhelm from the Blade Twillers, for example. But still, Ari Kennen as your last deck, where even in the bad matchups, it does feel like it has game, like it is a strong deck. I think you have to feel pretty comfortable if you're Aaron right now.
And with Dancing Droplet on turn 1, Kennen allowing you to control the board. The 2 damage from Mark of the Storm detonations lets you kill Lucian or Senna very easily, forcing cards and resources out of your opponent to protect those units. And even if they survive, the stun is just as good. Quick attack units are only good every other round, Panda.
Dancing Droplet can come down on turn 1, hoping for an Ari draw on turn 2. Not going to want to trade into this Inspiring Mentor, though. So Inspiring Mentor going to be a good play here. Did get buff back of the 2 attack, I believe, recently. No? Am I a senile old man?
I wonder, was it always a 2/1?
Possibly.
The only change I remember is, of course, changing it to only giving attack and not +1/+1. That was so brutal when you would do an Inspiring Mentor into Zed.
No Ari, turn 2. Going to be... Could be a Kennen and Dancing Droplet on this turn. Of course, you have to be wary of Sharp Sight at all points in time.
And with Aaron trying to play things very cautiously against a deck that's very tempo-oriented, that's very snowbally, could, really spell disaster here.
There's a Mark number 1 coming down onto the tracker that has Challenger that is ready to take down the Zed next turn, possibly. The hand for Aaron is a little bit odd. You have the Deny, you have Amplify, but there'll be a lot of burst speed spells coming out from Ace. I guess it is going to be useful for any kind of rally effect later down the line, but are you going to survive to that point?
Exactly. Ace has a great open attack with what is in play, but could top deck a Lucian or a Zed here. Gets another Mentor.
Gonna have to go with Shadow Assassin and hope for the right card draw here. Again, awkward hands for both players. Not really able to get the game plan they want going here. It is going to help to have the second Mark, though, available right away from the God Willow's healing, and now able to take on the tracker.
Yeah, God Willow getting the ephemeral blocker. Really fantastic option. This lets the Fleet Feather tracker just kill the Droplet instead before it dies to the Mark. Get that value. And by killing Droplet, you cut off that You cut off that mark. Oh, pardon me. You cut off the card draw, I mean. But yeah, forces the mark there, I mean to say.
Going to turn 4. Do we find a Wayfinder top deck here for Aaron? That's going to be what he hopes for. He doesn't get it. Gets the Blade Twirler instead. Doesn't have too many recall effects just yet. Only that Homecoming. And doesn't have any kind of Might or Shumpo or any kind of the Noxus spells he has somewhere in his deck. Of course, only 3 copies to not mess with the Allegiance, though. So we might not see them very often.
Missing the Lucian, the Zed, the Senna.
Everything's missing.
Means that... So that Kennen,
this is like the sea level of characters in these decks are appearing here.
The third string crew of this list just getting soloed by Kennen. All right, the Mark of the Storm kills everything that this deck puts out in the early game. You need the Lucian and the combat tricks to really keep the pressure on your opponent. And Aaron has really just weathered the storm with what looked like a pretty awkward start. Is now just cruising into the mid game with a Fey Blade Twirler, and is going to start forcing Ace to just to block. In the late game, you know, playing a Lucian or a Zed is nowhere near as impactful as getting that on curve play. What's the next draw? Yet one more Shadow Assassin.
Much of the same, just Shadow Assassins. Just again, these not really the most impactful of the cards are in this deck, and the champions, and the same here for Aaron. Just a lot of reactive cards, a lot of combat tricks that are meant to buff, but you know, are you just buffing this Kennen nonstop to keep it alive as a chump blocker?
It's always so like devastating when you can't pressure the Ari Kennen deck, because with Sign N and everything, you know they have that late game out value potential and that combo potential of Ari that's always going to keep you under pressure and give them so much more late game potential, right? But Ace's deck also has Sign In, and I've always evaluated this deck as an early mid-game, very snowbally deck, but when you add that extra card draw and AoE buffing into the equation, maybe this list has a little bit more staying power than we're giving it credit for.
I think we're going to see Homecoming here just to try and you know, make some use of his mana. You had such a reactive hand. It's not obviously the best Homecoming in the world, but you are ghost blocking this 2-1 at the very least and mitigating 5 damage. That could put you down to 8 HP on this turn. So it doesn't feel the greatest, but I think you had nothing else to really do with your mana at this point.
Yeah, I think that this is totally fine. Just saving your HP means that if, you know, with Zed and Lucian potentially coming down at any point here in the next few turns, right? Getting this far into the game, not seeing a single champion, keeping yourself healthy is super important.
Now, will we see a Wayfinder top deck for Aaron? He's been hoping for it for a few turns now. He really needs to increase the tempo on the board and make this next attack an important one for himself here. Kennen leveling up before a Wayfinder comes out at all. That's not something you see very often.
Yeah, this Kennen has been cycled over and over and over again to just farm these Marks of the Storm to keep the board under control. And it's all combat tricks for both sides. What did Ace get? Zed. I see him there.
And, you know, you might be thinking this might plus these 2 Twin Disciplines might be pretty scary here, but there are going to be just two Twin Disciplines in response, so you can just kind of counter them completely if you're trying to go for a crazy OTK.
And we've got the mark put on the stack, enticing Ace to put that unit in front of the Blade Twirler. If you block the Kennens, then they just generate more Marks of the Storm and threaten your threaten your Zed if you develop it post-combat. So if you just don't do anything, that is 11. Yeah, so Aaron has to commit the might to put lethal on the stack here.
Now you can't mitigate the 2 Twin Disciplines coming out onto the because you don't have a blocker at all.
If you block the both Kennens, there's double mark. But if you just block one Kennen, then just get one more mark. Or was there already enough marks because the one was created from Godwillow and then that was assigned and then you attack to get 2 more marks. So I think that you can't block the Fey Blade Twirler anyway because the unit that's blocking it always gets stunned out of combat.
And it's not quite lethal, but it's going to be one off if the second twin is committed here, and there is nothing that can stop this. Only kind of contracts that help your own units in this case, and we're seeing it here. Range of Resolve being played, trying to keep both of these units alive.
And Ace just throwing everything down, saying like, yeah, I know, I'm dead.
All this one's going through, and 15 HP on the Nexus. You don't even have to use the next disciplines. Actually, I was mistaken there because of those marks there. So already a very fast kill. Aaron showcasing kind of why this deck is being run, why Tomb Simon played it in his seasonal open rounds, and why this variant isn't just a meme, isn't just, you're splashing in Maya, you're trying to be a hipster and playing Noxus instead. It does have its own different matchup tables, and it does favor playing against aggro decks and be able to race them effectively, which the usual version of Ari Cannon with Shadow Isles isn't really able to do.
Yeah, the list is so ridiculous where you swap out 3 cards and it completely changes, how the deck is going to play out. 3 or 4 cards different, and suddenly it becomes like this very aggressive combo machine rather than being this late game value. But speaking of which, we've got game 3 of Sonic Holic versus Thomas. And this is looking to be late game value of Nami Fizz versus Ari Kennen.
And we did see this exact matchup before, but
Nami
it was
TF, pardon me.
It was Pepsi-Cola piloting the Nami TF deck before, and it was also Thomas being the one on Ari Kennen. So same matchup we saw earlier on, just kind of flipped, and with Sonic Holic being the pilot instead.
And so Thomas taking that same line of just floating a lot of mana, not developing into the early game, not giving Sonic Holic a lot of value out of any removals that might be in the early hand. Another round end would also get rid of all of this mana to deny the attune for Nami. And if Thomas ends the round, gets into turn 4 with the attack token, we could see a Kinko Wayfinder top deck. I actually like ending the round here. If you have Flash of Brilliance, you never pass there, right? You just do it and then burst pass.
And this is similar to what we saw with Pepsi and Thomas before. Both players playing it very slow, playing it to obviously they're out of the burst level up on TF, possibly from Sonic's side, and just playing for the long game where both players are playing for long-term value.
And there's Flash of Brilliance, gets Hextech Transmogulator. It's going to be a very fun card for down the road.
Not a card we see very often. Definitely not in, the 40 card decks.
But Flash of Brilliance does make some really shenanigan cards happen. Like we saw Shock Blast in the previous game. During the open rounds for NA, Aikata was playing this list, and he got sunk cost off of Flash of Brilliance and shuffled it back into the deck a couple times with pick a card, and it ended up being his final card to win him the game, actually, when it came back into his hand.
That does definitely sound like a Flash of Brilliance from Aikata.
But you can see here, Sonic Holic doesn't really have anything else to do this round. Can play the Twisted Fate out, maybe gold card this Ari, maybe just goes for red card. Yeah, to kill the droplet, deny the card draw.
We still have a cannon, we still have a second droplet here. TF red card can be that much more juicy, of course, with like a Wayfinder, for example. But Thomas also knows this, and I think he's going to be, kind of this back and forth of making sure not to play too far into one of those punishments.
And so Mystic Shot comes down to Ari. Twin Discipline going to save her. There is a second Ari in hand, but you still want to keep this initial one alive because you have such a great attack this turn. And by cycling the Kennen, you get the mark to threaten the TF here in the next couple turns. Keep this from leveling up is going to be the goal for Thomas. And so now Sonic Holic knows that the Twisted Fate really isn't a viable line anymore, but the rest of the hand is spells. Now we pivot to Poro Cannons, perhaps.
It's definitely an awkward hand here for Sonic Holic. I mean, it doesn't have the Nami either to try and get some value out of her. And again, relying only on TF in this matchup, like you mentioned, because of the Mark of the Storm, I think is just a little bit too unreliable. It creates, a bit of a tough spot here for Sonic, to be honest.
There is the chance, right? If you pass here and see if Thomas does have Wayfinder, They still have enough for Kennen plus the Mark plus the Wayfinder. Just goes for the Poro Cannon on the stress testing, draws Burblefish, changes the line just a little bit perhaps. I was expecting perhaps a pick a card, put the Transmogulator back into the deck. Even though the Twisted Fate stays are numbered, you're still going to draw and get more resources for your next turn.
And we'll see if the Get Excited is going to be played here, some kind of spell synergy to try and get the Burblefish discounted and played out this turn, or maybe just discard it with Get Excited if that is the play. Try and take on the Ahri maybe.
It's always so risky to take plays like that, to be the first one to put a action on the stack versus Ahri Cannon because of things like Nopify.
Yeah, Nopify, Homecoming, I mean, so many different ways to stop it, of course, but I think with the hand you have, if you're Sonic Holic, you have to try and find some proactive plays to make at this point.
And Thomas also enjoying a really fantastic position because you can just Mark of the Storm, right? You have this 0 mana card that's doing something very powerful and important for you, but it's just a great way to pass priority to the opponent. Ahri Cannon can continuously do cheap, under-committal plays to force their opponent to always be the first one to respond.
But you want to do it once Sonic Holic has gone down under 4 mana. You don't want to give a chance for TF to be replayed this turn, I think. So I think that is going to be the pause Thomas is waiting for. It's why he commits to go hard first. And now waiting for Sonic Holic to maybe play this next Poro, go down to 3 unit mana, and then play out the Mark of the Storm. Just go through the motions, really.
Yeah, in that way, again, yeah, having no mana to play another Twisted Fate. And actually does commit to a more expensive Burblefish.
And that's going to be now the Mark of the Storm being committed here. TF going down. No chance for level up anytime soon. And the Burblefish, like you mentioned, paying 3 mana for it is again, not a good sign. It definitely means that something is a little bit wrong with Sonic's hand right now.
And Dancing Droplet to block. Thomas thinking, do I want to just trade this Droplet away? I have Sign-In coming up for my card draw. Maybe I don't need this quite yet. By getting rid of these elusive units before they potentially get blocked might save my life.
I'll take the hit there. I think I'm fine with it. I think, the Ahri recalling the Dancing Droplet and, again, looking more for that long term is going to be a little bit more effective. Find some great reactive plays here with an Opify being found in the Homecoming as well with the extra card draw. And again, this hand from Sonic is just, it's not really it. It's just a whole lot of nothing.
A whole lot of nothing indeed. This deck has basically just a lot of Daring Poros, their Burblefish, the Champions, and then Ballistic Bot in certain versions, things like that. But it's just all spells. And in other matchups, this would be fine. You're using Get Exciteds and Mystic Shots to maybe just control your opponent's board so that they can't be aggressive towards you. But when you're playing against Ionia, all of these cheap spells are just not worth taking the risk. You want to save them so that you can combo down with Nami. That's the way you win this matchup. You can't truly win it by just shooting everything your opponent's developing.
As a reminder, this is actually a rematch of the grand finals of last week's Fight Night, but we are currently in the loser's bracket, and whoever loses this game is out of the tournament, with the winner advancing and facing Dilton in the loser semis.
So there's Nopify on the Mystic Shot. Opens up Get Excited to kill the Droplet to stop the Ahri swap. Down to 7 HP is not a good look. That hand was so full of garbage, and then we're drawing into more garbage.
Where's your treasure trash when you need it to really bring the garbage archetype to its highest point? Because this is a whole lot of nothing once again being drawn here. The fleeting stress testing, no way to discard it. The go hard coming in, stopping elusives, healing even more.
What is this Burblefish going to generate once it comes down? Jury Rig, just another blocker. When the stress testing leaves the hand, it does count as being discarded, so you will get an extra draw for next round, but it's just we can't stop the Ahri.
Yeah, there's no more interaction past that, string of combat tricks and spells being played last turn.
This is a lot of elusive damage coming through, don't get me wrong, but without Nami to back this up, to really turn all of these elusive units into continuous threats.
You're gonna probably wait for an attack here, ghost block with the sign in, and just homecoming and play for the long-term value again. Bounce one of these elusives. I guess you don't really want to bounce the Burblefishes though, because then they get more spells. But they are 1-mana spells, so maybe not the most impactful regardless.
3, 6, 7 damage at 11 HP. No Nami. Maybe you're feeling confident you can just take this damage and then bounce the ballistic bot instead. I do actually really do like recalling the sign in here.
There's no counterplay, of course, with only 1 mana up for Sonic. It's not something that Thomas is really considering here. It's more just which play exactly he wants to make. He knows there's no punishes for it, but I think it will be sign into Burblefishes. Again, you do feel a little bit bad because you are giving that replay value to Burblefishes. It is a 0 mana card to replay. It's more about stopping the 3 damage this turn.
And it also is going to reset its stats to a 2/1. And one Get Excited's already been spent. A Mystic Shot's already been spent. You're feeling very confident that you aren't going to die to over the top burn. Can a top deck Nami right now save this?
We'll see it here now.
Get
gonna
excited.
Be another
ballistic bot.
Ballistic bot. And signing gonna come down here, buff everything, get some more card draw yet again. And still not enough really HP to stop Kennen, to stop an Ari.
And then sign in. Draws more resources. Yet another go hard, sniping all of these small elusive units. Sonicholic just can't find any pressure. Even though the TF was found early, the rest of the hand was just so awkward. And there wasn't enough to back him up. There was TF, pick a card. All the combo pieces were there, but Thomas, all he had to do was just play Kennen, Mark of the Storm, and then that was all you needed to keep that TF under control.
I just have to pivot into a burn game plan. Has to get excited. Has the ignitions coming in. There isn't obviously, healing outside of Go Hard, which is actually in hand. That is going to be the third one, I believe, being played this game. So that's another alternate angle for Thomas to try, and definitely just clear out the entire board if he does find pack your bags, knowing that there isn't any kind of spell denial in Sonicholic's deck.
There is the attack token on Thomas's side, so he can use Ari's Charm to clear one of these elusive threats. Bouncing the Kennen. Once again, getting another Mark of the Storm. He's not leveled up just yet. With no Kinko Wayfinder, this is slowing down the deck immensely in terms of leveling up champions. But Sign-In's value has just been putting Thomas in a dominant position for the last few rounds.
And still has the backup of Twin Disciplines to stop any kind of maybe burn type damage on Ari, to stop the quick attack strike onto the Burblefish. So you have the backup plan, and once it doesn't go through, once there isn't maybe that burn, because there is obviously going to be the 4 HP anyway on the Ari, then you have a chance to play out the Go Hard instead. This turn, allow for the cycle, allow to maybe draw it next turn, and kill off the next Burblefish as well.
And then Sign-In just going to swing in against the Ballistic Bot, wants to force this to trade away, cut that burn game plan off. Now that you've got the Go Hard in hand, I think that you're perfectly fine with that. There's also mana for Twin Disciplines to trick Sonicholic into taking what seems to be a good trade. Having just 2 mana open is so much pressure on defense.
Can get excited the Jury Rig as well. But I think it's going to be, the Death Ray instead on the Cannon. I do like this. I think it makes some sense here.
Really unfortunate that you're forced into this line. Death Ray off of Burblefish. This is going to shuffle another removal spell into the top cards of your deck. And when you're this far behind, removal isn't really going to save you. You need to get Nami or Admiral Shelley or something.
Twin here is going to force out. They get excited. Would still be a kill once that is forced out. And can get out the Jury Rig as well. He wants to go wide. It's going to be a possibility. We had the 4-unit attack next turn, with only Ari being left alive if the Get Excited is played out here.
Sonicholic setting up a position where you have to protect the Kennen or the Sign-In. And with Kennen being prioritized here, Gonna throw the Get Excited down. Make sure to kill
Ooh.
both of these.
And TF is fleeting, so bye-bye to TF here.
Really
Can't
surprised
play
that
it
you
out
didn't
this
use
turn.
the jury rig for the Get Excited.
Yeah.
Discarding the stress testing does draw you a card, but again, very massive punish here, getting a fleeting champion.
And it was the same back in the day with sometimes drawing Mind Meld, for example, earlier than you could play it and then just being in trouble because of that. So you always have to be very careful when you play out your fleeting cards. Pack your bags, I believe, is
And
currently
Death,
in
and
hand.
there it is. Yeah, Death Ray shuffled into the top cards of the deck and being drawn back immediately. Another brick for Sonicholic. However, with Thomas throwing away the Kennen and the Sign and Thousand Tailed, is he also out of resources? Double go hard into a Pack Your Bags is the final note to end this game. You've been warned is slow speed. Even though you're giving vulnerable to Ari, it's not going to be enough, unfortunately.
You have the homecoming anyway to just get a Phantom block, or you can just recall it with Navori.
Cleansing that vulnerable. Taking the time with the Pack Your Bags. Want Sonicholic to play one more unit. Seeing if there's a Nami.
Really not in any danger of having to play it right now, regardless. I think he can just wait it out if he wants to.
Yeah, to be honest.
Just play it out next turn once he knows that everything has been played, because Sonicholic at 7 HP can't really, bluff and wait with plays and play around Pack Your Bags. He has to try and go on the board and try and create some kind of an advantage here. But there we see it. The homecoming comes in, the Ballistic Bolt's bounced, so that attack reset down to a much more manageable level. And having to work for that all over again, and still only having this 1/1 elusive as an actual threat when Thomas still has 13 HP, I think means that Thomas will be the victor in this matchup, where Sonic just wasn't able to get anything going throughout the entirety of this game.
Two decks that we praised for their ability to generate resources and draw tons of cards, finding themselves in this game very low on resources compared to what we've seen before.
Now 9 HP for Thomas here. Can play out the Ari. No more cards in hand for Sonicholic, so you're pretty sure that you can just, wipe out the entirety of this board with Pack Your Bags.
And Death Ray Mark III coming off of the top. Just the worst outcome here to just get this card back to back to back. There's enough mana for Ari and Pack Your Bags and continue development after the board is wiped to find the lethal here. So Thomas will take it. Again, really unfortunate that Sonicholic brought the Nami Twisted Fate, was looking for this matchup. This is another one of those decks that shows a lot of early promise for being a pretty decent contender into Ari Kennen. So that way it opens up some flexibility to ban a different deck. But just didn't really come together this game.
You have a chance to... you could have just played the Mark here and still had mana for both Pack Your Bags and Deny. Just in case. Obviously, we know there's a spell in hand for Sonicholic. Either way, as long as one of these units survives on the board past the Pack Your Bags, it's lethal already. So it doesn't really matter too much regardless.
We've got Pack Your Bags to wipe the board. Double Mark of the Storm to stun whatever Sonicholic's final card might be. And this is absolutely GG. So that's going to be Thomas taking game number 3 and staying alive in the lower bracket.
Gonna move up to face Dalton in the loser semifinal. That will be the match we'll be casting up next in the next round, and this will be the end of Sonicholic's tournament run. Despite being a finalist last week, despite having a pretty fresh lineup with Azir Aurelia coming to the mix with TF Nami, not quite able to do it, and a very stacked losers bracket. Facing off against the 2-time champion from the last 2 weeks in losers quarterfinals, that can't feel great for Sonicholic either. A fellow Czech, maybe not teammate, but fellow countryman as well, has to feel a little bit bad for Sonicholic as well. But as we're seeing here with the bracket, Pepsi Cola also eliminated in that last round up against Dilton, and it will be Thomas versus Dilton next, with Ace waiting in the losers final, and Aaron, of course, in the grand finals after his great showing today. So that will be it for this round. We did drop into this kind of the bonus round of seeing the tail end of that last match between Sonicholic and Thomas, but we're gonna go to a not so short break, 5 minutes this time around. We are on the halfway point of the tournament, and we'll be back with Dilton versus Thomas. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to move into the lower bracket to get that sorted out. We caught a bonus game from what was going on down there before we went to break, and now we've got Dalton versus Thomas, our two-time champion, still trying to stay alive.
And Thomas is, of course, still on his usual lineup, but Dalton is bringing in something new from what we've seen today at the very least. Of course, I think everyone knows Dalton, one of the strongest German players in the competitive scene here in Runeterra. Also had a lot of success in the Uniliga champions in Germany as well, and is bringing in some of the old control classics, Lee Sin and Darkness coming into the mix, facing up against the very fast lineup from Thomas. We've only seen him today on Ari Kennen because we always caught the game 3 of his series. We haven't watched him since the beginning, but he is still on Spiders, he is still on Pirates, which in theory, Lee Sin with, you know, the Dragonling wall and, you know, Darkness, they have the tools and they have the healing, etc., but might still find some trouble against the incredibly fast list that he's running.
This deck has been really flexing lately. It's been being pulled in different directions where you have to include certain cards to help out versus aggro, and then only certain types of aggro. And then for your top end, you're like, I need mini morphs to deal with all of these threats. And this version is more balanced. It's got like the double Mist Call, and it's looking to just really double down on its own win conditions of, okay, I have Mist Call to resummon by Veigar if you try to remove that. This is, I feel like, an anti-control, anti-mid-range build, and might suffer very heavily versus the really aggressive archetypes with the lack of Hapless Aristocrat, or at the very least Otterpuss, which some decks run to shore up their early game, instead just going for hidden pathways and ruination to bail them out.
Yeah, just a little bit greedier than lists we've been seeing before. I think I did definitely like the versions with more one-drops. I think it just gave you a bit of an easier time surviving to when Darkness took over, and I think it was a necessary, you know, maybe not the flashiest inclusions, maybe not, you know, necessarily something that made you think, oh, this card is fantastic, but I think it was necessary in terms of how the game plan flowed. We will see if this kind of a little bit of a greedier version is going to end up becoming a problem possibly for Dalton.
Mist Call is one of the consistently underrated cards, I think, for the archetype. There's a lot of matches where if you're in something very aggressive, facing something very aggressive, and you're developing a wider board, the Mist Call is very devalued. But if you're in a slower matchup where your opponent has a lot of spot removal, it just is so huge. Being able to get extra discounts from Stilted Robemaker, bring your Veigar back to life. Even we've seen in some games, Panda, where they get that extra Ishtali Sentinel to get more lifesteal, get more darkness. It does work out. And maybe triple Withering Whale will make up for the lack of one-drops here.
We'll see the bans coming up very soon here to see what these players end up banning. In the case of Thomas, of course, having to face up against both Lee Sin, Ari Kennen, and this Darkness deck. With his aggressive lineup, he has to consider, obviously, Ari Kennen's not going to be a ban because we talked about it before. He's targeting this deck for the most part, and you know, banning would be very much counterintuitive. But you have to consider which is better to ban out of Darkness and Lee Sin. I believe the last tournament we saw Thomas playing with this exact lineup when he faced off against, I believe Pepsi had a lineup very identical to this one when he was playing both Darkness and Lee Sin. It was Lee Sin the ban in the case of Thomas, I believe. And Darkness was played out by Pepsi-Cola, and there just wasn't enough of an early game, even despite all the healing and everything. There was just too much to do with that. I believe it was Spiders or Pirates that was able to get the win there. So we'll see that ends up being the case here.
Just bans the Ari Kennen. I was gonna say, like, in this matchup, like, if you ban Spiders, you're really helping your Ari Kennen in Darkness matchups, because the Fearsome just does so much work in those matchups. And we've seen historically that Pirates and Spiders can give Lee Sin a run for the money, but just not going to fall for the bait. Going to ban the Ari Kennen, take that off the table, and just hope that your removal tools and healing are going to be enough to survive versus aggro. This one is a little bit more of a coin flip for sure. We've seen it go both ways.
Lee Sin being queued up by Dalton to start things off. Thomas on my favorite deck, Spiders, to start things off here, and we'll see if the Dragonlings can be set up. We have Gifts from Beyond right away. Everything else gets mulliganed. Gonna be obviously the Fearsome slant, Fearsome angle here to start things off is always gonna be the most effective at dealing damage in the early game, where either Dragon and Dragonlings can't block unless they're buffed up.
So we do have gifts from beyond in the hand. So we're going to get those Dragonlings on the board ready to go. Thomas has the attack token turn 1 with the Legion Rearguard. Off to a great start with 3 damage. Already more Fearsomes and Burn in the hand. Dalton just has to pass here, set up for gifts from beyond. This opens up Thomas to have massive tempo here. Go for House Spider, perhaps. And just get a wide swing.
Gonna be able to play the House Spider into Skitter, or if he's able to draw maybe one more 1-draw, play the dreaded triple 1-drop turn 3 with a full board already and a 6 wide attack on turn 3. We'll see what ends up happening here. The draw for Thomas will be a 1-drop in the end, so the Exodia turn 3 will be occurring here with no Dragonlings whatsoever on the board.
Yeah, Dalton does have access to gifts from beyond Crescendum to get that second Dragonling into play, but that's not going to give you the Dragonlings this turn, right? You do attune for 1 more mana, so you can maybe Pale Cascade or Twin Discipline to block one of the Fearsome units, but this is still a fantastic wide board. And then once you've dealt so much damage here on round 3, as Dalton begins to try to lifesteal, there's always the threat of Noxian Fervor, try to sidestep that lifesteal and just go even more towards the Nexus.
Saboteur now coming down, followed up by the Onlooker. Fearsome on 2 of these units only. Cannot really be blocked by anything here. You have a twin if you want to create a Fearsome blocker, but I think you're just better off just, normally blocking here onto the Spiderling and onto
5 HP.
You have the Dragonlings coming up.
We've seen Lee Sin come back from worse.
But you might be in a bit of a pickle here, especially considering there could be a Skitter on the next attack. The Fearsomes are obviously both surviving, or at least the Precious Pet is. And it will be still fearsome.
All right, Dragonlings, do your stuff. There's triple dragon. There's the third Dragonling potentially being tutored out of the deck from Gifts Beyond. We've got Twin to heal for more. Dalton's hovering it. Thomas lets this go through.
Not quite enough spiders to level up Elise here. Not quite enough, doesn't pan out to play out two of the cards here with a 3-cost Doom Beast and Skitter, only at 4 mana for Thomas here. So can't really make use of a full attack next. I guess he can if he plays Elise here and then open attacks, but going to be open attacking into the Dragonlings yet again. So you're going to probably want to play Skitter instead of opening next turn.
There is a really interesting line as well, where as the aggro player versus double Eye of the Dragon, you just pass. You don't do anything, and you force Dalton to pre-commit mana in order to proc the Eye of the Dragon, but just has Gifts from Beyond. Gets to do that anyway. It's something you want to do. Thomas, with the sad Poro, sees the wall being constructed in front of him. This horrible land development, this gentrification of the board across from him, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Not just that, despite the Skitter possibly coming down, there's going to be multiple ways to buff up the Dragonlings to make sure they can block Fearsome and there can't just be, locked out of combat entirely. Brothers Bond is an interesting play here. Have to be very careful with the blocks here if you are Dalton once the Skitter comes through. But you have the Twin Discipline, you have the Zenith Blade, you have the Pale Cascade as well. I guess only Twin really matters here.
Just getting a little bit more healing off this Dragonling because you have Pale Cascade and Twin. With Zenith Blade plus Pale, that's going to be healing you, and then Twin to heal off the other. Thomas does have his signature, the Brothers Bond, that he runs 2 copies of in this deck over triple Noxian Fervor. He's been really enjoying it as he's able to go wide around a lot of these decks, but it might not be enough. There's too much healing being presented here.
And usually with spiders, you don't really care what order you attack in. Let's be honest, you just go face. But in this case, it is actually pretty relevant. You want to try and see if there's some way you can bait the sequencing so that the best block for Dalton allows Brothers Bond to find some kind of lethal either before a heal or in the correct space after a heal goes through and before the non-fearsome units are blocked by the 1/1. So we'll see. We'll see exactly how Thomas is able to solve this puzzle, if there is a solution even.
Because here's the thing, Thomas, maybe just says, okay, I'm not going to attack this turn, but you lose out on the buff with a Frenzied Skitterer, and Dalton can just Guiding Touch face and then pass back, so that the Dragonlings are guaranteed for the next round as well. So we are going all in with everything, miss out on the Spider token.
Yeah, you're going to have 2 fearsome blockers anyway. Yeah, it's really difficult here. Ooh. Oh, if he locks this in. I guess he still has Guiding Touch. but that's a little risky if he logs this in.
Yeah, you got to block as much as you can.
Brother's Bond is lethal, but you obviously you survive on 1 past the initial damage. If you Guiding Touch, you have the mana for it, and then you heal back up obviously quite a bit. So close, but not quite enough to get the lethal here, despite the Brother's Bond.
There's the Brothers Bond coming through. Dalton has to Guiding Touch the face here. Has Deny. Very fantastic card for getting rid of a Decimate. There's 2 now in hand. Thomas's best top decks are going to be something like a Stalking Shadows. All this damage now offset back up to 6. 3 more Dragonlings being created at the start of the next round. Going to heal up essentially to full here. With only 2 cards left in Thomas's hand. Nothing can be done.
I think
so
that's it.
Close. Yeah, dipping down
The window of time has closed.
If there was not triple Eye of the Dragon, that would have been, I think, a lethal, right? Being down 2 blockers, going even wider on that swing. But that's what you have to do with Lee Sin. Is we've seen, as I said, this matchup go both ways. With the triple Dragonlings just walling out aggression. Sometimes you get double Skitterer, and they don't have the buffs to get that fearsome blockers in play.
We've talked about this matchup and this kind of not just this game matchup, but the series matchup many times before. Lee Sin winning here is, it's fine. It is kind of in the plans of Thomas. The thing now is he has 2 games against Ari Kennen with, in theory, favored decks with both Spiders and Pirates available. And that's really the game he was going for, and it's the way he built this lineup. So this is, in theory, according to plan. The loss here is nothing too surprising considering, as we're seeing here, the wall being set up. There was a chance for a win, of course, but it's not really too bad of a thing to have a loss here.
I think that Thomas's lineup very consistently just goes for the reverse sweeps. Very rarely is it just like a straight 2-0. So
at least against a control lineup like this, with things like that have a lot of healing, like Lee Sin and Darkness.
And the funny thing here is that Thomas could actually be just considering the line, like overwriting the rear guard for Elise, for example, getting that level up, maybe preparing for a bigger swing 2 or 3 turns from now. Is that even possible? Can you kill Dalton from basically full HP this late into the game with no cards in hand? Or he might just be considering the next matchup, already kind of getting in that mindset of what his mulligan's going to be, but just taking the extra time here.
Lee Sin coming down, leveled up, and ready to kick someone in the face to try and get lethal next turn. That is Lee Sin's game plan, and it hasn't changed in a long, long time.
And we even got mana for the Zenith Blade. I guess you are a little bit worried about like if that last card is Decimate or something, but you still have plenty of lifesteal in play rather. And you can see how important the Dragonlings are, where the Eye of the Dragon gets overwritten rather than the Dragonling. Ooh, Sonic Wave, man. That was one of the best changes for Lee Sin for sure, is changing his champion spell from Dragon's Rage to Sonic Wave.
Well, it depends who you ask. That was one of the worst changes.
I know.
But being
good
serious,
for Lee Sin and bad for everyone else.
For the card itself, definitely made it much more playable. For those who have to face Lee Sin, I think they're not as happy. The same way that Thomas is not so happy. Shen emote comes in. The surrender comes in. 8 + 8 is 16, and that is direct lethal on his Nexus. Dalton wins game 1, but that again is maybe part of the plan here, with now Thomas able to play both of his aggro decks up against Ari Kennen for the rest of this series.
And that was actually a really impressive turn 8 Lee Sin kill. Just play Lee Sin, Zenith Blade, bada boom, bada bing. Don't have to worry till the super late game. Triple Eye of the Dragon is really all you needed. We've seen Lee Sin struggle where he's in the bottom 10 cards of the deck and there's no Zoe either, and you're just sitting there healing with Dragonlings, but you can't kill your opponent either.
Ooh, there's a Tasty Faithful in this version of Ari Kennen. All of a sudden, it's going to become a little bit more difficult.
Panda.
You told me. I did not listen. I forgot. My brain was trying to cheer for the Spiders too much, but now the sad truth comes into play. It is a big problem having this Faithful in the deck. All of a sudden, this is not going to plan at all. We are off the rails here. Thomas is not going to be our 3-time winner of Fight Night.
But you got to remember that this is the new pirates. This is the modern crew. We've got Double Twisted Fate taking over for 2 copies of Gangplank.
The Tasty Faithful is too much for any pirates to come. I mean, this is all about
because they're all starving. They've got scurvy. They can't turn down that free meal and
no
that
wonder
vitamin C.
Gangplank is throwing out all the oranges off the boat. No, that's his whole thing. He bites the orange and throws it off.
But Thomas is off to a good start. We'll have to see, because you play Fey Folk here. Maybe there's some shenanigans around like just Noxian Fervor to get around the Fey Folk.
I mean, this is if you're asking for an explosive start, this is it. If there's a start that can blow out this Fey Folk, this is it. No Twin Disciplines, but you are scared if you're Thomas. I think you have to take the risk here and block. I think, yeah. I mean, not even a risk. I think it is what it is. And you see there's a Twin Discipline or something to do later. There isn't. Recalling obviously would not be very smart on Dilton's side. Has to just take the block there. And the Fey Folk has been conquered. Never mind. We're back in this 16 HP. This can be done, Thomas. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit too biased.
Beautiful open attack.
And you have that map on curve. Essentially, you have Gangplank coming in as well, possibly next turn. Wayfinder comes in. TF comes in response with a red card. So all of a sudden, things are looking good once again for Thomas.
Let's go.
I'm sorry for being all over the place, Scarzig.
No, it's totally fine. This is one of those games where you're like, oh no, it's doomed. And then it's not doomed. And that's what Pirate Aggro does to you, right? It's the sort of deck that you feel you're in a really strong position. You're at a good advantage until suddenly you're not. Scout's very similar style of deck, right? You're like, whew, my opponent's board is empty. They've only got 2 cards in hand. Those last 2 cards are Genevieve and Golden Aegis or something. And you're like, oh no.
I think this is game over. I'm not can't see into the future, but 6 HP for Dilton right now. Gangplank gonna come down, and a big swing coming in next turn. If Ari attacks here, won't change much of anything because it's still 20 HP on the Nexus for Thomas, so he can take any amount of damage he wants to. Ooh.
Yeah, it doesn't even attack. Because you don't want to cycle the droplet. You need the extra blocker. Now we've got the Iron Ballistas coming through, another fantastic card that Pirate Aggro can make use of, punishing Ari Kennen for trying to put units in front and then recall them. You still get to punch through with your Overwhelm.
I love the development here. If Dilton develops too far, if he commits under Deny Mana, for example, he's going to be in big trouble as well. He might have to stop or to mitigate some damage from, for example, the Overwhelm, for example, or some kind of Homecoming, and then you have the open slot for the Decimate to go through.
And it was just, there was a lack of early game. The Fey Folk healed for a little bit, but it just doesn't do enough to keep the board from being super wide. We need like early Kennen and tons of Marks of the Storm in order to keep this, to keep decks like this under control. So with Wayfinder getting answered by TF and no other Kennens to also chip away, it's allowed Thomas to develop this wide swing and just keep attacking with loads of pressure.
No fervor there is definitely good news for Dilton. Committing the second Ballista and not keeping that Decimate open for, a fork where now you would have to commit either the Palm or save the Deny for after the attack happens. Instead, Thomas is going all out on this turn. Decimate is going to just be answered at this point in the game. If it wasn't played out this turn, I think there's always going to be 4 mana up for Dilton to stop it. So as if it wasn't in hand, really, at this case. But still, a big attack coming through here.
Yep, we've got 2 damage coming onto the Nexus for free. The entire board needs to be traded away. Ari going down here. We do have Twin Disciplines to maybe protect. Oh, but it looks like it is lethal coming through altogether. Yeah, you have to use Twin to buff the HP to stop the Overwhelm.
2 HP on the Nexus in the end with all the different ping effects from Kasha Corsair and the Misfortune. Ari does survive at the very least with this block. But I think you're still a little bit far away despite having the Deny up for the Decimate. You might have to take more risks if you're Dilton considering the current state of the game. You might have to dip under 4 mana and say if he has Decimate, he has it. He knows he doesn't have Fervor this last turn, so he knows that information is there that if he has a Fervor, it's top deck right now, which isn't the case. Instead, it's going to be just double Mariah Warden, which is usually, it's actually not very good right now because the board's a little bit too flooded regardless.
Yeah, Double Mirai Warden does let you go wide. There's no Kinko Wayfinder to keep up with this pace. And, you know, Mirai Warden could just hit another Crackshot Corsair, and then you have lethal when you attack.
I think Dalton is not even... Yeah, I think there's nothing he can do here. I mean, let's be honest. No matter which way you go, even if you dip under deny mana to try and get more of a board going, if you play Sign-In, for example, it's lethal regardless on the swing next turn.
But Pirate Aggro just proving, you know, it's just staying power in the metagame. It's just such a classic tempo deck at this point that when you need something that can get on the board, go low to the ground, have that over-the-top burn, right? Because Scouts also hits the board really hard the way this deck does, but the amount of burn you also have to finish off the game once you lose control just gives it that extra angle of threat potential. And we're drawing Go Hard. Still not enough, unfortunately.
Well, Dalton's happy to see it. He had a bit of a resurgence in his mood once the Go Hard came through. You get the Drain effect, you kill off Misfortune, but Gangplank is still here, Mirai Warden is still here, still over deny mana. If you play out Mirai Warden, you can go 5 wide and still maybe see... Oh,
and the Inventive Chemist summoning a Scrappy Bomb. It's free damage, it's free real estate, Panda.
Well, I think we're not going to make it 3 more turns into this game, Scarzig. I think it's actually the opposite of free real estate. It's very expensive real estate. It's taking up a slot on your board.
And so we've got Mark of the Storm. We've got a recall on the cannon, but if you do that, then you just die to Decimate. Dalton has to play at -4 mana, like we talked about. It's just a lose-lose situation. If you're playing at -4 when your opponent's so far ahead of you, then you're just going to lose slowly. And if you take the risk versus the Decimate to try to cycle the Kennen here, answering the Twisted Fate, Kennen would level up, I do believe, if you play one more copy, and maybe he helps you hold the fort, but Dalton has to crunch the numbers. Even if that Twisted Fate is gone, if there's one more unit that you can just play, you're still attacking 5v3.
I already crunched the numbers, Scarzig. It's not looking good. There's nothing that can be done here. You can crunch the numbers, you can slice them, you can dice them. No matter how you try and modify these numbers, they are not ever going to be in your favor at this point. You just don't have the tools, I believe, with a fully wide board here. And yeah, you have to take the risk. As I mentioned, I think Dalton is fully aware that a Decimate is probably in hand, you know, with the way that Thomas has been playing and how he's been saving up mana many different turns, but had to commit to it, had to go for it, and that will be game 2 going to Thomas, as of course expected, despite the faithful. We all knew Thomas was favored here, Scarzig, from the very beginning.
Yeah, we never had a doubt. We never had a doubt.
I was just playing it up, you know, to get the viewers involved, to make them think that maybe Dalton had a chance. But we all knew deep down inside that one puny faithful was going to stop an army of pirates with scurvy. No chance. Absolutely no chance.
Spiders all just ate it and then just kept
Spiders might be a different case because it is also Fearsome Blocker, which is something that this deck definitely needs against Elise, against Precious Pet, and against the Frenzied Skitter curve.
I mean, press 1 in chat if you thought that Fae Folk was going to save Dalton. But heading into game 3, again, Thomas working on his signature. Ari Cannon punishing reverse sweep, has the Fearsome Curve.
Oh no.
And there's the oh no.
Oh no, it's over. It's
not
doomed.
The tasty Fae Folk. It's a Fearsome Blocker and it heals
doomed.
you.
Now for
absolutely
real,
OP.
Now it's doomed. I'm serious.
Like this deck's weakness used to be aggro, Panda, but now they're running anti-aggro lifesteal tools. This is not good.
Oh, it has 4 attack. Even if you skitter it, it still blocks, Scarzig. This card is crazy.
And you get to chump block the spider that gets created by Elise and get an extra rep of healing.
There's no coming back from this.
Oh wait, no, he's just gonna kill the Elise. But what if you greed though? Just take 9 damage and then heal for 4, and then you're only taking 5 damage, and then you attack for 4, and then you're only taking 1 damage overall.
The Elise is taken down. There's another one in hand, though, to come back and create another possibility for, if a House Spider is drawn here or a Precious Pet, for an Elise level up. Not going to be the case. Going to be Brothers Bond instead. That's what you get, Thomas, for running 2 copies of this in your deck. You draw it when you don't necessarily need it, when you want a unit instead. And again, the case of the turn 4 without having that extra unit drop instead.
No,
just having
I
3
would
drops.
agree. I would agree with that Fae Folk. Absolutely would have. Because you keep it alive for an extra round, you have more opportunities to draw into Twin Disciplines to buff its HP and just keep it up and healing for more and more and more. Oh, baby, yeah. But, you know, Fae Folk is no longer here. The HP is looking pretty even. Thomas has the Brothers Bond, which is great because you're trying to go wider than R.A. Kennen and just buff whatever goes unblocked. Double Doom Beast in the hand means there's already some extra burn. And Dalton still missing out on Kennen and Kinko Wayfinder. So, not having the ability to deal with these spiders at all.
Biggest thing is there's no Twin Disciplines whatsoever. Can't create fearsome blockers. Also, if this RA decides, and we'll have to, you know, get a chump block, a value block on a Spiderling, for example, all of a sudden Brothers Bond is going to cause a situation where RA is going to probably be dying here, unless there's a twin. And even if there is a twin, you want to have a fearsome blocker instead. So it is not looking good here for Dalton. He's shaking his head, and it's because the Fae Folk has died already. You know, he knows that his one savior is already in the grave.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Fae Folk is a one-of in this deck and you've drawn it 2 games in a row on curve versus aggro has been like a great showcase of the utility and the potential for the card in this deck.
Ooh, finds a precious pet. Can play out both of them and still have mana for Brothers Bond. Can this attack be stopped, Scarzig?
I'm not seeing it. The Brothers Bond technology is, again, Thomas talked about it in his winner's interview from the last time, that it's just a card that has really grown on him in recent times. There's going to be 6 wide. All fearsome.
All spiders. The flavor. This is the giant flavor that we're talking about when we went to the break before. This is Thomas getting behind the tribal archetype and just really getting behind it. You know, really believing in spiders as an animal.
Yep. And so all we've got is Homecoming. And here's the thing, if you don't take this block and you wait for the Brothers Bond to be committed so that you can bounce whatever gets buffed, Thomas probably would just let this go through anyway and just set you down to 3.
So which 2 units would you Brothers Bond here? Scarzig is my question. I think it has to be the Precious Pets, right? Because you can't make a brother out of like a Elise and a Precious Pet. They're clearly not. They're not related, you know, to that level. But they're Precious Pets. There's 3 of them, so they're like twins. So it does the flavor is really there if Thomas goes for that, I think.
Yeah, we can't put this Frenzied Skitterer back in the hand. Recycling that effect is too strong. Just sends the Precious Pet back.
Little does he know, it's not quite going to be lethal, but Doom Beast will make it lethal next turn after the Brothers Bond is committed here. You can, of course, go for the kill on the Ahri, but you're not really thinking that Ahri is anywhere close to being a threat in the next turn.
Yeah, and so Thomas is actually just thinking, okay, if I float this mana, do I want to just make it so that it's easier to cast a spell down the road? This is kind of a free swing where Brothers Bond is used to punish for like unblocked units when you're only sneaking through some narrow points of damage, but it's so free here, right? There's no reason not to do it. It's 2 mana Decimate. Go hard at the bottom of the deck. No Wayfinders, no Kennons.
1 HP on the Nexus, and Doom Beast ready to strike, or to drain rather, all the remaining life points from Dalton.
And Dalton is in a position where he, you know, has to keep Deny open for everything. It's just not realistic at this point in the game. So here's the cycling. Ahri's leveled up. There's no Twin Disciplines in hand. We've seen Ahri just completely annihilate people from what seemed to be a safe HP total, but with no buffs, it's just not the way.
The Arachnoid Sentry tech coming in hot here just to make sure that the Ahri doesn't even have any slight belief that she might be able to win this. The stun comes through. And the Doom Beast with a 2 damage drain effect on the Nexus will follow up and end Daleton's tournament run, with Thomas getting closer and closer to a potential win once again if he goes up against Ace in the losers final and able to go up against Aaron in the grand finals. There is going to be a deny that can come through on the Doom Beast.
The big issue, I think, is just that even if you are surviving this turn, you've got your denies, that you're still like 3v5, 1 HP. You have to somehow block everything. No go hards.
There isn't an Elise level up. Oh no, there is. Never mind. Never mind. There is. There is. The Sentry is in fact a spider, so even more, problems added on here. Ragnar Sentry gets that fearsome as well, makes things even more complicated. You're able to drag the Ahri to the side here. The Shen emo comes in from both players, and I think Daleton is aware that, again, this is Thomas's game plan. He's bringing this aggro lineup to punish Ahri Kennen. Loses to Lee Sin, that's fine. But even with the Faithfolk tech on both games, finding it both on both games and playing it on curve on turn 3, still not enough to defeat, the aggro lineup from Thomas. And this is the whole reason why Thomas has brought it for the 3rd Fight Night tournament in a row, because it works so well into this current meta.
Because so many archetypes, right, are just based around I have to bring Ahri Kennen or hard counter it, and the hard counter route has just worked out because everybody else is saying, okay, I'm going to bring Ahri Kennen to bait out the ban, and then I can play the 2 decks I really want to play.
And we saw in the seasonal open rounds as well, many players qualify with the aggro, much more than I think in previous open round tournaments. We saw, I think that even the top performing players, a great percentage of them were running full aggro. I was actually very surprised to find out how many players qualified running, Pirates and Spiders and Ahri Kennen. And, we even saw Barbaros running, Nightfall, for example. I mean, there's a lot of different decks that came into the meta that were able to perform well because Ahri Kennen exists in the current landscape. And then, just a clear example in this matchup between Daleton and Thomas why that is the case.
Yeah, the aggro is just really strong, not just against Ahri Kennen, right? A lot of the other top tier decks that sort of exist alongside that lose to things that just go really wide, really fast early. Ahri Kennen and, the decks that try to counter it by trying to go value oriented they all share that same weakness. So it's great to see the meta still being flexible in that position, but we'll see if the aggro can continue to reign supreme when we get back from this break to find out the rest of the lower bracket. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We're about to jump into the losers finals. Thomas, who just took down Dalton with his aggro lineup, trying to stay alive in this tournament, going up against Ace, the player that's really been putting up a strong showing today, and only got sent to the lower bracket by the person sitting in the grand finals, Aaron.
And we're going to see aggro versus, to some degree, aggro as well. We're going to see scouts coming in from Ace. We're going to see Lucian Zed as well. So Thomas's usual game plan is going to be a little bit different. In this case, I think he was really hoping to just counter Ari Kennen all the way through. In this case, he's going to have to really think through his bans and his strategy for this series.
We've seen Ace's decks kind of falter against certain very strong curves from the opponent, but still operating on the same axis as them, where you're playing cards like Zed and Misfortune that really make it hard for your opponent to defend themselves, and then you just take over the game. But we'll have to see how Thomas adapts to a matchup where it's not as free, so to speak, where he's not completely built for a singular plan and needs to play a little bit more finesse for the board. To his credit, none of Ace's decks have any healing, so that burn is going to matter.
It's going to really matter when there isn't a big beefy faithful to get in the way of your plans. But let's check out the list, the Spiders list that Thomas did bring. Again, same list as the last few tournaments we've been casting with Thomas participating. He's been winning it as well. And it is an odd list for many viewers that are looking at this and seeing how are there only 2 copies of Noxian Fervor? Was this a mistake in submission? No, Thomas actually very deliberately decided to cut 1 copy. He thought that he had enough burn going to the late game. Really, the biggest problem was having the consistency in the early game to not have a card that was essentially dead, because Fervor, of course, in the very first turn where you're trying to develop a board, you're not really trying to just launch one of your units into the Nexus right away. I thought this was a mistake, or this was, not really the right way to do it, because I feel Fervor is so important in providing counterplay against things like Faithful, against things like Ixtali, for example. But Thomas has won 2 tournaments, and he is on his way to maybe try and do it again this week. So who am I to say what is correct or wrong? This is definitely one way to build Spiders for this season. The Sentry I do love. I do think the 1 copy of the Sentry is very much correct. But this is his version, and I think it is a very interesting change, especially having him find so much success with this exact version as well.
I think it's fair to note that maybe you don't need the Noxian Fervor just because there is less lifesteal. There was the moment where there was a ton of Radiant Guardian, Solari Sunforger in the metagame, but even right now, the lifesteal units that come into play, like Ixtali Sentinel, arrive so late that you're probably just swinging for lethal anyway. So I like the idea of kind of taking advantage of your place in the metagame and going even further into that advantage with the Double Brothers Bond. It hasn't really been a dead card yet, is all I'm gonna say.
I want to see what the bans will be as we go into them very soon. On both sides, both players are going to have to really rethink their strategies possibly a little bit. For Ace, I think he does want to target Ari Kennen, bringing decks like Scouts, bringing decks like Lucian Zed, very fast decks, trying to do the same thing that Thomas is doing against Ari Kennen. And Thomas did bring the Ari Kennen with Shadow Isles as kind of his 3rd aggro-ish deck. So I don't think that will be a ban. He'll have to consider which one he wants to ban.
Yordles and Arms, probably the most dangerous. Has a lot of resource generation. The inability to deal with Lulu and Yordle Captain means that the board is really going to snowball on you. Yordles and Arms means that once you fall behind on board, or if there's any sort of an even board, right, that Yordles and Arms attack, it's like, for Demacia, they force you to trade everything away, and then you can never come back onto the board. Could be incredibly detrimental, especially just with the resource generation. They're just going to chump you down. It's that old Bandle City soup anti-aggro, where instead of healing, you're just never running out of blockers for your opponent's aggression.
The one annoying thing that usually isn't relevant, but in this case it will be, Doom Beast's Drain effect and the Lifesteal effect in a race against another aggressive list, finding Doom Beast somewhere in the mid game and being able to kind of reset and get that, back-to-back Doom Beast off of his Stalking Shadows and healing for 4 all of a sudden makes you win the race. Not because you're faster, but because you're faster while also healing a little bit and kind of offsetting your opponent's damage. So might be very relevant, and we'll see if Spiders ends up taking some kind of a ban possibly instead from the side of Ace. Maybe Ari Kennen is just good enough that he wants to consider banning it anyway, but I don't think so. With Scouts in your lineup, with what is in theory a favorite matchup, and even Lulu Fizz and
Yeah, all three of those decks
Lucian's
have decent-ish matchups to Ari Kennen. The list has proven flexible. Spider seems to be its hardest matchup, but again, the deck does have ways to win with Kinko Wayfinder on 4, having the Twin Disciplines to get fearsome blockers, be able to turbo level to Kennen so you get that fearsome blocker plus Marks of the Storm. So it is very interesting to see if Thomas is going to stick to his guns when it comes to bans here.
As the bans come through, we can also just check out the Pirates list from Thomas as well. We haven't seen it in the actual, just the full deck list today either. He was running TF in last week's version of the Pirates list just as a way to be able to counter the Ari Kennens. In this case, now running 2 copies of TF. It was definitely 1 copy last week and 2 copies of Gangplank. In this case, even more now in favor of TF and less top end, but makes the deck even more aggressive and allows for even more counterplay against not just Ari Kennen, but even maybe Lucian Zed. You play out Zed, for example, and Twisted Fate plays Gold card, and you're in big trouble.
Yeah, the double Iron Ballista is a fantastic tech. Island Navigator in order to go wide to get more damage through. Scout units to threaten leveling up on the Misfortune. Thomas had even said in his interview that he was really wanting to run Brothers Bond in this list, but it just disrupts Zap Sprayfin too much. But you can see that the bloodthirsty nature is still definitely there, and this is one of those decks that when you're very comfortable on it, you can really make it do wonders.
Going now into the ban phase to see which of these decks Thomas considers more of a problem. This is something that I'm not entirely even sure about, and you have to also consider your ban in, according to what you think your opponent's gonna ban. So it's kind of not just the deck that you most don't want to face, but also just considering what your opponent bans and then looking at your matchup tables from that point forward.
You can you can make a case for all 3 of these decks, and I think that Scouts with Ranger's Resolve and tons of Challenger units is probably the most detrimental to your aggressive game plan.
And it will be, in the end, just a battle of aggressive decks. No Ari Kennen in this case for Thomas. It does get banned away in the end, so a bit of a surprise possibly. But Spiders and Pirates, the 2 old reliables for Thomas all throughout the last few weeks on Fight Night, up against Fizz Lulu and Lucian Zed with Scouts banned for Ace.
Yeah, the Ari Kennen ban, it's just one of those things where players, even if they're running a lineup that does well into it, it's not consistent enough that they're comfortable leaving it open.
Gonna keep the Mariah Warden here. Gonna hope for 1-drops. Doesn't find it. Gonna have to hope for it off his top deck here. Whenever I'm playing aggro, I'm always just crossing my fingers at this point, hoping I draw the 1-drop now. Oh, it doesn't work out for Thomas.
Has double Mariah Warden into Misfortune, so that is a pretty wide swing. Ace opens up with Fizz. Gonna be a little bit of chip damage here.
And already from missing that first 1-drop, maybe you already kind of pivot into a defensive stance, and this is definitely a good hand for Thomas.
Crash Out Corsair, never mind, we're back in it.
We're back to playing. This is the second time we see him playing Pirates, and the second time he had this exact opening. Thomas is cracked.
Go.
Finds a Misfortune, and all of a sudden has a bit of a pretty big attack here. Doesn't have enough for the Make It Rain, though, so Misfortune might have to be kept on the back row. And again, might be a much slower start to things, attacking only with the Mariah Warden here, forcing a block from Fizz, either to just get killed altogether, or forcing it from the Bomber Twins and not allowing a unit to trade into Misfortune later down the line.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Get rid of that blocker. We get some damage and progress on Misfortune. Ace gonna cycle. Gets the Flame Chompers as well. Do we have a Lulu here to kill the Misfortune?
Is there a Lulu in the house?
Yes,
there is. Lulu comes down, raises her hand. She is here. She did make it on time to class. And all of a sudden, this Flame Chompers is going to try and get rid of this Misfortune altogether. And there's no sacrificial lamb to be able to fervor and to take down the Lulu right now.
All right. So here's the thing. You try to go for Mariah Warden. You would still have mana open for Noxian Fervor. But it's too late because the 4/4 Chomper is still challenging your Misfortune. So here's what you do. You double Make It Rain. You double Make It Rain. And you kill the Flame Chopper.
I think that's the play, Scarzig. I think you're laughing, but that is 100%
But honestly,
the play
there's
here.
a bunch of 1 HP units across the board from you, and you're hitting the Nexus. Double Make It Rain. Press 1 in chat if you want to. This is crowd participation week here at Fight Night. One in chat if you want to see the double make it rain. But I think that is the play.
Ooh, instead gonna just hedge some of that HP on the Misfortune. Get a 2-3 blocker that is gonna be very effective up against, you know, the Zonai Urchin here. Gonna dissuade an attack here, even against the Lulu, to try and prepare a make it rain possibility on all 3 of these units. All 4 of these units, actually, yeah. This is the real make it rain, Scarzig. Every single unit here, 1 HP.
Yeah, but doesn't chain the Noxian Fervor.
Oh,
goes for the make it rain.
Oh, Fizz is looking real sneaky here.
No.
Oh, Fizz.
The disaster. Yeah. So this is an interaction that some people in chat may not have seen for a long time. When Fizz is the target of a spell, if you cast a spell, it cancels it out. But if it's a multi-targeting spell, if Fizz is one of those targets, he cancels it out completely. And so he protects his entire board from that make it rain.
I saw it, but I saw it when it was too late. I would have made that exact play on ladder, and I would have facepalmed the moment I made it.
Really, really tragic there. Because it was funny because Fizz was actually getting a lot of use back, you know, in early Bilgewater days, because you can specifically counter Make It Rain because it was so strong back then. And now Thomas, even though he's very healthy, has Burn in hand, is just losing control of the board here with Targon, Ionia, Bilgewater, Piltover Zon, all summoned now. Yordles in Arms is active. And this is lethal on board.
The trade comes through onto the rear guard. 2 damage, connects on the Nexus for Ace. 15 HP now, but it might be a very explosive turn coming up with a potential for a Paro coming down and then the Yordle in Arms. You do have an Noxian Fervor.
Ooh, Scrap Heap. Discarding a Poro, getting a mech. 6 mana means that you've got a lot of really great options. Earthshaker. But no, just keeps the mech and attacks. Didn't get a good one. Taking advantage of the fact you just have a wide board, setting up the Flame Chomper here. Noxian Fervor Nexus. Did you try to kill the Lulu here?
I think
Lulu Flame Chomper is just so strong.
It feels like you're too far behind to try and go for a burn win here, but you're also just so far behind on the board at this point. It has to feel like there isn't really a way you're gonna claw back in to get any damage through on the actual board. So it does feel bad. Misfortune is saying goodbye possibly, or Ballista comes in, get down Mrs. President, saves Misfortune, but I don't think it'll matter.
Summons the Plucky Poro, keeps going wide here. Demolitionist on the Plucky Poro. Very nice pickup there.
The combo.
And we'll have to see, right? Now things are looking a little bit dicey. If if sending that Noxian Fervor to face really would matter.
I mean, this is one Yordle in Arms away from disaster. You know, the moment you're forced to block your entire board, there's no more cards in hand for either player or units, rather, at least for Thomas, and then there's not really any clawing back into it.
Get excited onto the Misfortune, discarding the other Daring Poro. You've got Noxian Fervor going on to Bouncer and Bolt. This is 2 burn spells being used to keep the board under control.
I'm very surprised you know that mech's name, Scarzig. If you would have asked me, I would not be able to tell you that it is called Bouncer and Bolt. Unfortunately, I wish I would be able to. I wish mechas were a bigger archetype.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate. I looked at them all. I love the art. I love the archetype. Please, Riot, hear my prayer. Vandal City Set 3. Give me the Mecha Yordle Glorious Evolution.
Maybe the 2 most pathetic full board I've ever seen. Every single one of these units, 2 attack maximum. We'll see if there's Yordle in Arms to swing this. Lulu is another very good bet here. Still 3 cards left in hand for Ace, but doesn't seem to have the full board buff.
It's really ironic too. I think that the multiple times that we've seen this deck on stream, like this archetype, the Lulu is always MIA, and it's like Yordle Captain kind of doing the heavy lifting, but seeing the Fizz and the Lulu actually showing up and putting in work really demonstrates the maximum power of the deck here. Just the continuous repetition of the Flame Chompers controlling the board, a 4/4 challenger. Get used to seeing this, right? Because we've got Petricite Broadwing coming down the pipeline, y'all.
And you put 2 Twisted Fates in the deck, but then you just don't draw it with all these 1 HP units that have been here since turn 1, basically. Turn 2 or 3, rather. They came on the board, but you don't have the board clear here. I think Thomas is thinking, you know, if I trade off my entire board here, it's pretty doomed. There's no Stalking Shadows in this Pirates list. I don't have Gangplank. I have only one copy of Gangplank to come back into the game. If I only trade off part of it, and make sure to kill the Fizz, especially because of the, you know, the spell denying effect he has.
Oh God, Playful Trickster.
Ooh. I think
this
Thomas
deck also can rally sometimes.
Thomas was thinking of the Twisted Fate red card out, but yeah, that is a big punish here. Going to be taking a whole lot of damage here. Gonna have to be forced to block now. Can't even consider the chance of coming back into it. Buffing the Fizz now instead to get the elusive damage through, and my math doesn't fail me. 9 is indeed more than 8, and game 1 will go to Ace. To no one's surprise, I think the moment the Fizz denied that Make It Rain, it was game over. With aggro, that small amount of momentum swinging one way or another can usually be game deciding. Even the lack of a 1-drop on turn 1 was already you know, I said it kind of jokingly, but playing a lot of spiders, when you're crossing your fingers hoping for the 1-drop, you don't find it, you've already lost like 3 or 4% of win rate chances for not having that 1-drop on turn 1. So not surprised. I think those 2 pivotal points definitely made it so that Ace was a bit more favored.
Yeah, we needed a lot more tempo. Arachnoid Sentry maybe to come through to stop that Lulu from just taking over the board with Flame Chompers. That's been the signature of the deck. And just like Ionia P&Z, Lulu Flame Chomper has been a package of cards that have been tried in a bunch of different decks. And finally, this is the list that, you know, makes it the most consistent, because you don't need the Lulu to make the Flame Chompers worth it, thanks to your Yordle Captain, and just a great way to use your discard fodder to keep the pressure up.
Now we're talking. The triple 1-drop. That's what everyone loves to see. You know, every aggro player, they might not admit it, but the triple 1-drop is what they live for. Ideally attacking on turn 2, but this will do still. More than anything, taking away the turn 3 attack token from Zed will be massive here, and having it, you know, benefit Misfortune, especially playing her on curve.
I think you attack with the Saboteur here, yeah. Because turn 2, it's like if it's a Lucian, you're gonna like block anyway because it's a lot of damage. If it's a Fleet Feather Tracker into another 1-drop, you're just getting wrecked. So I do like the trade there, getting that 1 damage. You could almost end round.
Corsair, you can't not play them. I mean, this is just free damage.
Yeah, so I think that floating the 2 mana here maybe shows that the unit that was buffed by the Mentor might be a Zed after all.
The Protector comes down, knowing that now it can get attack and won't be punished for it. Kind of awkward here. You would like to have this 4th unit on the board that can just swing in, but in this case, I think you just attack with a Misfortune here. I mean, the ping will take off the barrier if that is the unit that blocks. You get the full damage, and you get the 2+2 attack. Maybe not. Maybe you just decide to pass here.
Yeah, because if you attack with everything, you can trade down and maybe have a Crackshot Corsair left over. Then for the next development, if Ace plays Zed, you have Gold card, and they would need to have Ranger's Resolve to save the Zed.
Most Pirate players know that Misfortune isn't really a win condition in an aggressive deck. It's more just a unit that has a very good upside, so treating it as more than that ends up being a mistake in most cases, because you lose out too much tempo just trying to play around Misfortune. It ends up kind of biting you. You know, usually decks have a way to deal with her sooner or later. She's not leveling up in this deck. That's almost a guarantee. So I would think that giving up the 2 extra pings, it would be a mistake. But instead, going to offer just 1 Crackshot Corsair.
Ooh, very interesting line. This is the other line, right? Where you're kind of playing it in a bit more scouty, defensively oriented idea. Thomas knows that if Lucian and Senna or Zed or something comes into play, you get massively punished by not having a board at all. And Zed indeed does come off of the top
with 2 mana to back him up as well, so it could be a twin. You can't reliably commit to anything here, really. Ideally, the best would probably just be a red card TF. The gold heart would be hitting protector anyway, so not doing much of anything. And I think that's why there was that attack last turn, because the TF was in hand. If the TF wasn't in hand, I think it was almost for sure going to be either no attack or just unfortunate attacking. But setting up the kind of small upside here with TF red card.
And if you attack with all three and maybe force down all of the Bright Steel Protector trades, then you leave Zed as the only unit, so you can gold card rather than red card. But
I think you take this. You kind of no.
Yeah, you can trade away the Twisted Fate, right? If you top deck another, you get another gold card. Let the Zed level.
I would have considered just taking the hit, to be honest. Maybe the level up on Zed with the extra health, maybe not so.
And we know that Ace's deck does run Ghost as well, which would be really detrimental. So Thomas is playing this very cautiously. There is the open attack for Misfortune. If there is a Twin Discipline or a Sharp Sight, it will complete the 1-for-1 trade. And then when you open attack, you're allowed to play the Jagged Butcher as a 3/3, and then also use your Imperial Demolitionist to get even more burn. I think that you do attack. 2 Bright Steel Protectors have already been played, and the third would be very punishing, or even something like a Lucian or a Senna to just block your Misfortune. But says if Misfortune's going to die, I'm going to get value out of her HP rather than weakening my Jagged Butcher. That's another pass. So what's Ace thinking? Is there an Aegis in the hand? Maybe wants Thomas to tap under so that there's no threat of an Noxian Fervor or a Make It Rain to stop it.
Jagged Butcher can still come down here. If it does, Noxian Fervor is no longer a possibility for this turn. For Thomas, he would be down to 2 mana only, which is why he is considering this play so much. Maybe it's Navori Highwayman in Ace's hand.
Yeah, I think this is just a fine attack. Ace has tons of mana open. Maybe the hand is just all spells like we saw earlier in the broadcast where it was Zed plus all the spells in the world, and he had to just put the entire game on his back in order to win. So if Thomas can force this Zed to trade down or use the resources inefficiently on defense, then it might just be a winning strategy.
Playing this Jagged Butcher gives so much information to Ace in terms of what is available in hand that can still be played at this point.
So Zed getting rid of the Misfortune. And if Ace's hand is indeed all spells, it's looking very bad for him from this position. Because you're dropping all the way down to what we see 7 HP.
Mm-hmm.
Which is exactly how much burn Thomas has in hand.
We'll see what the mystery will be here from Ace, because I'm not entirely sure what he has in hand if he isn't able to do anything with 7 mana to try and mitigate some of the damage on this turn. Discipline was a guarantee here, but all this does is really he trades into Misfortune, doesn't save the Zed. Unless he has, so you were right. He had just a whole lot of spells. So Zed, the card game essentially for Ace, having only really 1 unit to try and play around. But having played Twin Disciplines and Sharp Sight this turn, do you have more? If you don't, then all of a sudden the Zed can just die to a Noxian Fervor, or you can just see a burn win happen here.
Yep, Noxian Fervor into Decimate.
Take the hit here. Don't allow any buffs to happen. You're taking 9.
Yeah, looking at the list, just to refresh my memory, there's no single combat. There's no Nopify, which sometimes find its way into these tempo lists in order to protect their key champions and such. So this is just a free block here, dealing 3 damage to the Nexus, and then you have Decimate post-combat. So that will be Thomas taking game number 2. Staying alive, taking this to a game 3.
No deny, of course, either in the list. Wouldn't be really fitting in a list called Bang Bros, but Decimate does end up coming through. That will be the lethal here for Thomas. Once again, trying to go for the reverse sweep. Shen emote, the hover, the spell making us think he's going to do something relevant, but it's all for the show. And that will be game 2 into Thomas. And Thomas now going to have to play on Spiders up against the Fizz Lulu. Scouse was banned in the end, so Fizz Lulu for, or rather, no, the Lucian Zed, rather, the Fizzle got a win already.
Yeah. So it's going to be Lucian Zed versus Spiders, and Spiders notorious for its ability to generate a lot of chump blockers. This isn't a traditional build with like tons of Vile Feast and Brute Awakening where it's just tons of tokens. No Hapless, I don't believe in this build either. But I think there is still going to be enough chump blocking. And then with Frenzied Skitterer kind of debuffing the Zed and the Lucian really nullifies a lot of those really powerful swings that you would see out of this list. We have yet, however, to see, I believe, the forbidden curve of like Lucian into Senna, right?
Mm-hmm. And biggest downside is there's going to be a lot of fearsome blockers. Despite, compared to other decks, there's Brightspeed Protector, there's Lucian even that has a 3/3 attack. So the buff from Mentor can even make cards that wouldn't normally be fearsome blockers have that capability. So the fearsome angle not going to be as effective for Spiders in this case.
This is a very similar situation that we saw the last game, but the Saboteur is actually being traded away there rather than taking the damage and then swinging back in. We have double 1-drop here on turn 2 for Thomas, rescuing the line.
I think it's definitely the play to make here. There isn't already a 1-drop waiting from turn 1, so the Protector doesn't all of a sudden suddenly, cause this situation where you can't attack whatsoever. So developing 2 1-drops here, I think, will definitely be the case for either forcing a Lucian, for example, to trade where it doesn't want to, or just push a lot of damage.
Yeah, by trading away that 1-drop, you take away Brightsteel Protector as a punish against your swing on this turn because you're attacking on evens. So very heads up from Thomas.
I'm not sure who this mentor's inspiring, but going to be real inspired coming on turn 3. I have a feeling it's going to be a Zed. Going to have all the inspiration he's ever needed. If he ever had any self-esteem issues about just not being strong enough on turn 3.
Oh no, it's just a regular old Zed.
This one has not been inspired, but I don't think he needs it. I think Zed is, someone that knows, a confident man or shadow attacker.
And now we've got Stalking Shadows. Allows you to plan for upcoming turns. Stygian Onlooker is very tempting here. It's so much fearsome damage. Frenzied Skitterer debuffing, however, taking attack from Lucian and Zed means they can't block fearsome. Forces Ace to use things like Sharp Sight and Twin just to defend rather than using them to push damage.
Even Sharp Sight's not enough to stop the onlookers. It has to be Twin if you want to block Zed into one of the onlookers to mitigate damage. So yeah, I like the onlooker. I think you have already kind of a very long-term value of having 2 Stalking Shadows in hand. So going for the more tempo-based option with the onlooker, I think is correct. And then you can go for a more long-term option with the second Stalking Shadows when you don't have a chance to really get so much benefit from tempo. But in this current case, I think it was definitely the Stygian here.
I think that this is probably the best line in terms of your ability to push through damage.
Well, there's still a window.
Thomas, you can see here thinking of the burst pass, seeing if Ace is going to put anything else out.
Protector would be a bit detrimental, and that is going to be, of course, the play that comes down.
And so if you had grabbed Skitterer, then you're still able to swing through potentially into the Brightsteel Protector. So it's like both plays get punished, but Stygian just allows you to go wider. Ooh. Oh my god, the Navorwe Highwayman tech coming through. They are inspired. They said, man,
doubly inspired. They had 2 different mentors.
And now they are
one for each Highwayman.
Blockers. Not like this, Panda. We knew that this would just be a great defensive tool in matchups specifically like this, but now that it's also a fearsome blocker is nuts.
Getting one-on-one, mentoring. You get to the what do you call the mentoring station? You're with your brother, the Highwayman, of course, and then all of a sudden there's 2 different mentors to mentor each of you one-on-one, and now they come out a 3-2 stat line. They can block fearsomes. The onlookers, they're just looking ahead, but there's nothing to do here. No damage to push. Completely blocked. People thought the Bang Bros were Lucian and Zed.
Those are the Bang Bros.
Those are the Bang Bros, Scarzig. You didn't know, but this is the origin story. The inspiring mentors, give them the stats.
How to do crime more effectively.
And this is the true power of the deck. Ace has figured it out. He's unlocked it, and that's why he's in the, potentially the grand final. He was able to win this matchup.
Zed coming through, even by sacrificing the spider, the shadow does connect, and Zed will be leveled up. From this position, you are afraid of a rally. This deck has 4 of them. 2 copies of Aegis, 2 copies of Pursuit.
Thomas is figuring out still how he's going to lose to Navori Highwayman. He's highlighting the card. He's making sure it hasn't been buffed recently.
All right. And I guess you can, like, take this damage. I think the sharp sight maybe does tell us that it is a rally.
Yeah.
You're buffing up the Zed, and then you're just going to go in with even more damage that your opponent can't block. Thomas would need to have specifically, like, another House Spider here to go wide enough, right?
And just enough HP, of course, to be outside of Noxian Fervor, for example, as well.
And so, again, by pre-committing that, it carries over to the Shadow. Staging Onlooker just as a low committal play. A cheap chump blocker. Sets up for Doom Beast. And there is indeed the Relentless Pursuit. +1/+1 on Zed. Does give the opportunity to develop one more body, however. And heal for a little bit. It's really unfortunate. It's just that Thomas doesn't have enough burn here. And Ace hit that critical mass of fearsome blockers.
Blocks both units no overwhelm, but checks the Oracle Eye anyway to make sure he's still at 14 HP. To make sure the Zed isn't doing any shadow magic to sneak through some extra damage.
Shadows.
That is very good. If he finds a way to kill the Zed, all of a sudden, depending on what the hand is for Ace, it could get awkward, but I don't think you have enough tools to make it, or enough mana, really. And because the Zed is not even in Fervor range, that's the biggest thing. The fact that it's at 4 HP.
And another Relentless Pursuit.
Oh, no.
Thomas trying to get set up on the board, trying to make things happen, but it's just so much pressure from the Zed forcing you to trade down. And this has been the power of this champion, right? Against decks that are trying to be aggressive or too slow and can't block or don't want to.
I love this Highwayman. For the last 2 attacks, he was just watching on the board. He wasn't attacking with Zed. He was just, yeah, Zed, do your thing. Keep attacking. But now he finally gets involved when, the upside of blocking is taking 6 damage all of a sudden. Having no blockers, now would be an open attack win next turn from the Zed. No mana currently available. For Thomas, I think he knows this is a checkmate scenario here. No matter what he does, it is essentially GG.
This Zed is just absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. Thomas wasn't able to get any kind of crazy curve with Elise. The triple Stalking Shadows draw, it's nice to have the extra resources, but it's just too taxing on your mana, right?
Thomas is figuring out that there's nothing he can do. Literally, there's absolutely not a thing he can do to stop damage coming in next turn. Zed attacking leveled up. Lucian comes in to find some time in the spotlight, but this will be game 3 going to Ace. The Bang Bros able to defeat Elise and the Spider Army, and Ace finally eliminating Thomas from Fight Night, knocking him out from the tournament after he's won the last 2 tournaments in a row, and advancing for a guaranteed rematch against Aaron in the grand finals.
Very impressive indeed. Again, Thomas was enjoying a lot of success by using a lineup that targeted the most popular one at the time. But now that things have gotten a bit more shaken up, that aggro lineup doesn't have as clear of a path to victory. So Ace taking him down and showing that, Lucian Zed might be a new contender for that nice tempo slot to take advantage of in the metagame.
Navori Highwayman, though.
That was godlike. Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking
the double mentor to get 2 fearsome blockers. What really was sealed the deal there.
I'll go to sleep tonight seeing Navori Highwayman's evil smile in my
training
nightmares.
montage.
But that will be it for this round. That will be, again, Thomas eliminated still. A third place performance after winning the last 2 fight nights. I think definitely shows he's in very, very strong form. Didn't qualify, unfortunately, to the seasonal, the top cut tomorrow. Didn't make it through the open rounds, but he did prepare with Aaron actually all throughout the last few weeks. Has been his prep partner, surprisingly enough. And Aaron is in the finals, so something about their partnership is definitely working. I guess if one of them doesn't win, the scrim partner is gonna maybe win it instead with Aaron now waiting in grand finals. So we'll be back very quick, 3-minute break, and we'll be back with the grand finals of this week's Fight Night tournament between Aaron and Ace. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to jump into the grand finals between Aaron and Ace. Ace actually had sent Aaron to the other way around. Aaron had sent Ace to the lower bracket, and they were able to fight their way back up to get the rematch here.
And overall, some very exciting decks that have made it to the finals today. Of course, Lucian Zed is one of probably the key decks that is very nice to see in the spotlight and doing well. And of course, Snail from Ace, always a welcome sight. But Aaron is also bringing a very spicy Ari Kennen list, a list that has 2 copies of Might and it has a copy of Shumpo. So mix and match with Noxus. We've seen so many different versions of Ari Kennen already with so many different decks, but in this case, it is going to be the Might and the Shumpo instead. We're going to check out the bracket first, just to see the road these players took to get here. As we're seeing with Aaron able to take down not the ace he's playing now, but another ace in the quarterfinals, the Russian ace, then Sonic Holic, and now, ace number 2 from North Macedonia, hoping to get a rematch against Aaron in the grand finals.
Yeah, and then Ace, after being sent back down, just had to take down Thomas, last week's champion, in order to get another shot. So already the players have had to fight some very strong players, some previous Fight Night champions in order to get their slot. And I believe you had said, Panda, while we were on the break, that these two are actually scrim partners.
Thomas and Aaron.
Oh, Thomas and Aaron were scrim partners. Okay. So the training montage has already happened, and it's like one of these two uses their power for good. But how do you feel about this? How do you feel about the Ari Kennen? Because you were saying that, the Noxus variant was kind of a cheeky tech for the open rounds, where by running such an unusual tech card slot in it, tricked players into not banning it.
It's also precisely better against aggressive lists because you have much more race potential, because you're able to. Aggressive lists aren't necessarily running interaction on the stack. They can't really, for the most part. I mean, Fervor and Spiders, yes, but Lucian Zed is very much a solitaire deck. It's doing its own thing and in creating proactive pressure to the point where the opponent has to react and not the other way around. But in this case, now you have a Blade Twirler, all of a sudden goes up to 5, 7, 9 attack, gets a Might, and all of a sudden it's game over without there being any way for the opponent to stop that if you're alive for long enough. So it offers much more counterplay, especially if you're already expected to maybe ban Ari Kennen. Then you don't need the SI version to be strong in the mirror. Instead, you ban the Ari Kennen, and then you're able to face off against aggro much better.
And even though Blade Twirler does give you a little bit of an edge versus aggro by allowing you to just take the driver's seat, we still have the one of Tasty Fae Folk in there, just in case.
And Shumpo. Shumpo is a card that does not see much competitive play, so savor it while you can.
For those of you who don't remember what it does, you deal 5 damage to an enemy unit, and then you rally. So it is important to remember that if your opponent's board is empty, you can't cast Shunpo, it can't target the Nexus.
You deal 2 to an enemy unit.
What did I say?
5. That would make an auto include in a lot of.
It costs 5 and deals 2.
Yes.
I flipped my 2 upside down and
I had to check. I'm like, I hope it doesn't deal 5.
Was there a bet?
Why haven't I been playing this card in my Spiders list if it deals 5?
Why haven't I been playing this card in every deck? Deal 5 and rally. That's a Hearthstone card.
It does deal only 2, but it can be still, useful enough to take down a unit, and then also the rally effect is a strong part.
I mean, when Ari Kennen was first, on the scene, that was the first stop, right? Hey, I've got this Kinko Wayfinder deck, I want to splash something, what do you splash? Rally's always the first thing on the menu. And we saw it the Golden Aegis, and then, we cut it down to just 1 copy of Golden Aegis, and now we're back at it again with just 1 copy of Rally and then the Might for an additional win condition, as you said, with the Blade Twirler.
And as a reminder, the rest of the lineup for Aaron is going to be this Ari Kennen list, of course, then Yorl in Arms, Fizz Lulu, just the classic, also just very strong aggressive list, and Scouts. So Scouts is going to be available for both players. Both Ace and Aaron are also running it. Fizz Lulu also for both players. The only difference, once again, is going to be this Ari Kennen with Noxus versus Lucian Zed Bang Bros. So other than that, pretty identical lineup, and showing how this crop of aggro lineups are starting to get a lot of success in Fight Night.
We're seeing decks that aren't just like traditional aggro, where it's like we're going to play for early board to just deal a bunch of damage, and then we don't care about the board anymore and we're pivoting to burn. It's like this crop of board tempo decks, right? Where you just get an insurmountable advantage and your opponent is forced to block and throw all of their units away over and over again until they can no longer defend themselves and you win.
By the way, it's going to be Fizz Lulu up against the deck we were just talking about, the Ari Kennen with Noxus Splash.
And let's see here. So getting into the opener, we've got Yordle Captain, a fantastic card for this archetype, but it's you want to keep this hand so bad, but it's like not ideal.
The top side looks like it's like, you know, these quilts that you knit. It looks like just the right amount of pixels for that to be a quilt that's been knit by someone.
Yeah, it's a cross stitch of a mulligan.
Exactly, yeah, cross stitch.
But Aaron does have the attack token on evens, so we do have potential droplet on 1 into Ari, but no, doesn't go for it, just floats the mana, playing this pretty safely.
Faefolk is back in action. I am very surprised considering that, you know, there's only ever one copy, but it seems to always show up when you need it most against aggro on curve as a 3-drop.
They're gonna have to rename it in the next patch to Diligent Faefolk. But oh my god, Deus, we saw this one time before, Panda. Deus off of the Bomber Twins, and it ended up, I think it did end up being very important for the deck, going a little bit wider. This is actually really gross. Bomber Twins in Bandle City, I'm telling you, chat, it has some really nasty cards that it can get. Star Tip Peak, Preservarium, Hexplosive Minefield. Very, very good crop of landmarks for this card to get.
Especially against Ari Kennen that doesn't really have the extra HP to kind of give away to blocking Sand Soldiers.
Mm-hmm. And you got to keep this Blade Twirler healthy so that it doesn't die to like a Mystic Shot or a Pokey Stick. You need this thing to scale up and be your win condition.
In this case, with Lulu Fizz compared to Lucian Zed, there is going to be a little bit more counterplay. You have Get Excited. You have definitely ways to stop kind of the all-in OTK attempts from Aaron. So that is a bit of an upset, at least for Ace.
But the Lulu Fizz, you know, has some elusive blocking potential with like the Daring Poros and whatnot. But generally, most of the board is based around just having good stats and Flame Chomper challengers kind of clearing the path for like a big Yordles and arm swing. So while Aaron can't really block, Ace is also going to be taking a lot of chip damage here from elusive units as the game goes on.
And a recall can come in. You have both mana for recall and for homecoming in this case, if there is kind of a Yordle Captain block onto the Blade Twirler. But I think Ace knows this. I think he knows that, you know, there's many different ways that this Blade Twirler can get some extra attack.
Yeah, so I really do like the hedge there, keeping the Yordle Captain alive. This is such an important tool for the deck. Once you have these big Flame Chompers coming into play, swarming the board with a lot of small units that become even more threatening. Also, he synergizes with the Sand Soldiers, right? He's going to buff them up when they're summoned. So this is actually really disgusting.
This is where things get scary. Flame Chompers comes down with Zonai Urchin. Both of these units are going to be buffed here. Still 4 mana to work with. You have Yordle in arms as well, and the Poro Cannon to get that last Poro on the board before the buff comes through. I think you might even just... Actually, no, you can't go for both Poros. So yeah, one Poro would be the ideal. Into a Yordle in arms, into just forcing Aaron to essentially full block.
Yeah, getting rid of the Fey Blade Twirlers means that your whole win condition of the deck based around might and scaling these up is just completely nullified.
And then it just goes back to being Ari Kennen versus aggro, which is, you know, as we know, not really a good matchup for Ari Kennen.
The Yordles in Arms is not active just yet, right? We'd have to play out the Telescope this round. No, wait. Shurima. Yeah, Shurima from Bomber Twins, Bandle City, PNZ. Yeah, we need one more. One more region.
We'll be considering the fact that there might be a deny in hand, so not going to go for the maybe more risky route of going for Yordle in Arms this turn.
Mm-hmm. It is important to note that Aaron's build only has one copy of Deny and no Concussive Palms. Again, just being much more aggressive. And Feyfolk going to come down instead to stifle this wide swing.
Homecoming can come through here. 4 mana up for Aaron, able to save the droplet and reset one of the attackers here, but not really cards you want to reset. The Toonkeeper, Telescope, and Urchin all coming in with on-play effects, so not really cards you want to bounce. This is the kind of the thing with decks that are playing out such cheap cards that have these on-play effects. You can't really recall them because it's just you're losing value even by doing so.
Yeah, maybe even a self-recall on the droplet there to draw a card, but you're opening yourself up to, you know, Pokestick and Mystic Shot and whatnot to disrupt that. So it's better to just, at the very least, your Blade Twirlers are alive, right? You weren't forced to sacrifice them that round. So as long as you can keep getting these to scale, find those mites, we might be able to flip the script on this. But Bombastico is in an excellent spot with the Yordle Captain in play, Emperor's Deus, and now Lulu off the top. Rockfall Path also being gained off of the Bomber Twins.
Wayfinder does finally come down. Still already no just natural recall effects coming in to help buff up these Blade Twirlers. You do have Mark of the Storm here coming in, and you do have a chance for the Mourned at least to get the buffs automatically.
Yeah, we definitely need to see the Mourned, and it was games like this, right, where you don't get Ari or the Mourned, that really made players move away from the Blade Twirler. But I think it's just more of the fact that when you're in matches like this where your opponent's consistently having massive stat lines versus you, the Blade Twirlers are just devalued. We got 4 chip damage of elusives, and with the Mourn bouncing back to the hand, we've got a 3/3 quick attack and a 5/1 quick attack, plus an extra recall to maybe buff up the other. I don't think Ace is going to risk this Yordle Captain, though. It's just too good. You're so healthy that even if you choose not to block, you aren't worried about like Might or Twin Disciplines like suddenly making this a lethal swing either. And I think that with the threat of Yordles and Arms, you kind of need to force Ace to trade down a little bit. But as you said, Panda, this deck just goes wide for so cheap that it's probably not worth it in the end.
I was wondering if you wanted to I guess it's too risky because of the too many damage interaction effects. But obviously the ideal would be to recall cannon, mark the elusive once again, stun it so you can attack with it more and make sure it recalls again, then buff the Blade Twirlers that way, and you still have so much mana to work with. But again, because you're going to be so vulnerable playing recall to things like Get Excited, for example, or Pokestick, as you mentioned, it's just a little bit too risky. But now, what do you do against Yordle and Arms next turn if you don't have Deny?
Yeah, there's no Deny in hand. You can Homecoming to like remove the Flame Chompers, I guess. So you can pick your trades a little bit better. You've got 1 elusive blocker against this Trickster. So this is the scenario where Aaron can prep to not die to the Yordles and Arms, but it's the fact that you are forcing Aaron to wipe his entire board in order to stay alive, that they can't possibly come back. The only way would be if there's maybe a second Wayfinder in hand, or... Yeah, pardon me, there's no Sign-N in this list either. And where this deck, right, this Lulu deck is designed to beat Ari Kennen, the Shadow Isles, the traditionally strongest, most popular variant of the deck, when you're running a slightly, powered down version of the list so we can sneak through the ban phase and still make use of the natural strength of the archetype, you are just even more vulnerable to these counters.
We'll see like, as you mentioned, I think, again, you're forced to trade off. You're seeing attack stats that are at 8-7. You can't really just take 2 of these hits and be fine when you're at 16 HP.
I know, Ari Kennen's weakness.
You do have, like, triple recall available, so you're able to do something a little bit cheeky there.
Yeah, Aaron has played it very conservatively, not trying to greedily bounce this droplet to draw more resources, but getting the Wayfinder is definitely a step in the right direction. There is Get Excited.
You want to recall twice to get the Blade Twirler's attack higher to actually trade with the Flame Chompers and the Zonite, maybe? But one of these will be stopped by Get Excited, of course.
And you've got great fodder in hand, right? Just get rid of the Rockfall path. Your board's already full. Everything is surviving because of Yordles and Arms. +4/+4 for 5 mana. An excellent buff spell. And regardless, you're still taking 8 from this unblocked Trickster.
I would have maybe liked to see the Homecoming played after maybe a recall or two, playing 2 recalls, then seeing a response, and then playing Homecoming on whichever recall is being overridden. It might have been a riskier play, but I think it maybe would have obviously benefited Aaron a little bit more. Full elusive board here, 1 elusive blocker.
Fizz also joining the show, getting buffed up. There is Poro Cannon to give him elusive as well and swing through to find that lethal. Ginkgo Wayfinder comes through. Doesn't whiff. We now have 6v6 once again. Mark of the Storm does stun the Trickster. God Willow Seedling on the droplet. You need to draw 1 more card. What are we looking for, though, Panda?
More Wayfinders. More ways to repopulate the board again and again, because that's what you need against this deck.
And there's no way to respond to the Lulu. Just keeps buffing the Flame Chomper, slowly eats the board. We've seen it time and time again with cards like Screeching Dragon, challengers with lots of HP that just continuously trade into things for basically free, and you just can't keep up. Now with Fizz in play, the second Fizz becomes Playful Trickster. This is going to be another rally lethal.
It looks like it might be the case. And you just don't win the value trades, no matter what, with Lulu buffing up the Flame Chomper, the Yordle Captain continuously adding stats since the very beginning that he came down on the board. You can bounce him back to hand, but you're not ever really dealing with it altogether.
And he's already gotten value, right? You've already buffed up 2 or 3 units, so even if he's dealt with, it's all that matters. If you put something that's going to remove him on board, we've seen it before where you just Poro Cannon out a couple Flame Chompers, so they get buffed before the Yordle Captain leaves the field. Leveled Cannon's going to be great here to hold the fort. If this would have happened, 2-3 rounds ago, we wouldn't be in the situation. But Aaron's still fighting the good fight, and this is only game 1 of the grand finals. So there's still much more Runeterra to be had. Ace with the life lead can just take this damage. I don't think we've seen a single Twin Disciplines yet from Aaron. No mites either, so has been trying to just play around with this deck's base stats, which is not really where it excels.
Smart play there, getting this Poro. You're going to block into the 4-2 anyway with your Shadow Assassin, so it does make sense to not waste that mark by having it just die in combat regardless. So definitely a good decision there from Aaron. Flame Chompers being targeted here by Lulu. Another trade in favor of Aaron, or in favor of Ace rather. The Lulu, there's no blocker. The 2-3 obviously on the Wayfinder, not quite enough stats to trade with either the Captain or the Lulu. And the elusives, the 2-1, sure, Shadow Assassin can trade, but Dancing Droplet's still only 1 HP and only 1 attack. Can't do much of anything. Oh, the Pokey Stick as well. This hurts so much for Aaron. Being
Pokey
punished.
Stick stops the Homecoming, or you can just Playful Trickster.
Why not both? Why not both?
Why not both indeed?
Yeah, onto the
there
Fizz.
it is.
Getting the elusive attacker for next turn as well. No deny yet again. You have now the Homecoming, and oh, the extra punish comes down here. I wonder if you're Aaron, if you take a different route, if you don't get so greedy and you say, hey, what if he has Pokey Stick? I guess it can be Pokey Stick, it can be Get Excited. Oh, not Get Excited. It can be Mystic Shot, so I think you don't really consider it regardless. But there's the punish. Why not both indeed? Stops the Homecoming, which is trying to stop the Yordle Cavs in there.
Yep, so then recall against the Pokey Stick, but then the Homecoming is canceled anyway, so you take 6 damage, and then a rally with the wide board, and that is going to be everything. Closing out here in the first game with Ace taking it. Again, Ari, Kennen, very vulnerable to this archetype. Something that can just get a wide, aggressive board filled with challengers thanks to Flame Chompers. And we're being transported to the,
on the
cross-stitch universe. Cross-stitch universe.
I'm liking it. I'm kind of liking it, you know? I can print this Ari Kennen board state.
It's an impressionist painting of a board state. But no, honestly, we can still see what's going on. Big shout out to the Runeterra art team that, you need to make this art iconic and recognizable at lower resolutions for mobile devices. And just, old men like me who have trouble seeing regardless. I can still tell what's going on. And what is going on, Panda, is not good for Aaron.
It is certainly not good. Still 4 unit mana, or 4 mana in general available. Full board thanks to the Wayfinder, the God with Lucilian getting, more 1-drops on the board now. Is it maybe enough? I mean, you can full block here. You do have the elusive blockers. You're going to give away most of your board, yes. But you do survive, I believe, for this turn at least.
Yeah, at 2 HP,
Ooh.
Ace doesn't have any more cards left in hand.
Do you?
You overwrite with the Chomper?
You're going to have 2 challengers on both elusives.
You overwrite your elusive with a challenger.
To stop the mark, and now the Fizz connects. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Surrender comes in. That is going to be Ace taking game 1 of this grand finals, getting that much closer to a possible bracket reset, but has to win the next game, has to then win another series altogether. Whereas Aaron, if he's able to get the reverse sweep, that would be it, and he would be the Fight Night champion for this week. So we'll find out. We'll see exactly how it's going to be, how it's going to pan out here. The deck for Aaron, did we see the bans? Was Scouts available in the end now for Aaron, or for Ace rather?
Oh my god, I'm trying to remember the bans. But
I think we missed the bans. I think we didn't get the bans altogether.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. We had to skip the ban phase because we're having a little bit of trouble finding the proper perspective. But going into game 2, we've got
Scouts is up.
Scouts versus Ari Kennen.
Or is it Lucian Zed?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
We don't know yet.
That's Lucian Zed, yeah. That's okay. Lucian Zed with the Wayfinder. When I see Sidon, I just think it's only in one deck, but it's also helping out some other tempo archetypes that always have been needing a little bit more fuel and staying power for the late game. And so we got Fleet Feather Tracker into Penitent Squire, give him that challenger, and try to keep up on the board here.
And we'll see his matchup, how it's going to be played out here, of course. Might be looking like a Scout Mare, but it is going to be, again, Lucian Zed for Ace, the deck he's been doing so well on today, and has really, made a statement in terms of this deck. Not just being this fringe pick, this, random that you get wins out because of the surprise factor. It's actually a deck that seems to be performing very well against some of the best players in Europe.
And the X factor of Zed, it's one of those champions that when the meta isn't prepped and full of pings and mystic shots to deal with him, he is quite potent. And we have this list now that, because of the Lucian angle, can survive and still threaten you even if they don't get the Zed on 3. We haven't really seen Lucian and Senna come through over the course of the broadcast to be the major threat of this list, but it's still putting in so much work with these Inspiring Mentors. Now we've got the Fleet Feather Tracker threatening the Misfortune.
Ooh.
Aaron has the Rally, however, to protect here. Everything on the opponent's side is just 1 HP.
You do have the Twin here, though, and Sharp Sight to stop. You can get the Kill Misfortune here pretty easily.
Yeah.
Just get the Sharp Sight down onto the Inspiring Mentor, and then just trade away the Tracker if that's the way you wish to do it. There is a Sharp Sight also, though, available for Aaron. He has 2 mana, so we'll see what Ace considers to go for here. A big stop is this Golden Aegis really puts a stop to Ace's plans.
Yeah, because now you have to use a spell to survive this ping in order to pop the barrier so that Fleet Feather Tracker can finish the job.
I think you might just not be able to, yeah. I think you just take the hit and go next.
And then you're letting Misfortune just open attack you again, though, right?
Mm-hmm. but without the barrier. That
And
changes
that's
things.
without the barrier, yeah, that does change things. That's 3 out of 4 for her level up.
Oh, sharp sight. Checking for the sharp sight. Ace. Aaron decides to keep that, that ace up his sleeve for later down the line. Island Navigator coming down can give the scout attack here to Misfortune as well.
Oh my god, now we have the scouts coming through to level the Misfortune this round. Has to go for the Golden Aegis to rally to stop this.
Hits him with a, you make this play, I can do it too. I can do the same thing on my defense turn, but Kai Reaper with scout is something that I didn't think I would be seeing anytime soon.
Bop, bop. And so now the Fleet Feather Tracker has to attack here and kill the Misfortune to completely prevent catastrophe. But Aaron has the Ranger's Resolve, forcing one more spell out of Ace to make this trade go through. Twin Disciplines is the answer to give to give 6 attack to cover the sharp sight. Crisis averted.
That's the key thing there. If you would have used a sharp sight, that would have been a massive blunder because it could be countered by Aaron's own sharp sight as well. But in the end, made the right play with a twin. I think, had in mind, even since last turn, with a kind of the bit of a stutter in terms of blocking or not for the elusive, I think you already know that your opponent has sharp sight in hand.
And so do you take this next attack with the scouts? Try to force a block down. So many resources have already been spent from both sides, like really important resources, just to maintain this very poor board position to prepare for the champions to come down, right? You can see how important it is to keep this very tenuous equilibrium.
Genevieve Elmhart comes into hand for Aaron, and this is, with everything else around, this card looking so mediocre, might be what Aaron needed to really swing back into things.
So we got Senna first, into Fleet Feather Tracker, into Bright Steel Protector. The Inspiring Mentor on Fleet Feather Tracker has been so impactful over the course of this game. Having the extra point of attack, allowing this tracker to threaten the Misfortune consistently and eventually take her down before she leveled, has, I think, saved this game too for Ace.
I don't think I like this. I think I would have liked to see the Island Navigator dragged by the tracker instead, by the one with barrier. Because you're gonna lose the combat trick war here. I mean, the Senna is gonna be dying here, which is maybe the your more flashy chance at winning the game here and pushing through damage.
Yeah, forces the sharp sight, keeping the board alive. This is the scenario you kind of want to be in, where you have this wide board advantage against the opponent, and now Golden Aegis is the final card to maybe find a lethal. But now we've got Genevieve, another scout. So we can clean up this board before the rally comes through. There's the scout attack. Will Genevieve double dip?
This is going to come down to one of those games where everyone just plays out everything with Demacia. You play for the board, and then you just end up evenly matched all throughout the game, and you get to turn 8, and you're both relying on top deck, and someone's getting like a tracker, and someone all of a sudden draws a Sith 3. It's like, all right, let's go. And you just win the game the next 2 turns.
Doesn't go for the attack. Wants to keep the board even. Still respecting those last cards in hand. We saw Ace's passing with so much mana open, really showing I have even more combat tricks. Don't you worry. Fleet Feather Tracker, after taking down Misfortune, also going to take down Genevieve Elmhart. This is one angry bird.
And unfortunately, this mentor has no one to inspire. Where are the highwaymen? They're just not attending their classes today.
Where have all the good highwaymen gone, indeed? Genevieve going to survive thanks to the final sharp sight. And this is probably where the board swings into Aaron's favor. You've got a 7 attack unit still left alive. Is this going to be enough? With the blinding assault. Oh no.
So now if you're Ace, you Aegis here, yeah?
You Aegis and swing to deal 2.
Bro, there would be nothing better for an aspiring mentor. There would nothing that would give this poor card more confidence than just getting
Oh
a
no, the Cythria.
I told
said
you.
it.
I told you,
said
Scarzig.
it.
I've been here so many times before, playing in Plat, start of the season, Scouts vs. Lucian Zed. You hit the Cythria, game over, baby. We're Plat 3 now.
Aaron thinking, okay, if I play Cythria, you give Fearsome, and then the mentor
Aaron is
can't
playing
block
around
anyway.
too many things. There's no more units, Aaron. He has only a mentor. He can give Ghost to the mentor, he can give the Aegis to the mentor, and he can give it a Range of Resolve, but it's only a 2-1 mentor.
So anyway, that is exact lethal coming through. Rangers Resolve. That was certainly a slugfest. Both players navigated, I think, the trades very well, but it just came down to the top decks. Like you said, they just have to jockey for position and trust that it comes down to who gets the better draws. No champions that game, no Lucian or Zed. There was only a Senna without a Lucian to back her up. You even said that attacking with the Senna was a little bit rough there because she did get eventually traded into with the sharp sight, and maybe there was a different line to take there.
With caster vision, it's easier to maybe call that out as a not optimal line. But if you consider that your opponent might have 2 sharp sights and you only have 1, you're going to lose out the battle, even with a tough. Then, yeah, it's a consideration to maybe go for a more long-term play. You have the barrier anyway, and worst case scenario, the Senna gets blocked by the Bakai Reaper anyway, and you just get the kill. I mean, nothing would have really changed there. So, all in all, an odd game, but it comes down to Demacia and just, you know, when you're kind of fighting blow for blow, it ends up coming out of the top decks because you both have a very linear game plan of just playing for the board. You don't have any ways to kind of make a comeback or find like this right sequencing of plays. There isn't that kind of agency that other decks do give you.
And we have, it was just the perfect sequence there. Once we got to the late game, you got Genevieve into Cythria, and that could have easily been like double Penitent Squire, something much more low impact, and gave Ace the chance to draw like a few more cards there.
And it also highlights Demacia-based decks that are focusing quite a bit on champions as a win condition end up suffering from inconsistency because of the lack of card drawn Demacia for the most part, and the fact that they just aren't able to sometimes find their champions, and they aren't able to really go through with their game plan because of it. And I think it's something that's going to happen to Lucian Zed quite a bit as well. It's a deck that, you know,
historically, that's always been its greatest weakness. It just needs to hit this really nasty curve to kill you. They've been trying to run like Vanguard Redeemer to get some card draw. That's really all they have access to. We know that Ace's build is running a couple copies of Sign In Thousand Tailed, but if you're already out of cards and you play Sign In and then your opponent plays Cythria the Bold, you're like, okay, well, that's a better 6-drop for this scenario.
We'll see what the play will be here. God Will Ceiling, second mark, and possibility for the kill here on the tracker. 2 mana to back up Ace, though. He has a chance that maybe play a 20 if he wants to keep it alive. Or just go
I wonder how important this Fleet Feather Tracker really is. There's another one in hand and a Shadow Assassin, but we saw how much heavy lifting that initial Fleet Feather Tracker did in the last game. And we know that challengers are such an important part of keeping Ari Kennen under control.
As a reminder, we are in Game 3 of what could be the last series of this tournament. Aaron is trying to mount a comeback. If he's able to win this game, game over for Ace. That would be just the player that was in the grand finals taking it home. But Ace, of course, is going to try and win this game and force the bracket reset, which we haven't, I think, seen yet in the year 2022.
Yeah.
Surprisingly enough, the traditions of the EU Fight Nights have been, you know, just evaporated in the last month or so, and Ace is going to try his best to bring that back to the table.
This is already looking a lot closer. When these two first played against one another in the winners finals, Aaron took it 2-0, and so already taking this to a game 3 is an improvement. And with Ari Kennen, with Kennen actually again doing work in the early game to keep a board-based deck under control, this is the sort of line you want to see for this archetype to try to find a path to victory. And yet again, no Lucian, no Zed to crank up the pressure as we head to these early rounds. When Zed drops later on in the game, it becomes a lot harder to threaten your opponent because they can Kinko Wayfinder and Godwill to get a lot of chumps for him. You have to consistently attack with Sharp Sight into Indiscipline's backup mana in order to make the combat safe for you.
Even comparing like the droplets here to Shadow Assassins, you know, they trade evenly. Droplets are able to draw much more often and they cost 2 less mana. So a lot of things in this matchup working in favor of Aaron in this case here.
And we'll have to see if maybe the Shunpo tech comes through. I think all the games we've seen Aaron play with this list, he hasn't even drawn the Shunpo.
I've never seen it yet today. I've never seen it in my life playing Runeterra.
Only beta players, I think, have ever seen Shunpo be played.
When the card is drawn, I'm going to be like, wait a minute. What card is this? I've never seen this before in game.
Shampoo? What?
Zed is now coming down, though, on not quite turn 3, but turn 5. I guess second best. Has triple twin disciplines. Sorry, triplet discipline to come down to protect the Zed, to make sure the attack goes through and to make sure it's able to wreak the havoc that it wants to, you know, normally wreak in a game like this, in a turn 5 like this one.
Yeah, and there's no Kinko Wayfinder to respond to this. Your only play is Conspirator, bouncing the Kennen, actually. I was wondering if we were going to go for, like, a droplet, drawing a card, but these are 2 units you'd rather sacrifice than Kennen. Makes a lot of sense. Get another mark.
And expect to be a homecoming, possibly coming out here, saving the droplet, and bouncing the Zed back to hand.
That could be very smart. The droplet right now is trading 1-for-1 into the Fleet Feather tracker. So maybe you just say, okay, I'm going to let this Challenger unit go out of the way. But yeah, it is indeed going to be the homecoming line. Drawing a card, saving 3 damage.
It resets the kind of shadow strikes as well, which is why I wouldn't block the Shadow Zed here. In this case, just take the 5. You're down to 11. Not great, but I think it is what it is. You have to definitely not lose tempo against this deck. It's the main thing.
And then you can play Kennen post-combat to also kill the Shadow Assassin. So the board is looking like a much kinder outcome for you. Going to take advantage of this lapse of tempo in order to push through a little bit more damage here.
Ooh.
Is Ace going to go deeper?
I mean, there's no punish, right?
Yeah, there's no punish. Get the damage here. We've got Relentless Pursuit in hand and Ghost. It makes a lot of sense.
Unless Aaron is somehow running a Death Lotus that didn't appear in the deck list.
Blade's Edge. But no punish here. Boom, boom. 5 HP. Just a little bit more to go. Can Kennen bring this back from the brink? One more copy of Kennen to be played to level up. I think he's going to hatch from the Godwillow Seedling. There it is. Aaron trying to get this bracket reset, trying to revive the old ways, the old traditions.
Well, no, Aaron's doing the opposite. Ace is trying to get the bracket reset. Aaron is trying to continue down this route of just the grand finalist, being the one that was already in the winner's side and just not allowing for the comeback story to occur. The dreamers are not allowed to dream. The Lucian Zed players coming into a tournament, you make it to the grand finals, you think you're going to get the bracket reset with your favorite deck. Because I know as Ace has been playing Lucian Zed for a long... I'm serious. I've seen him on ladder. I've played against him. Maybe not on Platinum, but somewhere in the ladder. And he is... This is a long time ago.
I think it's
like
so
2 years
funny
ago.
that you associate Lucian Zed with Platinum so heavily. So Ari's going to level up here, it looks like. Swapping down the line, swinging this back into his favor. We got a couple Nopifies here. Not going to catch the Relentless Pursuits or the Golden Aegises, however.
I'm telling you, if you ask some of the stat men and women in the Runeterra community, and they're able to pull the data, I guarantee you, a large percentage of Zed players will be found in their natural habitat in Platinum.
I'm glad that Runeterra is starting to get its own, like, champion stereotypes the way League of Legends has. Like, you know, the Yasuo mains are, you know, stuck because they want to play their favorite champion and he's been so bad.
Same as deep players. Deep players are 0 LP masters. That's the natural habitat of deep players. I'm saying it because I'm one of those players. I get to Masters, and then we switch to D, baby, for 4 games, and then put it away on the shelf until next season. Hoping that maybe the meta favors it. I've been there, Scarzig, you know. 7 HP
man.
now on the Nexus for Ace, 5 for Aaron. So a very close game in the end here.
But so now Ari is going to be able to reestablish a board here. Got the Dancing Droplet for 0 mana. We've got the Navori Conspirator. Also bouncing the Droplet, drawing more cards. This has been something that Aaron has been missing out on the past few games, right? Trying to get this particular situation with Ari leveled up. All of the games that have been dropped have just been Blade Twirlers, not really able to scale up and provide enough value. But, you know, these 0 mana units and 0 mana spells are just so powerful. Very smart holding onto the Kennen, by the way, so you get that mark.
Ooh, Faithfolk when you need it most. 5 HP.
Diligent Faithfolk coming through.
You, only ever comes into hand when you need it. Has that not been the case every single game today?
That's a good tech card. Let me tell you that it knows when to show up.
Gotta check the software on these players. Gonna check if they've been tinkering with the the top deck.
No, it's just big protagonist energy. Oh no, my back's against the wall. It all comes down to this draw, Faithfolk. So anyway, the ghost on the Zed doesn't matter because they have the elusive blockers anyway. So we're just going to attack. Try to go for a rally here. We have enough mana to back up with Twin Disciplines versus Mark of the Storm. We also have Lightning Rush. If you want to maybe try to make that go through before the first Kennen dies. I
mean, there's just so many Wayfinders here. I think and chump blockers overall.
Yeah, because you play Kennen, you get second mark. So if when Zed attacks you, you just double mark him and he dies. And then if they twin to keep him alive, he's still stunned, so it mitigates any threat from this turn. And then you have lethal next round. So very smart, well navigated with the Kennen here. And because you have 0 mana Mark of the Storms, you can still just play out on curve.
And Ace, of course, knows this, doesn't even consider, doesn't even go for the Relentless Pursuit because he knows that he's in trouble. But he's in trouble either way because this is a full or almost full elusive attack here. Ari coming through, Kennen crying, but also attacking at the same time. That's the magical world of Runeterra that we live in, and also a world where there is not going to be a bracket reset for another week. On this year 2022, it has been cursed. I think there is a new tradition, and that is just a oppressive and relentless winner every time. It doesn't allow for their comeback potential from their opponent. Oh, never mind. There is actually a ghost here. I had forgotten.
Yeah, we have ghost to block one thing, but Ari just swaps away. Doesn't care about how big her blocker's stats are.
And Aaron, going into the open rounds tomorrow with a win today has to feel good. Thomas didn't win it, but his scrim partner did. So that already says a lot about these two getting together and becoming another, I think they haven't been prepping together before. Of course, Thomas always had the check scrim partners with Badge Attack with Pokerback, but with maybe them taking a bit of a step back for this open rounds or for the top cut this next week. Thomas has been playing with Aaron, and it has shown, I think, in both players' levels. Aaron definitely playing at a very, very high level right now. Going into tomorrow, I'm not sure what he'll be bringing, but the momentum of winning Fight Night today has to give him that extra boost going to Top Cut.
Yeah, the players have been trying to take advantage of this last tournament to do a little bit more experimentation with some wild card builds to go into the top 32. The strategy between the open rounds of needing to play something that's a bit more versatile against a wider variety of decks, and then a bit more of a narrower field like Thomas had talked about before, when you kind of expect the meta to be a certain way, allows you to be more aggressive with your lineup targeting. But that means that we will be having a winner's interview after this short break, so stay tuned and we will talk with our newly crowned champion. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We are back from the grand finals concluding. Once again, the bracket reset was denied, and we're going to be closing things off with an interview with the newly crowned champion, Aaron. But we can take a look at, of course, the bracket to see the journey that they took to get here. Took down GF Ace, had to take down a second Ace after facing Sonic Holic, one of the finalists from the last week, waited patiently in the grand finals, but Ace, even after taking down Thomas, last week's champion, was not able to bring it back. Even though the set was a little bit closer at 2-1, the bracket reset continues to be denied.
And talking about not just the bracket, but the decks themselves, a much more aggressive fight night. A lot of scouts, a lot of very aggro, just full aggro lineups like Thomas brought and like the Russian Ace brought in the quarterfinals, although he did get eliminated very quickly. So overall, a much, much faster pace for this fight night, and maybe kind of a warning for what we'll see tomorrow in the different seasonal tournaments throughout the different regions. But we have Aaron here. Welcome and congrats on the great showing. Bringing in some pretty spicy lists, bringing in the list that maybe a lot of players don't really vouch for just yet with the R cannon with the Noxus Splash. I want to ask you right away, how do you feel about this deck? How do you feel about, is it just something you're still tinkering with, or you know, I know I was told you were one of the original players on this list, so how do you feel about R cannon with Noxus instead of Shadow Isles?
Yeah, I think it's just a strictly better Shurima version if you don't have to face Senna that much. And I played it a lot on ladder, the list, so it's pretty fine-tuned. I think tech tasty for this tournament, and I picked it over SI for the tournament because of I was expecting Scouts and TF and it has a better matchup.
Well, your expectations were, I think, met because we did see a few Scouts players and 2 TF Nami players as well.
And regarding the other decks that you brought, did you were you just trying to go for just a board-based aggressive lineup, and you didn't want to? Do you like the tempo ideas that you were cultivating in your lineup, or do you think that burn, just hard burn that we've been seeing from like Thomas, for example, is a little bit better?
I wanted to be good into, like, I wanted to have a flex ban on Ari, and also be good against the burn and the target Ari lineups. So that's mainly why I picked the decks.
So you were trying to do it all basically, and it did seem to work out in the end, having kind of an out for all these different situations. I do want to mention you have been prepping with Thomas the past few weeks. I think it's just something that wasn't the case before. Maybe it's a more recent thing, but seems to be working quite well. You did qualify to top cut. Thomas did win 2 fight nights, and now you kind of took over the mantle and won it yourself. Have you guys been working together for quite a long time, or has it been a more recent development where you've been prepping together?
We started with scrimming this season, like a couple months ago.
Oh, very interesting to find out about like new partnerships. And obviously we know like the typical scrim groups with REO and all the big ones, but it's nice having these small, very successful players teaming up together and kind of able to rise to a new level by working together. So very cool to see both of you finding a lot of success in Fight Night, and hopefully for yourself also tomorrow in the seasonal top cut.
Yep.
And I did have one more question. When it comes to the Lulu Fizz deck, it's been popping off a lot lately. I think it's doing quite well. Did you run just a cleaner version for Fight Night? And maybe how do you feel about the treasured trash technology? Do you think that that's just kind of a bait, or does it have its place?
I've actually tried the treasured trash once, but I haven't played the deck much, so I relied on the advice of my scrimming partners.
Gotcha. We'd ask you about your lineup, but I guess that's going to be secret information until tomorrow. We'll find out tomorrow as that goes on. Well, just general thoughts, though, in terms of prediction for tomorrow's meta, comparing from open rounds now to top cut. What do you think the key differences will be to what we saw in open rounds compared to tomorrow?
I think we will see lots of pick and ban on Ari. Because in the open rounds, Ari didn't get banned all the time, and everyone didn't run Ari.
So this time will be much more funneled into 100% either being you're picking banning your Ari, or you're banning it. Which I think, a lot of players are going to be predicting that as well. I think it's pretty clear in this current meta, similar to Aussie Aurelia, where it's like this one deck that warps everything in its favor, kind of.
Yep.
But anyway, thank you, Aaron, for taking the extra time after this long tournament and your win to share your thoughts about your lineup and maybe going into the top cut, what that meta might look like. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow, and congratulations once again for your big win today. And we'll see you for your invite back for the next fight night. So you have a good one, sir.
Thanks. So.
And that's going to be it for our winner's interview, but... well, no, not but. It's also going to be the end of the tournament, but there is going to be something else on our plate for today. It's going to be the Esri Awards. If you haven't heard about it yet, Jay Sensational, one of the community members over in NA, he's a YouTuber, he's a competitive player. He does a lot of different things, but he also organized a award show type event for Runeterra's community, which I think is a great initiative. A lot of work also went into it, of course, and it is finally happening. If you are in Europe at 1 a.m. CT, a bit late, that is the case, but in the US, I think Scarzig, it's a much more manageable time. Is that not true?
Yeah, it'll be a little bit better for me, a little bit worse for you, I think, but whatever we can do to make the tournaments a little bit better for players overall is going to be great. I also see some questions in chat asking about how some other players might be able to participate in Fight Night. It's historically been just an invitational tournament, but Giant Slayer now does have a form on their website where you can submit if you are interested and you think that, you know, you've got a good ladder presence, you've been wanting to break into the grassroots competitive Runeterra scene. You know, that's a great place to start, and let them know that you exist.
Exactly. So you have a much more clear avenue to sign up. Of course, there are going to still be certain requirements and, let's say, subjective criteria in terms of this trying to be, you know, a very well-honed list of players that are competing, that are going to be at, you know, among the best in Europe. Always, that is what we strive for here, to offer, you know, the best and the highest level play possible. So that will be the case. As you were mentioning, Scarzig, we were talking about the Esri Awards being very late, but also Fight Night EU. This tournament is going to potentially, I think, pretty assuredly going to be moving its schedule back 2 hours. So in European times, instead of starting at 4 p.m. CET, it will now be starting at 6 p.m. CET. Don't quote me just yet, but I'm pretty sure that will be the final schedule, which allows European players, who are of course the focus of a European Fight Night event, to come back from work and do, you know, their Friday stuff and still make it back and be able to participate in the tournament without it starting too early. And also allows, of course, our audiences from the Americas region to be able to maybe catch and tune in as well. It's not too early for them either. So hopefully this is a change that will help and benefit, especially the players that are playing these events, and allow for more players to play more often as well. And just, again, create the best possible spectacle of competitive Runeterra that we can in the EMEA region.
Yeah, so big shout out once again to Giant Slayer for taking that feedback in stride, and again adding that sign up form on the website for those of you who might want to participate in this event. Furthermore, for those of you who don't want to participate but still want to spectate, make sure that you are following the correct channel. GiantSlayerTV is the new home of all the Fight Night events and all of the Giant Slayer events. You want to make sure that you're followed and you hit that notification so that you know when we are live. Keep up with the schedule, especially with the time changing.
I'm not going to fight that battle anymore, Scarzig, because today we had in a channel where you could not chat and there was a bot telling you what channel to watch on. We still had 50 viewers on the old channel, so there are some anarchists in the world that want to see the world burn, and that's, you know, there's nothing you can do to change that. So you just have to accept some people don't like change, really don't like change, but we do when it's, you know, good change, and this is definitely good change. So stay tuned to more Fight Night events. They're going to be Fight Night Americas happening on Monday. The new time for them, of course. And that will be it from us today. We hope you guys enjoyed the tournament, the cast, and everything else. See you guys next week.